protocols for the witnesses participating today. All witnesses participating in this webinar are currently listed as attendees in Zoom. This means your microphones are muted and your video cameras are turned off. When it is your turn to join a panel for testimony, I will call your name and a member of my staff will change your status to a panelist. If you wish to activate your video while you testify, you need to click the button in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen that looks like a video camera. There will be a frame that includes a clock keeping your time. Representatives of organizations will be allowed 5 minutes to testify, and public witnesses representing themselves will be allowed a total of 3 minutes. When your time is up, I ask that you conclude your remarks so that we can ensure that everyone has a chance to be heard, since we have a long agenda today. We will be calling 6 or 7 witnesses to a panel, and council members will have up to 10 minutes to ask questions of each panelist for as many rounds as necessary. If you have any issues during this hearing, send a message to the host, which is labeled as committee, and they will follow up with you. Additionally, if you are having trouble gaining access to Zoom and you have pre-registered, you can email my committee staff at facilities@dccouncil.gov, and they will try to resolve your issue as quickly as possible. The first agency that we will hear from today is the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. In June of 2022, Council unanimously approved the appointment of Ombudsperson Shalonda Cawthorn to provide oversight of CFSA. As chair of the former Human Services Committee, my colleague and current committee member, Councilmember Brianna Nadeau, fought tirelessly to establish this office. She conducted a thorough national search to appoint an ombudsperson, and she refused to give in to pressure to ignore the need for an impartial, independent office helping to keep the district children safe. Advocates and the community expressed the need for this independent office for years, and council was successful in getting it established and funded. And now we must continue to provide necessary resources to the office in order for it to truly improve the outcomes of children in the district. I am thankful for my colleague, Brianna Nadeau, for leading this fight, and we will continue to work together in this role. I'm looking forward to hearing updates from the ombudsperson and learning how we can assist her in doing the job we appointed her to do. After that, the next agency you will hear from is Child and Family Services Agency, which is our public welfare agency in the District of Columbia and is responsible for protecting child victims and those at risk of abuse and neglect and assisting their families. CFSA's mission is to improve the safety, permanence, and well-being of abused and neglected children in the District of Columbia and to strengthen their families. After decades under federal court oversight, I'm looking forward to hearing from advocates and Director Matthews about not only fiscal year 2022, but about the future and how we are setting up our district youth and our families for success. Before we swear in our ombudsperson, I will now turn to my Councilmember Nadeau and see if she has any opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for so ably carrying on the work of child welfare here at the Council. It is an honor to continue serving on this committee and to have you as the chair. As you know, I have a number of measures before the Council that will continue to serve our youth, some of which have been passed but not funded, some of which were just recently reintroduced, and we hope we'll be able to move forward, but all of them have in mind the well-being of our children and support of our families, and hoping that we can keep a strong path in place for supporting children while they're in our care and also when they exit. The leaders that we have before us today, both our ombudsperson and our director of CFSA, are essential to that goal. I want to speak specifically to our ombudsperson's position today in that office and the establishment of it. Of course, it's been a very rocky road. We got that legislation passed, and then we overrode a veto, and we funded it, and then we refunded it. And then we went out and did a national search and found the person that we think is the best leader for the District of Columbia, and that's Shalonda Cawthorn. So I am thrilled that she has stepped into this position. We may hear from her today, or she may be more polite than that, that it's been a challenge setting up the office. Establishing an independent office in a government anywhere is hard. We, as government leaders in the District of Columbia, of course, know the ins and outs of what's difficult here in our government. And I had every expectation this would be a challenge, but our government exceeded my expectations in that regard. So all of that is to say that she had her work cut out for her. She still does. And that's before she even starts taking on the day-to-day challenges that our youth are facing. But despite that, has launched a beautiful website, has begun hiring staff, I think is in the process of identifying office space. And I can't wait to hear more about her goals, which I am sure include moving on from administrative work and into her leadership role. And just want to also commend, while I'm here, Director Robert Matthews for his work and just, leading this agency into a new era. I hear wonderful things, even though it's not my day-to-day anymore as chair of a different committee now. But we are, I think, very lucky here in the District of Columbia to have such great leadership looking out for the well-being of our children. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, we do have a panel of witnesses who want to testify to both offices, so we will let that panel go first. And so I'm going to call that panel. We have Mrs. Greer, Policy Director, Children's Law Center. We have Stephanie McLennan, who's the Deputy Director of DC Kin Care Alliance. And we have Erica Adams, the Executive Director for CASA for Children. And that will be our first panel of witnesses because they will be testifying to both of our offices today. And then we will swear in our Ombudsperson, Shalonda Cawthorn, and hear her testimony. So I'm going to ask our team to promote all of our witnesses. And Ms. Greer, we will start with you. You can begin for your 5-minute round.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairwoman Lewis George. I will be honest, I was told I got 7 minutes since I was doing 2 agencies, so I will try to keep it to 5, but I will.
Okay, no, you have 7 minutes. That's my mistake. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. And good afternoon. And good afternoon also to Councilmember Nadeau, as well as Ombudsperson Cawthorn and Director Matthews. I am Shara Greer. I'm the Policy Director of the Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with DC children and families, community partners, and pro bono attorneys towards a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education, and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. I am testifying today on the performance of the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children and the Child and Family Services Agency. I have submitted extensive written testimony regarding both agencies. I'm not going to cover all of that here this afternoon. I'm just going to touch on a few highlights. I'll begin with the Office of the Ombudsperson. Children's Law Center has testified to the urgent need for this office many times over the past few years. We commend the Council for its decisive action to establish and fund this office, despite many obstacles, which has been already noted here at this hearing. We appreciate all the work that has gone into the creation of this office. Since her appointment 5 months ago, the Ombudsperson, Shalonda Cawthorn, has been working diligently to build a solid foundation for the office through learning, active partnership building, and establish office practices and procedures. During this time, the office has made significant steps forward, including hiring a chief deputy ombudsperson and the deputy CFSA ombudsperson. She established relationships with key agencies and reached out to meet with community stakeholders. The office made a great start in taking the necessary steps to support effective oversight of DC's child welfare system, a system that encompasses many agencies beyond just the Child and Family Services Agency. It includes the Department of Behavioral Health, the Department of Healthcare Finance, the Office of the Superintendent of Education, DCPS, DYRS, the DC Housing Authority, and MPD all have a role to play in ensuring the district fulfills its responsibilities for DC's foster children and their families. In addition, the office has an important role as a place for families to turn when they are struggling to resolve day-to-day problems, as well as navigate the complexities of the child welfare system. Such problems include overcoming bureaucratic hurdles to obtaining essential items, connecting children and families to hard-to-find behavioral health services, figuring out where to get additional support for achieving critical milestones, such as getting a driver's license or applying for college. The office was able to launch its website and online complaint form and has begun this work actively this month in February. In short, we believe the office has made a good start fulfilling its vision of collaboration, service, and accountability to foster improved outcome for CFSA-involved children and families. And now I'm going to turn to the Child and Family Services Agency. Children's Law Center serves as guardian ad litems for children who are in care. We represent them in the neglect court. Currently, we represent more than half of the children involved with CFSA, several hundred children in foster care and protective supervision. In our time over the last several decades serving CFSA-involved youth, we've had the opportunity to witness the agency's evolution. When we look at CFSA's performance over the past year, we see positive changes. CFSA has created a bold plan to transform DC's child welfare system into a child well-being system that strengthens families in their homes and communities by ensuring they have access to supports and resources that are available to them. We're happy to be able to partner with CFSA in this work, looking to move upstream and increase prevention. CFSA and the Office of the Attorney General Family Services Division have been responsive and available to partner in this work. Members of the CFSA leadership team, as well as key personnel involved in placement and operations of programming, meet with us and our case handling attorneys on a regular basis to answer our questions and share critical information and engage in joint problem solving for systemic issues. We believe this is the right long-term vision that CFSA has articulated, focusing on targeted and coordinated prevention services, keeping families together. I go through several of the specific efforts in my written testimony. The one I want to highlight here is their work on the Thriving Families, Safer Children working groups and committees. These efforts have evolved to be inclusive of community stakeholders, as well as representatives from a broad spectrum of government agencies. One of the Thriving Families' key efforts is establishing a community-based warm line, a resource for families that need assistance as an alternative to reporting them to the Child Protective Services hotline. There have been many discussions and lots of feedback on how it will operate, and there's been a recognition that most families fear, not welcome, CFSA interaction. The agency and child welfare in general has a long and complicated history, and the agency interaction usually comes with immense stress and complications for families, especially for Black and Brown families who disproportionately experience family separation at the hands of the agency. Therefore, supportive service provision through a warm line will require interagency coordination and support, and potentially changes to existing law. For the children who have come into care and will continue to come into care, there's a lot of work still to be done. There continue to be high levels of placement instability, behavioral health challenges, poor education outcomes, and challenges for youth who age out of care at 21. These are not new concerns, nor are the solutions easy, but we must do a better job to meet the needs of children in care. And again, although meeting the needs of children in care is one of CFSA's core responsibility, it's not something that can do alone. We need the interaction and coordination and support from other agencies to be able to meet these needs. We also need the continued support and investment of this committee and the DC Council to accomplish this mission. Lastly, I want to highlight 3 important changes in the law that occurred last year that need implementation, and we want to ask for this committee's help to ensure that implementation is timely and effective. The first is the Preserving Our Kids' Equity Through Trusts Act, the Pocket Act, which requires CFSA to screen for and conserve SSA benefits for children in care until they exit. There's also the Fostering Stable Housing Opportunities Amendment Act, which seeks to identify and address barriers to youth accessing Family Unification Program vouchers, or FUP vouchers, which is a key program designed to help foster youth from aging out into homelessness. I want to take a moment to thank Councilmember Nadeau for her leadership on both of those acts. And then the really significant change that was made to the Child Protection Registry last year. This change occurred through the Educator Background Check Streamlining Amendment Act, which was largely focused on doing exactly that, streamlining background checks for educators and people working in schools. But the changes to the Child Protection Registry were significant and long sought. Being placed on the Child Protection Registry for substantiated abuse or neglect allegation used to be permanent. And being on the register has significant implications for employment, as well as for the ability to care for family. The new law changes this to a tiered system where people will be removed after 1, 3, or 5 years, or not at all, depending on the report type and other circumstances. But will allow people to come off the registry and be able to obtain employment, and also to be able to help care for children if they need to come into care. The consequences for leaving a child unattended at 22 should not bar you from being a school bus driver at 50. The sooner this law can be implemented and the sooner these barriers to employment can be lifted, the better. So we're hoping this committee can be helpful. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll have questions after this panel. Next, we're going to go to Stephanie McLennan, Deputy Director, DC Kin Care Alliance. Good afternoon, Stephanie. You can begin.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. My name is Stephanie McClellan, and I am the Deputy Director of DC KinCare Alliance. Our mission is to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise DC children and their extended families in times of crisis, when the children's parents are not able to care for them due to mental health and substance abuse disorders, incarceration, death, abuse and neglect, and/or deportation. We are the only organization in DC focused solely on serving relative caregivers raising DC's at-risk children. In the 5 years since our founding, we have helped over 600 relative caregivers raising more than 700 DC children. DC KinCare Alliance is a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and we support a just and equitable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm here today to thank the DC Council for listening when we told you that CFSA regularly fails the at-risk children that they are supposed to protect, for creating an independent Office of the Ombudsperson for Children who can investigate and make recommendations when families are negatively impacted by policies and decisions that hurt children, for overriding the Mayor Bowser's veto of the legislation creating the OFC, for finding the necessary funds when Mayor Bowser tried to strip the OFC funding from the budget, and finally, for casting a wide net and hiring a well-qualified candidate who is independent and not beholden to any agency for which she provides critical oversight. I'm also here today to thank our new Ombudsperson for Children, Shalonda Cawthon, who uprooted her life and moved to DC to answer the call to speak on behalf of DC's voiceless, at-risk children. While Ms. Cawthon has only just begun her work, what we have seen so far is encouraging. Ms. Cawthon has been willing to listen to our concerns as child welfare advocates and has been eager to meet with community members. We thank Ms. Cawthon specifically for attending DC KinCare Alliance's February Relative Caregiver Community Board meeting to share what she has been doing and to hear the concerns of our members. We look forward to working with Ms. Cawthon as she gets settled into her new role. Most importantly, we look forward to hearing Ms. Cawthon's substantive recommendations to this council about critical issues that affect DC children. There are two systemic issues that we have previously identified to this council that call for urgent OFC investigation and recommendations. First, CFSA is not adequately and timely investigating and reporting on child maltreatment fatalities and near fatalities in DC. CFSA has not acknowledged, much less learned from its repeated mistakes that have led to these horrific outcomes. CFSA fails to investigate or screens out reports of abuse and neglect that should be screened in. It also fails to substantiate abuse when there is abundant evidence to do so, and fails to safely close cases when abuse has been substantiated. Moreover, CFSA's internal child fatality reports do not provide substantive recommendations on how it can improve in order to prevent child maltreatment fatalities and near fatalities in children who were previously known to CFSA. Second, CFSA has and continues to engage in the illegal practice of kinship diversion, also called hidden foster care. When it determines that a child cannot safely remain in the parental home, even with services, CFSA bypasses the legal removal process entirely and places the child with any relative caregiver they can find without even doing a background check. I personally know of an instance where this practice resulted in the placement of a child with a caregiver who had a prior conviction for child abuse. CFSA claims that parents voluntarily agree to place their children with relative caregivers and that it is just facilitating the parents' wishes. But in our experience, this too is just a convenient fiction. Most often a parent is threatened with their child, quote, going into the system. So they agree to CFSA's diversion plan under duress. We often represent relative caregivers in bitterly fought custody cases against parents whose CFSA claims consented to the arrangement. We have also seen diversions occur where CFSA allows the parent to plan for a child, even when that parent has killed the other parent in front of the child, or when the parent is on a 72-hour hold in a locked psychiatric facility because she is a danger to herself or others, including her child. For its part, CFSA claims it no longer engages in diversion, but this is just smoke and mirrors. CFSA now calls diversions by different names, safety plans, or family planning arrangements. Whatever diversions are called, they remain illegal and harmful to children and families. Over the next year, we asked Ms. Cawthon to investigate and provide a written report with recommendations to the DC Council on these two critical issues. We commit to cooperating with and assisting Ms. Cawthon in investigation of these important child safety issues in any way we can, consistent with our obligations to our clients under the DC Code of Professional Conduct. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I will have questions at the end of this panel. I do want to go to Erica Adams, Executive Director, CASA for Children of DC.
Good afternoon, members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. My name is Erica Adams, and I'm the Executive Director of CASA for Children of DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. CASA DC applauds the efforts of CFSA to provide preventative services to avoid uprooting and separating families, but we acknowledge the abuse and neglect is still a reality for far too many of DC's youth. We are grateful for the Council's commitment to creating the role of an independent ombudsperson to step in when families are being negatively impacted by the agency. We are also impressed with the dedication we have already seen from our new ombudsperson, who immediately started her work by showing a commitment to DC's children and families. She shows up in the community and she listens to child welfare advocates. So far, our experience has only been a positive one. CASA DC believes that through increased funding and enhanced partnership opportunities, we could ensure greater paths for our youth to thrive. For more than 20 years, CASA DC has provided compassionate, trauma-informed, and cost-efficient care to DC's foster youth with proven success. Yet we are serving less than 1/3 of CFSA's youth. We have the capacity to serve more and volunteers who want to serve more, but greater partnership is needed from the agency to identify and refer youth for services. In 2022, CASA volunteers dedicated more than 10,000 hours to mentoring and advocating for DC's youth. With the support of their volunteer, 127 CASA youth remain stable in the same placement for over the past year. 201 of our youth were assisted with education and learning by their CASAs. And although research indicates that up to 96% of foster youth perform below grade level, more than 80% of CASA DC youth are on grade level. More than half of CASA youth met or exceeded academic expectations, 8 times higher than CFSA involved youth overall, and 65% higher than DCPS students as a whole. Despite this, CASA for Children of DC has not been included in the DC's budget since Mayor Fenty's time in office, nor do we have any formalized contracts with the Child and Family Services Agency. Despite the hundreds of CFSA involved youth we provide vital services to each year. CASA DC has also never received VOCA funding from the district, despite providing case management services to and community education on youth victims of abuse. In addition to VOCA funding, CASA DC's services clearly qualify for Title IV-E funds. However, a contractual relationship with CFSA is necessary to secure this funding. Not only would this benefit CASA at no cost to the agency, but the agency could receive additional funds by pursuing this opportunity. That means more money for DC's youth from the federal government, but only if CFSA were willing to pursue a partnership opportunity, which thus far they haven't been. Up to 80% of children enter the foster care system with significant mental health needs. Last year, CASA DC decided to begin offering behavioral and mental health services to youth and families, ensuring that we were better meeting our youth and their needs where they were. Since its launch in late 2022, our individual therapy program has worked with 45 youth and families, providing treatment and support for the trauma they have experienced. Our program is designed to reduce barriers, particularly important as more than 90% of the youth we serve are Black. We know that the historic racism and lack of access has led Black communities to be less likely to utilize mental health support. We connect with youth and families in person and virtually during days and evenings in our office and in the community. We also provide all of our services at no cost to youth and families. CASA DC strives to provide treatment and support without barriers to help our youth thrive. Our therapists serve CFSA-involved youth, yet there is no cost to the agency. However, youth must be referred to CASA DC to receive this support, something CFSA should be doing at a far more increased rate to ensure greater service to youth. With VOCA funding, more clinical staff could be hired to enable increased therapeutic support for our youth. There's so much more that can be done for DC's youth with expanded funding and services. We have the capacity to serve more youth and to make a difference in more lives, but strengthened partnership and collaboration is necessary to ensure CFSA's youth are referred for these supports. We implore the agency to consider formalized partnerships or referral procedures. Thank you, Chairwoman Lewis George and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. We welcome any questions, and thank you all for your time and support.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. And thank you to all the witnesses. I'm encouraged to hear about the collaboration between you and the Ombudsperson. But I do have some questions. So first I want to start with Ms. Greer. In your written testimony, you talk about discrepancies in key placement information between sort of what is reported by CFSA and the Ombudsperson, including basic information such as the number of children in CFSA's care. And you also asked the council to work with CFSA to ensure implementation of sort of new reporting requirements in the Fostering Stable Housing Communities Act are met. Can you sort of talk about how this lack of clear information from CFSA has impacted your organization's work and the care youth receive from CFSA, and explain sort of why it's critical CFSA provides consistent and accurate information on youth they serve?
Yes. We had just noticed as we were going through the different reports from the CFSA needs assessment, their oversight answers, and also the Ombuds report, that the numbers of children in care were slightly different. And also the key metric we were looking at was the number of placement changes. And it may be that the definitions are different. I'll be honest, I haven't had a chance to loop back with CFSA since I got the oversight answers were made public. But it's really important that we know, in particular, how many children are in care should be a consistent number, but the number of placement changes is a really key figure, because one of the real challenges that CFSA has been trying to tackle, and it's a tough one to tackle, is how do we make sure that we have enough supportive homes that meet the needs of our youth? And many of them have significant behavioral health needs, have their parenting, they have other real challenges, and it's not as if every home can be supportive of all of the different children. So we need specialized placements and training for the foster resource parents and other places for youth to be in the right supportive home. So understanding how frequently children are being moved because the placement's not what they need is really important, because ideally you'd only have one placement. I know it's CFSA's goal as well, that you have one placement that's where you stay until you are leaving foster care. And that every single time you have to change placements, that's another trauma and another negative impact on a child. So having that kind of data is just important to be able to see, are we making progress? And CFSA did add several new high specialty placements this past year. If we don't have the right number of how many placement changes there are, we can't track, are those investments the right ones and are they meeting the need? And that's sort of true with things across the board. You mentioned the POSHO Act. And that's another place where that's just not as a CFSA data point, but also a housing authority data point, where we're just trying to figure out why are we having such difficulty accessing these family unification program vouchers? They can provide a really key support for youth who are aging out. And if you note in my written testimony, the statistics on youth aging out having stable housing are horrible. Most of them are aging out without stable housing. So anything we can do to change that is important. And why we're not able to utilize these federal vouchers more effectively has been a real challenge to unravel. So we're hoping that getting the agencies to work together to get that information, we can really make an impact there. And that is one of the sort of our overarching points as well, is in general, having good, clear data helps everyone understand what's happening and make better decisions. It's important for you as the council, for your oversight functions, for CFSA itself, and for the community to really understand how we are serving the needs of these very vulnerable children and families.
Yeah. I agree with you. And that's across the board within education, within housing, and the ways in all of those things intersect. We were really, the lack of data collection across the board and including here really sets us up for failure, and in turn, it's failing our children in that regard. Youth aging out is something that I'm going to be focused on a lot, and across the agencies within this, within the family services side of this committee. And working closely around the Pocket Act to get it funded so that we are doing the work there. I want to come to you, Stephanie. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to discuss this more with CFSA, but can you talk about the fatalities and near fatalities and sort of the failure to properly investigate and screen in cases, and what should be happening at CFSA? Sort of, are investigations not occurring, or are the investigations not thorough enough? I'm very concerned about this diversion and what's really happening here.
Thank you so much for your question. Both of these issues are very complex and much more than I could address just in the one question. And I would certainly commend you to my executive director, Marla Spindell's written testimony. She addresses the kinship diversion issue in detail in pages 3 through 10 and addresses the child fatalities and near fatalities issue in 11 through 13. Just for a very brief summary of these issues, with regard to child fatalities and near fatalities, the way child maltreatment fatalities are counted in the district is appalling. There are a variety of different reports that you have to look at to try to even figure out how many children died in DC in a given year. There's the report from the OME, there's the Child Fatality Review Committee report, and then there's the internal CFSA report. With regard to the OME report, it doesn't have the level of detail that you would need. With regard to the Child Fatality Review Committee reports, both that report and the internal CFSA report don't necessarily tell you how many child maltreatment fatalities there were in a given year, because they don't always review the ones that happen in a year in that same year. Often it doesn't even happen the following year or the year after that. It's also not clear how cases are chosen for review. What we have done as an organization is, over the last few years, when we started realizing this was an issue, is started trying to coordinate and cross-reference these reports and see if we could figure out what was going on with particular egregious cases that were reported in the media. But even from what we know from the internal CFSA reports, we know that when there have been child maltreatment fatalities, there have very often been not just one, not just two, but multiple contacts with CFSA previously. I personally know of an instance where a relative caregiver contacted CFSA repeatedly about concern for a relative child's safety. And while that child ultimately did not pass, that child's younger sibling did pass from a child maltreatment fatality. So what we're looking at is, what can CFSA do to correctly identify these children who are at great risk and intervene appropriately so that they don't have these terrible outcomes. And when you look at CFSA's internal reports, even when there have been these outcomes that are acknowledged and reported, there's no self-reflection. There's no recommendations like, oh, hey, maybe we shouldn't have, sent that child back to live with their parents after, 5 previous in-home cases, or the siblings cases. So first of all, the problem's getting accurate information. Second of all, is getting CFSA to act on that information to keep kids safe. With regard to kinship diversion, that is a huge issue that we have been testifying on really every year since we've been in existence, and has resulted in some pretty terrible outcomes for children and for the relative caregivers who care for them. I see that I'm running out of time on this, and I know I ran over in my testimony.
I have a question. Has it been legally challenged?
It has. We have filed 6 federal lawsuits regarding this practice. The court has not ruled on CFSA's motion and the district's motion to dismiss these lawsuits for the last 18 months. And we just got word literally this morning that the judge who was assigned to the case, that our cases have actually been reassigned to a different judge. So hopefully that litigation will proceed. But I will tell you that it is clearly illegal on its face, and that the DC Council decided that it did not want this practice to happen, and revoked the legislation that permitted CFSA to do this 20 years ago. And that has made absolutely no difference.
Okay.
They just keep doing it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to follow up here. When I was reading your Marla Spindle's testimony, my question was putting on my old legal hat, I say. I was like, well, has this been challenged in court? So that was I had to ask that question.
I will also say it's been successfully challenged in court in other jurisdictions. And one of our concerns about this is that it has, DC is exposing itself to millions of dollars in liability as
that's what I'm worried about. Okay.
In other jurisdictions.
Okay. Well, I will explore some of that case law after this, but I appreciate your testimony on it. Erica Adams, I want to come to you and thank you for your testimony. I want to ask, what is needed on the DC government's end to establish formal partnerships with CASA for Children of DC? Will it take action from council, or can CFSA enter into these partnerships on their own accord? I guess, and if the latter, what is the reason, in your opinion, that CFSA has not entered into partnerships with your organization?
So they could enter into it independently. I was told literally from them that the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, and so they weren't going to, even though it would mean more money for them and us at no cost. So that's where we're at.
Okay. Wow. Okay. All right. I will be exploring that further, just to understand that a little bit more. And this is my last question, just for the panel. And looking at sort of the ways in which it's not only sort of CFSA, but other agencies. And I think, Sherry, Ms. Greer, you talked about this already earlier. What other sort of, like, how do we coordinate amongst these agencies? We're all obviously not in the same committee, but what kind of coordination needs to happen, and what can we do to sort of foster that, whether it's create like a working group within this committee that has other committees in it? I just want to be able to bridge that gap between some of our housing agencies, our education agency cluster as well.
I think there's several things that could be done. I will be honest, one of the things that we've been proposing for years, which would be fantastic if we could actually do, would be to have a joint committee roundtable that actually brought all the agencies to the table to talk about what they're doing and how they coordinate. And I appreciate that that is logistically difficult for the council to do, but would be really, I think, important and powerful.
Yeah.
There are some existing forums for interagency coordination. There is the Mayor's Advisory Council on Child Abuse and Neglect. But that body currently only meets quarterly and doesn't really have robust engagement from the different agencies. But that is something that if the council pushed for more interaction with that agency, that would be very helpful. And I do also think that the Ombuds office is going to provide an opportunity to really move things forward. That's one of the reasons why we pushed for this work. Is it is, I mean, CFSA is the lead responsible agency, but it can't tackle all these things alone, and it needs to work with its sister agency. So those are a few concrete things that I think would be really helpful.
Thank you.
And I want to let my other panelists answer this question too. We work with DC King Care Alliance, and they are great partners, and we support them in so many things. I just wanted to flag that we have a slightly different view on kinship diversion. I go into it at length in my testimony, because it can also be a powerful tool for keeping families together and avoiding government intrusion when it's not necessary. So I just wanted to flag that there are multiple views on that issue.
Got it. And I'm really, it's very much a complex issue, and I'm very much trying to understand it. So I would, appreciate feedback on that. I in my previous background, I worked in juvenile within the criminal justice system, both in Philadelphia and DC, and worked in juvenile diversion and status cases, and also victims of human trafficking. And so very much so sort of, and as you know, there's various philosophies within, juvenile justice right now, as we see prevailing sort of conversation in the city. And I want us to get it right, because I do know at the end of the day, the impact really can be, it's a very real human impact, and that could result in either, sometimes can result in death of children. And I've seen that happen in cases that I've dealt with. And sort of, I just want to make sure if it is a viable option, what ways that can we have the proper checks and balances on it, so that we don't have situations where, it's continued childhood trauma, continued cycles of neglect, harm, and poverty that end up feeding the prison pipeline in a negative way as well. So I recognize it's a very, very complex issue, and I know that there's different points of view, and I appreciate that. And I very much look forward to talking with each of you individually, just about how we get this right, in the form of the impact that it can have on families and children in the district. So I want to note that as well. All right. Well, thank you for this panel. I will be asking many of these questions and sort of bridging some of these gaps with when we get to Director Matthews. But at this time, I would like to, we have our ombudsman with us, Shalonda Cawthorn, and I want to give her an opportunity for her to give her testimony. All right. But before I start, Councilwoman Nadeau, I didn't see you here, my bad. Do you have any questions for this panel?
No, Chair, you handled it well. Thank you.
Okay, great, wonderful. All right. Thank you, Councilmember. We will now turn to our director. All right. We are now joined by Ombudsperson Shalonda Cawthorn. Before you each begin your testimony, I am going to administer an oath to you. If there's anyone there with you that will also provide testimony, I'm also going to need you to respond affirmatively to this oath as well. So if you could raise your right hand. Perfect. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm under penalty or perjury that the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Facilities and Family Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ombudsperson Cawthorn, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Lois George. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Again, good afternoon, Chairperson Lois George and members of the Committee of Facilities and Family Services. My name is Shalonda Cawthorn. I am a resident of Ward 5, and I'm honored to have served as the inaugural Ombudsperson for the newly created Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, which I'll refer to as OFC and the office. I am pleased to come before you this afternoon to provide an update regarding efforts made to date in standing up and implementing this new office. Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for your support of this office and its creation, and myself in serving as the Ombudsperson. I would also like to thank the advocates who testified this afternoon for the same. your support of the office, and your support of myself serving as the Ombudsperson. The enabling legislation for the Office of Ombudsperson for Children passed in 2022 and was later amended and made effective as DC Law 23-270 on April 5th, 2021, legislatively establishing the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children as an independent, impartial agency responsible to the council for helping to improve CFSA children outcomes by holding CFSA and other child and family serving agencies accountable for their responsibilities under the law. In carrying out this work, the mission of the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children is committed to working collaboratively across systems that impact CFSA children to foster improved outcomes, strengthen service delivery, and increase accountability. I began serving as Ombudsperson on July 25th, 2022, and I'm very proud of all the work that has been done to establish and implement a new agency in such a short time. After coming on board to serve as the Ombudsperson, the agency was established as a district government agency effective August 15, 2022. It was important for me in transitioning to the district to focus initially on building relationships with leadership and key staff of District Child Welfare Agency, CFSA. And in doing so, it was also important and is important to not only work with CFSA to address practice and systemic areas needing improvement, but to acknowledge the hard work and accomplishment of the agency that goes into successfully exiting a 32-year class action lawsuit and working to transform the district's child welfare system. I've also worked to engage child welfare advocates, leaders of other district agencies that serve CFSA children, and other key stakeholders. Much of that work continues and includes the next phase, which is intensive outreach with the community, inclusive of CFSA constituents, especially those children, youth, and families served directly. In the 7 months that I've served as Ombudsperson for Children, I attended Ombudsperson training provided by the United States Ombudsman Association and became a member as required in legislation. I have met many ombudspersons across the nation to learn from the process and procedures they have in place and office structure. This network has been very supportive in informing development of this new office for the district. I've also worked to develop classification requests for 4 of the 5 approved positions, my position being the 5th. 2 of the 4 positions have been classified, posted, interview process completed, and selections made for the Chief Deputy Ombudsperson, who onboarded December 5th, and the Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson, who we're excited will start on Monday, February 27th. Classification requests for the remaining 2 positions have been submitted to DCHR, and once approved, we'll begin recruitment and selection process for those positions as well, which will conclude the 5 approved positions through legislation. In addition to fulfilling staffing responsibilities for the office, I have partnered with the district's Office of Chief Technology Officer, or OCTO, to develop the website, database, and online complaint form as required by the legislation for the office after development and testing, all of which went live on February 6, 2023. Office space has been identified at 955 LaFont Plaza, Southwest, with a scheduled move-in date of March 1st. The space is selected to be easily accessible to our constituents here in the district by Metro. Core policy has been developed covering responsibilities and duties of the office, key principles of operation, confidentiality, conflict of interest, intake process, information and referral, investigation and resolution, and access to case information. And that policy, or the core policies, went into effect on February 1st of 2023. A memorandum of understanding has been developed and executed between CFSA and our office for the purpose of guiding and facilitating the sharing of confidential information in order to enable the Office of Ombudsperson for Children to fulfill our statutory mandates. And that took effect non-pro-tunc on October 1st, 2022. As it relates to collaboration and outreach, I meet bi-weekly with CFSA leadership, and I've also met with leadership of the Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services, or DYRS, and the Department of Human Services. I've also met with leadership of the Office of District of Columbia Auditor, the Office of the Inspector General for the District of Columbia, and the Family Services and Legal Counsel divisions of the Office of the Attorney General for the district. We're actively engaged in interagency communication and coordination with CFSA and DYRS to develop and execute data sharing agreement between the two agencies that allow for the understanding of the full scope of the population of youth served by both agencies considered dual status, as well as those youth who have prior history with CFSA and have crossed over from one system to the other or considered as crossover youth. Analysis of data will inform outcomes, gaps in services, and opportunities for collaboration towards improved outcomes for crossover dual status youth. The CJCC, or Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, has been added to these conversations. We did meet as late as or recent as yesterday, and the existing barrier is that moving forward, there's a belief that, or concern that the data for the juvenile delinquents cannot be shared with our office in order to produce those reports required in legislation, and that there may be a need for an administrative order that has to come through the court. So we do hope that they're working with the Attorney General Office and other partners that we can address that barrier, because ultimately we know that the goal is to address the barriers and services, the failure and outcomes for these youth, and to improve those services. So we want to support that work and moving forward. In order to fulfill the reporting requirements specified in enabling legislation, as an inaugural annual report was submitted to the council on December 30th, 2022. Statutorily, the Ombudsperson is required to submit an annual report to the council on December 31st, 2022, and every December 31st thereafter, containing information collected over the course of the prior fiscal year. However, the report that was submitted this past December served to provide an update regarding the work within the first 5 months of the Ombudsperson's implementation, serving July 25th through December 29th of 2022. Therefore, the December 31st, 2023 annual report submission will be the first report that covers the first full year of implementation for this office. And each December 31st thereafter, an annual report will be submitted to meet the requirements of the legislation. Thank you for providing the opportunity for me to share an update regarding the status of implementation of this new office. I believe that the work that will be done in the next phase of implementation, now that many of the barriers and logistics have been worked through to establish the foundation and hire staff, develop policy, the website, complaint form, secure office space, helps position the office to move forward and executing the heart of the work, which is being of service to the child welfare practice and collaboration foster improved outcomes for children and youth, and helping to build upon the work of strengthening a child well-being system that ultimately strengthens children, youth, and families and have sustainable impact for generations to come. Again, I thank you and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Ombudsperson Cawthon, for your testimony and for your work that you've done thus far. It has been truly impressive to see what you've been able to accomplish despite any difficulties that have come, and I look forward to seeing the amazing work that is going to happen even further throughout the year. I will now turn to my colleagues for questions, starting with Councilmember Nadeau for a 10-minute round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Ombudsperson, thank you so much for your testimony. It's very exciting to have you here at your very first performance oversight hearing. It really is a milestone in this very long journey that we've all been on to establish your office and ensure that it is up and running. You know, if there are just a few things that you could highlight that council can be helpful with now. I know there may be some things you're sort of working out, but is there anything that we need to be thinking about in the next few months that we can do to support you so that you have all the tools you need?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Nadeau. I think what's unfortunately, there was not infrastructure set in place at the beginning of us implementing this office. So that has contributed to many of the barriers that I know I faced very early on in the first few months of coming on board. I think to have that support, so absolutely the budget that was initially developed for the office does not seem to meet the needs of the office as we've implemented. There have been a number of areas that have been identified that were not included. And the budget team is working very closely in partnership to identify what needs to be reprogrammed and where additional funds need to come into place. Although to date, given the time frame that we've been in existence, it doesn't look like we've spent much money, and we have not. We know that as we implement, move forward, bring all staff on board, the equipment, the space, those funds will be utilized, and there will be need for additional, which I know budget hearing is coming up, but you did pose the question. And so that is an area where we will need supports. There also may be a need once we fully implement it, and definitely outreach has occurred so that there's more people who are aware of the services that we provide. There were 5 staff that were approved through budget, 3 of which were named and prescribed duties very specifically. I believe that we will find that there's need for additional staff, one of which being legal services that need to be within the office that was not approved budget-wise. So support in that way would be very appreciated.
That's great. And you anticipate having the budget asks available in the coming weeks, or what's your goal for that?
Yes, we have worked on and are drafting a spending plan. And so we have a meeting that's actually coming up March 1st to discuss those new requests.
Fantastic. Well, I know you'll keep our chairperson here informed, but I will work together with her on your funding requests through my committee as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Nadeau. Councilmember Parker, did you want to ask any questions of our ombudsperson?
Yes, hi, very nice to meet you. And it's always great to hear from fellow Ward 5 residents. And I just wanted to kind of follow on a similar thread as Councilmember Nadeau. You referenced some of the training that your office has sought. Can you just speak more about that and what future trainings might be needed to further build out capacity in the team as you continue to grow?
Thank you. So the training that I referenced was training that was provided by the United States Ombudsperson Association, or the USOA. The USOA's governance standards were what were used in creating the legislation, many of the tenets that are described, 2 of which independence, impartiality, having confidentiality, and then the credible review process. Those are tenets of USOA. So in the development and drafting of the legislation, those were included. Another requirement that was included was membership in USOA by the ombudsperson, and then participation in the annual conference and training. So my attending that, it's a national conference. They offer an ombuds training to different type of ombudspersons nationally. So our office is considered a classical ombudsperson office, and classical is it's independent outside of the agencies that they have oversight of, but still follow those tenets that I spoke of. There are some ombudspersons, as CFSA was previously, where it's an organizational ombudsperson and they're internal. So that was the type of training that I spoke of. Additional training that we recognize.
I'm sorry to interrupt. And is that annually? Are you planning to join that type of conference annually?
We joined the conference. It's an annual membership. So we actually participate in monthly meetings. They're not trainings, but they do periodically offer some trainings. And then there's an annual specific training for the profession. And yes, as long as we're members, we will continue to participate.
So suffice it to say that there is ongoing training and support to ensure that the office has access to the best practices and most up-to-date resources that are out there within this line of work.
Absolutely, yes.
Awesome. Something else that I know to be true for independent agencies that are working between other agencies is that there are not only budget challenges, but sometimes challenges convening separate teams and agencies where you may not have direct oversight. Can you speak to some of the pain points, if any, that might exist in your advocacy work for families and or working with CFSA?
I would definitely say we have not experienced that with CFSA. CFSA have been very open and have been absolutely great partners, even giving the structure of our agency and having the oversight of their agency. They've been very open in terms of meeting with us and inviting us to meetings so that we can learn their system, even open in terms of areas that they need to improve upon and how we can partner in that area. As it relates to other agencies, I wouldn't describe that as barriers in terms of bringing people to the table. People have been very open to discuss and to learn about our agency. I think that with it being a new agency, new legislation, for example, when I talked about DURS and our need to meet the reporting requirement that's outlined in legislation around crossover youth, it requires that not only CFSA, but other agencies like DYRS, DHS share their data. And we're not talking about identifying or case record information with us, but to give us data aggregate reports, right? In order to understand the populations, improve outcomes as we're supposed to. So it's a matter of working through understanding the whys. That we're often asked, why do we need that information? What are we going to do with that information? And do we meet the confidentiality standards that have been set through statute for the district in order to do so? So those are potential barriers that we need to work through, because right now it prevents us from working collaboratively and ultimately doing what we need to do, which is help improve outcomes for those children and families.
That resonates. As someone that came from an independent agency, one of the pain points was getting access to information and data. And I really appreciate how diplomatic you are. I'm trying to read through, like, I trust that things really are going well, but there's this constant balance of we need to play nice in the sandbox, but also I need to do my job. And you have a very critical line of work that you need to do. And so I want to just be as supportive as possible. And I'm sure speak for my colleagues that if you are ever running into those roadblocks with access to information and data and or responsiveness, please flag that for us so that we can support.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because I definitely have the days where I want to throw the sand.
I believe me, I understand. I understand. One last thing, can you, and I know I jumped on mid part way of your testimony. Can you just speak to your current caseload? I heard your call for the need for additional staff. Where are you now with the number of families that you're engaged with, and where do you expect that to grow over the next year or X amount of time?
That too is a good question. It's a question that we actually have. So our website and database, which includes the online complaint form, went live on February 6th. And so it was really important I spoke to building relationships early on. So relationships with key agencies, absolutely with CFSA. I did temper going out into the community and speaking to constituents, because when I speak to constituents, I wanted to be able to provide the service they needed. And that didn't occur until February 6th, where we could actually be front facing. So since going live, I believe we've had about 7 referrals that have come through to us, either by email, only a few right now, maybe 2 through the online system. And then other advocates are contacting us to talk to individuals. And so that's within the short time frame of us trying to get the word out that we're in existence. And so that number we definitely expect will grow as CFSA transitions over their internal ombuds functions with us, which went into effect February 9th, and the families that they're serving also become aware of that. It's hard to tell you right now what that number will look like. It sounds like the need is definitely there. So we're just trying to meet it as it comes right now, but definitely tracking the flow of it.
Thank you. And last question I have for this round. Thank you for being so generous, Chairwoman Lewis George. I also know for these smaller, newer, independent agencies, getting the word out about what you even do to people that need those resources most can be a challenge. Generally, how can we support in helping to spread word or obviously we can put information out to communities, but the reason why I'm asking about your current workload and capacity is, are you looking for more families and are looking to support more, or are you worried that you might be inundated without the staffing support that you're calling for? Just generally, how can we support?
Okay, that's all great questions. So we exist to serve those who need the service, right? So there's no cap on it. It's whomever needs the service. But in terms of looking for people, we're not looking for people to be disgruntled with the system. We just know that they exist. And we want to provide an avenue so that they have someone to get assistance and resolve those issues. One of the things that we've talked about, because of course, we're getting the word out to community agencies, shared with council members, trying to do an email blast, phone tree, is maybe going out into community and doing some community roundtables or community meetings. And definitely with the majority of the children in care coming from Ward 7 and 8, we talked, to try and see, is there space where we can go into the community and do some type of open house? Absolutely. When we have our office space, that's something where we want to publicize the ability for people to come to us. So it's often when you build it, they come. As you advertise it, they come. So I believe that we can expect that, but it's just hard to know exactly what that number will be right now.
Thank you for that. I love hearing that you all are going to take it to the streets. So I look forward to supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. One of the benefits of having such a great committee, as you can see, directors, we're all here to support you, and all of us sort of have our different areas of expertise. And I forget, you're right, Councilmember Parker, being former president of the School Board of Education, also really does know what it's like to be an independent agency to get data and other information. So he does know that from direct experience. I want to follow up on a few things. And you have staff now. We're talking about future staff, but staff now. Talk to me about who's on staff now and what the main duties of each of those persons are.
Okay, thank you. You have myself as the Ombudsperson that serve as the lead for the office with primary responsibility of development, implementation, and oversight. Chief Deputy Ombudsperson, who's actually sitting beside me, but she's lucky enough to be off the camera, Ms. Patrina Jones. And her role is to assist with the establishment of the office, also to work with key stakeholders, looking across systems. So not just child welfare, but as we talk about the interagency work, that's a large part of her focus. And to also conduct data analysis, monitoring, and reporting for the office. So those are key functions. All of us will do intake. Right now, it's just the two of us. So obviously any intake or investigations that are coming in, that's a core part of the function of our office. So all of us have that function. We have a deputy CFSA ombudsperson who will start Monday, February 27th. He will serve as an independent ombuds that'll have office space in both our office and in CFSA office. And being stationed with CFSA, he'll have direct accessibility, or the CFSA constituents will have direct accessibility to him. It'll give him a chance to work more directly with the CFSA staff and build those relationships and help reach resolution and offer voluntary conflict resolution. So those will be key functions of his role. And then there are 2 other positions that were approved through legislation, but not named as the other 3. And we've decided to term those ombuds analysts. A lot of that idea came from looking at how other offices are structured nationally. And the responsibility for those 2 positions will be intake processing, analysis of complaints, conducting interviews, and presenting recommendations to leadership.
Okay, wonderful. And we're looking forward to working with all of the new staff. And we also here to support you all, those who are on camera and off camera. We are here to support you all in that regard. One of the great things from testimony that we've received from individuals regarding your office has been really a compliment to the outreach you've already done to community organizations and government agencies. So thank you for stepping in and really doing that work really well. What are some of the issues being communicated to you from communities and district agencies thus far that you plan on sort of doing some research on in this coming year?
So I think, we've had the opportunity to participate in some of the public oversight meetings, some of the hearings that have taken place. As mentioned, we've met with advocates and others. We participate on CFSA internal child fatality committee, and then I'm appointed to the district child fatality committee. And what we've noticed that comes up, at least, thus far, is kinship in one way or the other. Whether it's referencing informal family planning, which was previously diversion, or safety plans, or just the services that are often needed. So those are things that we have heard from in terms of issues. And I believe very strongly that it's important not to make recommendations based on my opinion, but any recommendations that are made for this office need to be made based on data, based on analysis of trends, based on the investigations we do, the research, and then that should inform recommendations that we make. So we are in the process, we've put together, just from reviewing the policies and procedures, hearing the testimonies and the different concerns that people have put together metrics and questions where we would like to dig a little deeper. And those policies that were referenced earlier by some of the advocates, the safety planning policy and informal family policy planning went into effect in July, or changed in July, but went into effect in October. So we believe that with there now being maybe a quarter worth of data that we can kind of actually evaluate. We've talked to both Director Matthews and have talked to advocates about wanting to come together to have an actual roundtable discussion. Again, the question that we've had thus far when we hear hearings is that we hear voices of concern, but we don't hear that next step in terms of how do we address the concerns? What's the action plan? And then how do you follow up on those action plans? So what we would like to do for the roundtable discussion is to discuss the gaps, discuss any practice areas that are address this issues, discuss what's going well also, and learn from that, but to develop an action plan on terms and partner with CFSA and the constituents, how they can be addressed. So we're proposing to do that, looking at March or sometime in the near future. So.
Great. I look forward to seeing the outcome of that work and participating as well where needed and necessary. I want to ask right now on the record for the public, what is the process for someone who wants to file a complaint with your office?
Okay. So we have an intake process that we've developed, and we will receive complaints we hope to receive them by phone soon, but that's one of the ways. So you have the online complaint system, you have email, and then when we have our office space, people can also submit complaints in person or bring them to us. Each complaint is assigned an intake number. They're screened to see what service needs to be provided. Is this even appropriate for the Office of the Ombudsperson to handle? Once that's done, we do respond or committed to respond within 2 business days of receiving the complaint in order to gather additional information and conduct a next level review and then make that assignment to information and referral or investigation in order to provide the resolution and close out.
Great. So you heard that you all have 3 options. There's email, there's going to be online complaint. And as soon as we get you all a phone and phone number set up in the office, it will be through phone as well. And really excited about the new website. Can you tell us what that website is for the public?
Yes, the website is ofc.dc.gov.
All right, you all heard that. So we're excited for you all to get that up and running. I know in your testimony, we have finally found a office space for you all. So I look forward to visiting. I will let you get some time to spruce it up, and then I will come visit after the spruce up. So please let me know when that will be. Let me ask my colleagues if they have any a second round of questions. All right, looks like no. Well, great. Thank you so much, Ms. Cawthorn, for your testimony, and we look forward to working with you, especially as we go into budget, to make sure that you all are adequately funded to do the work that you do for the city. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so thank you to the ombudsperson, Ms. Cawthorn, and thank you to the witnesses that testified. We will now turn to the performance oversight hearing for CFSA and hear from our public witnesses. As a reminder, public witnesses will receive 3 minutes to present testimony. Those speaking on behalf of organization will receive 5 minutes, and subsequent witnesses from the same organization will receive 3 minutes. With that, I will call our first panel of public witnesses. Panel 1, we have Melody Webb, Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network, Tiffany Blakeney, Executive Director of Legal and Advocacy Fellow from Mothers Outreach Network, DC and Guaranteed Income Coalition. We have Maria Jackson from Mothers Outreach Network and DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. We have Marla Spindell, Executive Director for DC Kin Care Alliance. We have Stephanie McLennan, Deputy Director for DC Kin Care Alliance. And lastly, Mykesha Blackman, Community Board Member for DC Kin Care Alliance. Thank you all for your being here to testify. I will have questions at the end for the panel. And so first we will start with Melody Webb, Executive Director for Mothers Outreach Network. Melody, you may begin your testimony, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George, members Nadeau and Parker. Thank you. I'm so pleased to appear before you today. I am a former parents defense attorney and the executive director and founder of Mothers Outreach Network, a nonprofit advocacy organization that also convenes the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. That coalition advocates for permanent guaranteed income and strengthening existing social safety net programs to eliminate poverty. I'm also a Ward 6 resident and native Washingtonian. Mothers Outreach uses direct legal representation, systemic advocacy, and community engagement strategies to empower DC mothers in the struggle to prevent the involuntary removal of their children to foster care, to strengthen their families and build their economic mobility. Our representation work includes assisting them with reversing unjust placements on the Child Protection Register, advising them on investigations and related family law measures, providing brief advice, low-income tax clinics, and along with parent leadership training, we're looking to launch this spring a cash payment program for mothers involved with CFSA. We work with parents to address concerns of a legal nature and hope to meet with you, Ombudsperson Cawthorn, soon. We were not able to submit written testimony in advance, but we will submit some later on, and much of what I say today reflects on agency responses. There's an unconscionable level of poverty in DC, as you know. along with an unconscionable racial income and wealth gap. And this poverty has consequences. Too often, it's the driver that results in a family's involvement in the child welfare or family regulation system. And I'll discuss concerns about the ways in which CFSA inadequately addresses the issues of CFSA-involved parents who are striving to preserve their families. Again, the racial economic caste system of income and wealth inequality has consequences. In 2020, nearly 9 out of 10 open cases at CFSA involved neglect. In 2019, 4 out of 5 of those cases in foster care stem from neglect-based allegations alone. And neglect, defined by statute, includes harming the health or welfare of a child, and doing so through failing to accord them adequate food, clothing, shelter, education, or medical care. About 12% of open cases have involved families with housing insecurity in 2019 and 2020. And this year's oversight hearing responses indicate that removals were due in part to housing insecurity. Evidence increasingly reveals the power of cash assistance in ameliorating conditions that lead to maltreatment reports. We're focused on cash assistance and housing resources and prevention, and want the agency to use its flex funds and resources as a policy to ameliorate conditions leading to removal, for example, at the point of investigation, and to prevent deeper involvement after an in-home services case is open, and to prevent permanent separation to provision of help with housing to aid in reunification. What would make this possible is to start tracking and reporting parents' financial status, and also to break out how much of the flex funds are used for in-home services to parents as opposed to foster parents. It would stand to reason that they would, if you would track it, you can mitigate poverty a little more easily as a causal factor by routinely offering cash assistance for routine concerns like homelessness, and training social workers to facilitate access to cash interventions. In addition, with 12% of parents' cases involving housing insecurity, we ask that the agency take maximal action to use family unification program vouchers for families as well as youth that are at risk of homelessness. We'd like detailed answers about the process by which staff are trained to identify and the criteria that are used to identify and refer families that are in need of housing assistance. I also like to address briefly due process legal issues under 2 different areas. We see a need for right to counsel regarding agency responses to voluntary relinquishment and removal policy. Parents will at times place their children with the agency after lacking sufficient supports to handle their emotional needs. This can result from a lack of support and fear of mandated reporting and neglect allegations when they seek support for their children and teens with challenging behavioral problems, such as those requiring hospitalizations. We know of moms who wanted to relinquish their children temporarily and then lost track of their children and sought to reunify with them. Their sense of remorse and shame, but unfulfilled desire to reunify with their children is heartbreaking. In terms of these agencies, we want the agency in terms of these issues, we want the agency to refer these families to legal counsel, and we want agency policy that requires this. Second, regarding safety planning, as was discussed earlier, known as hidden foster care, we testified previously that safety planning includes acts of coercion and the potential for coercion of parents into situations where they may agree to terms that are not feasible. A plan to not leave children unsupervised when the parent has an unpredictable shift work is not acceptable. Further, once in place, while a stopgap, these plans be followed by agency staff reportedly encouraging relative third-party caregivers not to work toward assisting in reunification, but in filing adversarial custody complaints. The safety plan and failure to comply with what could be infeasible plans is then relied upon by judges in domestic relations branch court cases. This amounts to an end run around the neglect system and the statutorily compelled goal of reunification, an obligation that does not bind the DRB court, which favors keeping children with third-party caregivers under very different legal standards. We have recommended that the agency be required to refer parents with whom it engages around safety planning to legal services providers for legal advice. And we, in fact, with our mom members who testified in December, were heartened to hear the director indicate that there might be some willingness to explore and support a right to counsel. And I do hope that the agency will pursue that. Briefly regarding the responses, the agency engages parents with limited power of attorney, again in the voluntary relinquishment context. This really, in our opinion, again, calls forth the need for legal counsel. It really doesn't meet our idea of protecting parents' right to due process or the fundamental rights of parents protected by the United States Constitution. And I would argue it is in fact engaging in the provision of legal advice for the agency to advise parents when they about powers of attorney. This, if performed by non-lawyer staff, appears at minimum to be unauthorized practice of law. And if by agency counsel, which I have no evidence to believe is occurring, it would potentially be unethical. Again, we applaud the agency's stated efforts. A working group, I believe, to address the neglect statute. Our recommendations seek to narrow the front door, as it's called, to eliminate many of these provisions, particularly troubling provisions, including educational neglect. For example, under that statute, parents with intellectual disabilities tend to experience some child elopement, and they experience excessive CPS reports against them. And additionally, where parents leave children unsupervised for brief stints to run errands and do not put the children in safety, we see CPS issues of involvement. These are a few examples. Thank you very much. I'll wrap up my testimony.
Thank you. Next up, we're going to go to Tiffany Blakeney.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You may begin.
My name is Tiffany Blakeney. I have 2 children. My oldest is 17 and my youngest is 7. The issue that I'm speaking about today is mental health. I feel that when children are uprooted from their homes, it creates separation anxiety and other mental issues for the children. These mental issues continue sometimes for a lifetime if left untreated. I strongly feel that therapy and mental health services should be put in place as soon as the case is open and should continue once the case is closed. Mental health issues are at an all-time high right now, coming out of the pandemic, especially among children. I'm asking CFSA to close this gap of allowing mental health issues to continue to go untreated. What I want to know is, who do the children report to when they have issues and they have aged out of the system? Why isn't someone checking on their mental state? Everyone is gone after the case is over. There's no information available about what happens afterwards. We need statistics about what happens to children after they exit the system. For example, I know siblings that were in CFSA custody since the age of 5, 8, and 11. The oldest graduated from high school and was kicked out of the house by his adopted family about 4 years ago. At age 19, he learned he had schizophrenia. Now he is 21 years old and is homeless. He refuses to take medicine. He doesn't have the competency to get a job. He won't enroll in mental health services. He won't stay in a shelter. So how do I help him not become a statistic to society and be a successful young man? How do I help all children like him, or how do we help all children like him moving forward? Moving forward, what mental health services is CFSA willing to provide to children who have open and closed cases? If CFSA provides mental health services and resources for families, I feel that it would be the best option for everyone. Thank you all for your time, and I look forward to talking about mental health with you all soon.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Maria Jackson.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Maria Jackson. I'm testifying on the Mother's Outreach Network. I moved from Ward 2 to Ward 7. Raised and born in Washington, D.C. I have 4 kids. I've been in and out of Child Protective Services for 3 years. I speak on behalf of the people that can't speak for themselves because they are not attending today or do not know about, do not have the opportunity to speak. I'm writing to share some concerns about CFSA safety plan and policies. I feel as though all parents should be assigned a lawyer and know their rights before they sign their agreements. CPS, and CFSA is even put in place, before it's even put in place. When the case is started, a lawyer should come into place. We as parents do not know the law, are not told what's going on. We do not know our rights. We are not told the whole truth. For example, I know who was told they were now on a child registry, but when they applied for a job, they found out they was on a child registry. I would also like to bring up an issue. There's the issue for people making false statements about abuse and neglect. Y'all will come and check on the person that they made false accuse. Excuse me. Y'all will come and check on the person that they made false claims about, but y'all not checking on the person that y'all not investigating on the other person who made the false claims. You don't know if it's true or not, because if you come knocking at the door and ain't nothing wrong with the people in the house, then you don't know that if they lying. What y'all gonna do about that?
Mhm.
I'm just asking, what would y'all do about that?
Mhm.
And finally, for the children in foster care and group homes that need help for them in their education. I know a child in group home is doing drugs, missing school, being exposed to gang activity. I'm not saying put the kids in jail. I'm not saying to discipline them. Some of them kids have the right to state that they do not wish to take medication, and some of them do need medication. They should be having medication. Y'all should not give them an option. Then let them sit there and say, "Oh no, you don't have to have medication." They need medication. They need help. But y'all letting these kids do whatever. Not y'all. They're letting these kids do whatever. They end up gone, or like Miss Tiffany said, out on the street after 21. You understand what I'm saying, man? After 21, but I'm gonna wrap this up.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we are going to have Marla Spindell, Executive Director of DC Can Care Alliance. Good afternoon, Marla.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. My name is Marla Spindell, and I'm the Executive Director of DC Can Care Alliance. Our mission is to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise DC children in times of crisis when the children's parents are not able to care for them. My testimony today will address CFSA's Kinship Navigator program, its diversion/hidden foster care practices, and child fatalities and near fatalities. With respect to the Kinship Navigator, we've testified before about the fact that CFSA does not have a robust Kinship Navigator program. And after CFSA pulled down $1 million from the federal government to establish its program, the only change in its kinship programming we have seen is the launch a few months ago of a basic website. While it's helpful to now have an online portal for submitting caregiver applications, the portal doesn't allow you to submit all your documentation, such as the request for CPR check, FBI background check, or DC local criminal background check through that portal. An applicant also cannot download the necessary background check forms in PDF format, so then they can be able to upload them to the portal. Also unfortunate is CFSA's decision to misrepresent its navigator as an independent nonprofit organization. CFSA's navigator website uses a .org rather than a .gov URL, does not state that it is part of CFSA, and only reveals that it is a DC government website at the very bottom of the page. CFSA has also chosen a logo that is similar in content, color, and shape to DC KinCare Alliance's logo. CFSA's Navigator website is misleading to the public and unfair to applicants who should know that they are speaking with CFSA staff when they're disclosing their personal and private information. We believe that CFSA seeks to disguise itself on its Navigator website because it knows how little trust DC residents have in CFSA. But rather than build that trust, they're cloaking itself in our goodwill. We sent a letter to CFSA requesting they make simple changes to their website to ensure transparency to the public and to avoid confusion. They refused to make these changes. I've attached those letters to my testimony. With respect to diversion, we've raised this issue before, and I think you know that it happens when CFSA determines that the child cannot safely remain at home with their parents, even with services, but rather than removing the child, they find a willing relative to take in the child without any due process, services or supports, or foster care maintenance payments. When CFSA diverts, no one ever checks whether CFSA has the necessary evidence that the child should have been removed from the parental home in the first place. No one checks to make sure the child remains safe after the diversion, or whether the parent addresses the issues that led to CFSA involvement. No one checks to make sure that the child's not diverted and returned to an abusive or neglectful parent over and over again. With diversion, CFSA's power is unchecked, and it's answerable to no one, nor does it have to provide financial resources to caregivers or services to parents to facilitate the reunification. As my colleague mentioned, we filed 6 federal lawsuits on behalf of kinship families who have been harmed by this illegal and discriminatory practice. Most importantly, diversion does not grant caregivers any legal rights to care for the children, so they're stuck trying to get official documents, healthcare, education, and other services and benefits without the necessary legal rights to do so. And they are at risk of the parent coming to get the child at any time. Telling caregivers to file for custody is not the answer because it pits them against their family members in court, and it can take on average 6 months before a caregiver can even get a temporary custody order. In July 2020, CFSA issued a policy entitled Diversion Process and Investigations. In July of 2022, CFSA reissued the diversion policy, renaming it Family Planning Arrangement Policy. They also updated their safety planning policy. Both policies envision the removal of the child from their home and placement with a relative or friend without court involvement or formal removal. CFSA's Director Matthews recently claimed that they no longer engage in diversion, but calling it by this other name does not make it not be happening. It's unclear to advocates what circumstances warrant the family planning arrangement versus the safety planning arrangement, and why there need to be 2 different policies. Indeed, we've seen CFSA using them interchangeably, regardless of allegation type. But if it's true that in a family planning arrangement, there's no abuse or neglect involved, why is CFSA even involved with this family? Moreover, why is CFSA tracking and recording information on family planning arrangements when there's no abuse or neglect, but doesn't do the same for safety planning? And why are family planning arrangements allowed to be long-term and safety planning arrangements not? I know that I'm over my time, so I will leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, and I will have some questions, some follow-up questions. Next up, we have Stephanie McClennan, Deputy Director, DC KinCare Alliance.
Good afternoon again, Chairperson Lewis George and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. I'm Stephanie McClellan, and I've already submitted my written testimony and had planned to read part of that testimony into the record today. However, I'm going to do something different. one of our community board members, a relative caregiver named Marilyn Wilson, had planned to testify today and was not able to. And so her testimony is much more valuable and impactful than mine is. So I'm going to read hers into the record today rather than my own. My name is Marilyn Wilson, and I am a resident of Ward 3, a participant in the FRSP, also called Rapid Rehousing, and a relative caregiver to a severely disabled 4.5-year-old boy. I have guardianship of him and think of him as my son. My son has severe health issues due to his biological mother's drug use and neglect of him. Today, my son is not mobile, is nonverbal, needs a G-tube to eat, and requires frequent suctioning so that he can breathe. He also has life-threatening seizures, and that has been the cause of multiple trips to the emergency room and hospitalizations. My son requires around-the-clock care, and I am the one who provides it. I cannot have a job because my son's needs are even greater than that of a newborn baby. We live on my son's SSI benefits of $768 a month, but that is not enough money to take care of him properly and to support us. We need financial help. With the help of DC Kin Care Alliance lawyers, I applied to the Close Relative Caregiver Program in September of 2022 and was approved on December 6th of 2022. But because CFSA takes my son's SSI benefits into account when they calculate our CRCP benefits, our benefit amount is zero. I couldn't believe it. How can we be financially eligible for a program, but our benefit amount is zero? I was so upset. 2022 was such a tough year for us. First, we had to move out of a relative's home where we were staying because the smoke from her drug use was triggering my son's seizures. We lived in a homeless shelter in Ward 3 for months before we got our apartment. I thought things were finally looking up for us. And then right before Christmas, I found out that we wouldn't be getting any CRCP benefits. I was counting on that money. DC Kin Care Alliance helped me with Christmas gifts for my son, but what am I supposed to do now? I think that the CRCP is a great program that provides necessary support to relative caregivers like me who take care of children who are not their own. But the benefits need to be calculated in a way that is fair. SSI payments are for disabled children because they are more expensive to raise than children without special needs. My son's SSI benefits should not be taken into account when CFSA calculates the amount of CRCP benefits that we are eligible for. Caregivers of children without special needs can work outside their home, but I can't. How am I supposed to take care of my child on $768 a month? Today, I ask the council to change the law so that when CFSA calculates our CRCP benefits, we actually get some money. CRCP benefit amount should not be reduced because a child receives SSI benefits. Children with disabilities need CRCP benefits more than children who don't have disabilities, not less. I turned to CFSA because I thought they could help me and my son, but they didn't. My son matters just as much as any other child who doesn't have disabilities, and he deserves better. Thank you for listening to our story.
Thank you for sharing that testimony and her story. And I'll have some questions during our question round. Next up, last on this panel is Mykesha Blackman, also a community board member, DC Kin Care Alliance. Good afternoon, Mykesha. I see you just have to unmute.
There we go. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Lewis George, and members of the Committee on Faculties and Family Services. My name is Mykesha Blackman, and I'm a resident of Ward 1. And the adoptive mother of my severely disabled 4-year-old daughter. My daughter was diagnosed with autism when she was 2 years old. Today, she requires a lot of undivided attention and supervision. She cannot talk on her own. She uses an electronic device to communicate verbally. Although she is mobile, she still requires specialized help of an occupational therapist and a physical therapist, a communication specialist, and a feeding specialist. Because of my daughter requires the around-the-clock care, and I am the sole provider for her, I cannot have a job. My only source of income is my daughter's SSI benefits of $9.14 a month. They just increased it recently. Although I have housing voucher to help provide stable housing, I still struggle with all the other expenses it requires, unfortunately, to raise a disabled daughter, as well as keep myself well and healthy so I can continue to be her primary caretaker. On August 2022, with the help of DC Kin Care Alliance, I approved on September 30th, 2022. I'm eligible for subsidy because I took her into my care when she was a baby. I took her into my care when she was a baby after her parents abandoned her, and then later adopted her. However, because of Child and Family Service Agency, CFSA, subtract my daughter's SSI benefits from the CRCP benefits. I hope I'm saying that right. I found out that I would get nothing in CRCP benefits for her. Not only is this so disappointing, but the way CFSA dealt with my situation made it even worse. First, the CFSA worker, Mr. Younger, told me that I was approved, but will only get $30 a month because of the SSI deductions, and that they would call me when, okay, so because of the SSI deductions, they would call me after when my EBT card arrived. This is what I was told by Mr. Younger from CFSA. I followed up with Mr. Younger in October and November and was told that they were still waiting for my card to come in. Finally, in December the 5th, DC Kin Care Alliance reached out on my behalf to find out, what was going on, what's happening. Mr. Howard told her that I was actually not going to get a card or any subsidy because of the monthly SSI benefits that I was getting. And that it subtract from they subtract the SSI benefits that I was getting from the CRCP funds that I was supposed to get. I'm sorry if I'm getting you guys. Hopefully you're on track. I'm not confusing you guys.
Yes.
Okay. I will have to wait until Abby turns 12 years old to receive any subsidy because that is when the daily rate goes up. I could not believe it. I was flabbergasted. I was led to believe for months that I would finally receive some financial help, even though it wasn't a lot, it was something. Only to be let down again. I think that the CRCP is an important program that supports relative caregivers who are raising children who are not their own, like me. But the benefits need to be calculated more fairly. Specifically, a child SSI benefit should not be deducted from the subsidy, especially when the caregiver cannot get a job due to the intensive care that's required to care for the children of special needs, like my daughter, Abigail. A woman and her severely disabled daughter should not be expected to live off of just SSI benefits when other monies are available to help. And she should not be strung along for months on a false promise for help. Today, I asked the council to change the law so that SSI benefits are not deducted from the CRCP benefit amount. Okay. Then get no money. With the current law, children with disabilities are getting less CRCP benefits than children who do not have disability.
Okay.
My daughter matters as much as any other child. And sorry if I went over the time, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to do rounds of questions, 2-minute rounds of questions. I'm going to start with Ms. Melody Webb from Mother Outreach Network. You testified about a number of issues, but I want to explore with you sort of this right to counsel that you spoke about. And I want to see if you can talk a little bit more about the needs for parents' right to counsel. And if you all have any research sort of about the difference in case outcomes when parents are and are not represented by counsel, and also whether you know of any other jurisdictions who have already sort of within their child welfare system have put right to counsel into place already.
Thank you for your questions. So we don't have any research or statistics to offer you, but we can actually provide some to you. I know that under Council Member Nadeau, we engaged in a lot of discussion and brought in some sort of people who've been studying this issue for a long time across the country, and we can easily put those people in touch with you. But the issue arises around the hidden foster care system. And so what will happen is that parents will, come to the attention of the agency, and we are definitely in favor of avoiding placement of children in foster care. But what happens in these informal situations is that, unlike in a case where a child is removed, the parent does not have a right to the advice of an attorney, which we think is absolutely necessary. And I understand, the agency's mission is to take care of children, and we as an organization also support ensuring children's safety. So I always talk about it in this context, that if a parent does decide that they need support, if a parent does need to step away from the parenting role, what would be helpful is if the parent had the advice of counsel to explore alternatives, and someone who is, zealously protecting their own interests is likely to provide them with options that might include a consent to temporarily placing the child in the care of a loving relative. And there's also the possibility that one might make use of multi-door mediation services provided by DC Superior Court to reach an informal resolution. But a parent wouldn't know about these options without an attorney. So, we don't zealously and doggedly sort of offer attorneys as a solution, as a solution and end all be all, but we think that that's just a, very reasonable way to protect the interests of the parents and the family integrity. And there's often a lot of contention around this issue where parents and grandparents are pitted against one another, which then destroys a future support system for that parent who may be trying to get themselves, back together again. So we think attorneys can be involved in a helpful and not a very, prolonged way to protect the interests of children and parents and grandparents and other caregivers all around.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, and I get it. Thank you. I appreciate that. And something we will ask some questions about and do some further exploring here with the committee staff here. Marla, I wanted to come to you. In your testimony, you discuss, and thank you for this at-length testimony you have provided, by the way. In your testimony, you discuss safety planning and family planning arrangements, with safety planning being written and having time limits, while the family planning arrangements do not require any of those things. In your experience, when is safety planning used over family planning, or are they used at the discretion of the social worker?
That's the part that I don't know the answer to, because I've seen both of them used with similar types of allegations or safety issues. I think Director Matthews will tell you that the family plan is when there isn't abuse or neglect. but I've seen it when at least I've seen abuse or neglect been involved in those situations. So I think myself and other advocates are confused about the difference, why we need two policies. And as I said in my testimony, if there isn't abuse or neglect, why is CFSA involved with this family? Refer them to services in the community or whatever, but I don't know why they should be involved with the family at that point.
Okay. So right now it's sort of, it's unclear because there's no consistent pattern. You all have observed it's sort of been used even in instances of abuse and neglect.
Correct.
Okay. I will be asking Director Matthews that question directly. I want to, I'm going to go to Stephanie for a second. Stephanie, in your written testimony, well, in the testimony of Ms. Wilson, and hopefully you can answer it because of your work and you all's work with her. Can you describe the type of problems, particularly regarding the disruption a child faces that you have seen under the current eligibility limits when a caregiver is terminated from the program because a change in their employment situation sort of pushed them their income slightly over the limit?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you so much for your question. What we have seen is both the situation where someone has already gotten the subsidy and then either gets a job or gets a better job and they're pushed slightly over and then terminated. And then that has been an issue. And then also where someone is slightly over the 200% of FPL because a member of their household receives SSI benefits. Not the child, not them, but another member of the household. And so I can't speak so much as to sort of the change when it's the application situation, because it's not benefits that person ever had, although certainly it's our position that they should. But with regard to the specter of losing those benefits, it's huge. I mean, I know the average benefits when you subtract TANF are roughly half what the foster care subsidy is. So like $500 to $600. And maybe that doesn't seem like much to council members or members of the public talking, but it's a huge amount and a big portion of the budget to our clients and the folks that we serve. And it really does mean the difference between, okay, am I going to pay my rent or am I going to pay my utilities? Am I going to pay my utilities or am I going to pay for aftercare? Because the school that I send the aftercare there doesn't accept the childcare subsidy. It is a domino effect, which I think we see in this situation and with poverty generally, that yes, folks can get by if everything falls into place, but the minute one small thing goes wrong, like a car repair is needed, or a caregiver gets sick, or they change jobs, if you move one tiny piece, it's everything else falls like the dominoes. And that's what we have seen. And we don't want to disincentivize people from doing the right thing, right? We want them to get that promotion. We want them to get that better job.
Right.
So just make it a gradual step down instead of a cliff, and then we don't have that issue.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I want to come to Maria Jackson. I think you were really highlighting how important it would be, how it feels to have counsel. And I wanted to see if you could speak to sort of why that's so important, needing counsel and needing that support. And I know you gave an example of someone who didn't know that, and when they applied for a job, ended up on a list. So I just wanted to see if you could speak to why that is so important for you.
why it's important. Why it's important for, it's not just important for me, it's important for
Right.
every person that deals with CPS
Right.
or every person that gets involved with CPS. It's important, one, because they can't get a job because they're on a registration, right?
Mhm. That's
And
right.
two is very important because the social workers are not telling. They sign a paper and the social workers are not telling nobody anything. They tell you you're not on the registration and they're not giving you no paperwork or anything else. Can I say one more thing?
Go ahead.
When the social workers come, they're well, say, give me 1 second. Can I have 1 second, please?
Go ahead.
1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna word check. Give me 1 second. What I was saying is in the testimony, which you just asked them, is that where did I put it at?
That's okay.
Wait, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Ms. Jackson,
The
were you trying
social
to?
work,
Yeah.
the social workers make the decision to take the child out of the home. They would say it's not a proper home when it is a proper home.
Okay.
And or if the child goes to, or the child threatens the people in the house, house of the safety, and they admit to it, and they go somewhere else, into the hospital, and you need a break. They would sit there and say, well, the mother said this or that, and
Okay.
they take them, they make that decision. They're
Okay.
on their own.
Got it.
That's how, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate your testimony. And we did do some legislation around through a legislation we did on educator background bill that I think should help address that issue, but we are going to look into this further to make sure all grounds are covered in that regard. I'm up for this round, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Parker and ask if he has any questions for this specific panel.
Thank you, Chairwoman Lewis George. I'm going to start with Melody Webb. It's great to see you, Ms. Webb. I want to make sure I got two pieces of your testimony correct and for you to briefly expound on it. So one was around the request for CFSA to utilize flex funding to support families with reunification as well as housing needs. And how are you envisioning that working?
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. The way it would work is that because the social workers at the agency are having contact with parents, and we have stories anecdotally of parents making requests for assistance with furniture. And I was happy to see in the CFSA responses that some flex funds have been used on furniture. We just don't know if it was for foster parents or for parents, biological parents. And because these social workers are talking to the parents, they would encourage and elicit, have questions, maybe standard questions that they ask, a checklist. And when those parents indicate they're in need of any resources, that those requests would be honored. That's one way to do it. We could also just provide parents who are in the system with a small cash payment. We, don't have the data from the agency stating what the financial situation is of parents. However, I would venture to guess that the vast majority of them are parents who are extremely low income, living in deep poverty. And I did want to point out that parents actually who are eligible for TANF are receiving about $400 per child, $440, whereas, our foster maintenance payments are about $1,000 a child. So parents are
while some of that is happening, we need clarity around who's benefiting from that, to your point, whether it's foster parents versus I guess, biological parents?
Well, it's foster maintenance payments, which could go to a group, an institution, or a parent.
Right.
It's a per child allotment, and essentially, we're not arguing that $1,000 is too much. We're arguing that the parents who are struggling in poverty are not receiving that amount in TANF payments. So we would assert that the parents who appear are identified by the agency. They're the ones who need additional cash assistance to keep their families safe and whole.
Okay, and then there was another part where you referenced that 12% of open cases reported to having housing instability or in need of housing support, and that there needs to be a process at CFSA for the agency to identify families in need of housing support. Through, I guess, an analysis of financial income. Can you just briefly expound on that as well?
Right. So whereas the agency doesn't appear, according to the child maltreatment report, they don't appear to collect data or keep data on financial assistance broadly of the status of the parents. They do appear to keep data on housing insecurity. And in fact, a quick glance at the responses provided to the committee for this year, it appears that several cases have involved removals due to, or at least in part due to, housing insecurity. So there's the category of situations where families have housing insecurity. It may not be the cause, but surely it's a contributor to the removal. And then there are the situations where the housing insecurity did cause the removal. So in either case, this is a chance for an agency to reach out to a family and prevent a removal based on something that is fixable. And the family unification plan vouchers are very much for that use, for that purpose. I don't have the data and didn't get a chance to see. I think the data was just provided in the past week, what the number of family unification program vouchers were that were used. But in past years, the agency has not used all of its allotted FUP vouchers, and which is, a shame, given that there's so many families who are housing unstable and eligible for those vouchers.
Thank you for that. Tiffany Blakeney, I just wanted to affirm what you shared about the need of mental health support for families and youth in touch with the agency. I wanted to, Marla Spindale, come back to you. It seems like the crux of your concern in part is that there is a subset of families that are engaging with the agency that may not know they're in fact engaging with CFSA, in part because of the website, in part because of the logo, in part because of how families are finding them. Do you have data on either the number of complaints that you've received and or the magnitude of this concern about how many people might be confused around who they're actually engaging with?
I don't, partly because, well, we wouldn't necessarily keep track of that, but partly because the website only started, I think it was launched a couple months ago. So it's a new website. And so I don't even know how many people have even gone to it yet, but
I guess what I'm getting at is this a concern from advocates and those within your organization of what could be happening, or are you hearing from multitudes of people and or have data points to say this is what in fact is happening, that people are confused and therefore are engaging with the agency unknowingly?
We have a community board of 30 relative caregivers that meet every month to discuss issues. I showed them the website and had them compare it to ours. And they thought that it was very similar, very confusing, and that they would not want to, sorry for the double negative, but they would not want to not know when they're dealing with an agency such as CFSA that it's not, that they would want to know that it's CFSA. They don't want to provide all this information and think it's a nonprofit that's trying to help them and not a government agency that could take their kids away.
Yeah, no, and that's totally valid. I want to affirm like that concern, very valid. and it's something I'm sympathetic to, but it sounds like we don't have like data around how many people might be tripped up or confused around that.
We did put a note on our website just at the very top saying that we are not associated with CFSA, and we asked them to put a note on theirs, just that they are CFSA, but they refused to do that.
Yeah, and I know you talked with Chairwoman Lewis George around the needed distinction between the safety planning and family planning arrangements and the justifications around all of that. So I will be sure to follow up. The last thing, I just wanted to come quickly to Makisha Blackman and really appreciated your testimony. And I'm really sympathetic to what you're sharing and can understand how incredibly frustrating it must be to essentially get the runaround for what it sounds like months to only then be told that you're actually not going to be getting the support that you were once promised. I just wanted to get specific numbers. Can you, you gave the amount of the Social Security payment. Can you just give a sense of what was the expected CRCP benefit that was subtracted?
I think she may have dropped
off,
but I can answer for her if you'd like. So
please.
Typically a benefit after they deduct TANF is about $400 to $500 a month. And then the issue that she raised was that she was told because of the SSI deduction, she was going to get 30, which she was upset about, but at least it was 30. And then she was told a couple months later that it's 0.
Not going to happen. Yep. And we're also talking about students with disabilities and additional supports needed there. So that is helpful. I just wanted to get more specific around what the dollar amounts we were talking about for that. So that is it for me this round. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. And I also wanted to affirm Ms. Blakeney's testimony that this is something our committee staff is looking into. So I appreciate you testifying on that, and we will follow up as well with you to just get some more information to inform our work there. We're going to move to the next panel. So thank you to this panel for your time and your testimony.
Thank you for your time also. We appreciate it.
All right. Right. All right, we're gonna begin promoting our next panel of witnesses. We have 4 young people, actually. Destiny Davis. And Arno Fonku. If I say your name wrong, just correct me when it's time. Darren Richardson and Amaya Bullock. Thank you all for being here to testify. Destiny, when you're ready, you can unmute and come off video if you would like, and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Destiny Davis. I'm a 20-year-old female that is about to emancipate in less than 3 months. I have been in foster care since I was 15 years old. I've lived in both foster homes and group homes. My experiences were both good and bad. I have been in at least 5 different foster homes due to being mistreated and not taken care of properly. I was able to advocate for myself and transition to better foster homes. I'm currently in a good foster home. My foster mom, Doris O2, is very understanding, supportive, and respectful towards myself and my company. She and I have talked about her being a lifelong support to me. I have not obtained my high school diploma, but I am obtaining my GED. During my completion, I have been getting tutored in areas I struggle with. I also have study days with my colleague Elizabeth and my educational attorney Corey, Miss Gagney. My cousin, Miss Lizzie, exposed me to programs where I learned about filming. She helped me get a laptop for personal use and schooling, and also helped me with sports equipment. I have opened the MMG account with help from my LifeSet specialist, Shauna Foster, and have been very consistent with putting in a monthly deposit. She and I are also working on obtaining my passport, credit, and budgeting, and learning how to cook healthy meals. My social worker, Bethlehem Tate, has helped me with making appointments for physical health, vision, dental work, learner's permit, and more. I'm also connected with a wonderful therapist at MBI that will be available for me even when I emancipate. I attend my court hearings with reminders from my GAL, Lucia Sockaway. I have an upcoming career opportunity that is connected with the DOES program that supports youth that is about to emancipate or parents that have children in the foster care system. They have at least 200 employment opportunities. The career field I'm moving towards will be interior design and education. I attend workshops with NCCF, Mr. Sykes, Mr. Allen, and Ms. Henderson. We go on outings and connect both virtually and in person. It's a safe space for the youth. It also helps develop a social life with youth that is in my age range. Currently, and when I emancipate, I plan to speak with the youth to be an advocate for them. I attend YTP youth transition plan meetings to prepare for emancipation and figure out my housing options when I emancipate. While in foster care, I continue to stay in contact with my biological family and have visits with family both virtually and in person. I am very thankful for my team. They are very supportive and help me with the things that I struggle with. I recommend that CFSA puts every child in a loving, nurturing, and comfortable home to their liking until they emancipate or return to their biological family. And also, both the foster parent and the youth go abide the Bill of Rights and abide by the rules and understand it on both ends. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Destiny, for your testimony, and stay on. We may have some questions for you at the end. Next, we have Arno Fonku. Did I say it right, Arno? You can come off mute. Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Can I get 1 second so I can set up real quick, please?
Yeah, you can have 1 second to set up.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, my Wi-Fi was going out. Turn my camera. Can you guys see me?
Yes, I can see you. Good to see you. You can begin your testimony.
Yeah, before I start my testimony, I wanted to say, whoever went before me, her name was Destiny. Well, you can hear me. I'm really sorry you had to go through that, and keep your head up, and God got you. That's pretty much my message, Destiny. My name is Arno Fonque. Good morning to the committee chairperson, Mrs. Lewis, George, and the members of the district of council. Thank you for taking this time to listen to my story and my recommendation this morning or this afternoon. My name is Arno Fonque. Like I said, I am 22 years old. I came into foster care when I was 17. My social worker at the time made me happy and lonely. I felt this way because she did not listen to my feelings or concerns. When I would express how I felt, it wouldn't work for me or for her. She would not address the things that really mattered to me, or she would not take them into consideration. It was only when I met Mr. Branton, my educational specialist at OYE, that I began to feel comfortable and very happy. I began to feel empowered by how Mr. Branton listened to me. And when he said he would do something, he really meant it. And I really wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all his help and the help from CFSA. The guidance and support Mr. Branton provided has empowered me to handle my problems and solve my difficulty. Like, my challenges outside of just being in foster care, as far as like school and other challenges that I had. I was not fully engaged in my education in high school after I lost my dad at age of 14, but I made it through to graduation. I had a phenomenal team that cared about me in CFSA, other than my social worker and my educational specialist. I had support from my first foster mom and my guardian, who is currently my uncle. I am happy to announce that May 14, 2018, I graduated from Phelps ACE with my high school diploma. My social worker connected me with Mr. Branton at OYE. Pretty much Mr. Branton helped me go to college. He guided me. I've got a lot of funds as far as DC Tech, DC Cap, with the help of Mr. Branton and his guidance. I'm forever thankful to Mr. Branton for everything he has done for me. I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm also thankful for CFSA for all the gifts, the furniture, the clothes, the food that they have provided me, because without that, I don't even know where I will be. After graduating from high school, I enrolled in North Carolina A&T in August 20th, 2019, where I was pursuing my studies in entrepreneurship, and I was blessed enough to have educational training voucher, ETV funds, to pay for my room and board while I was in college. My vision after college was to finish barbering school, which is what I want to be, as a barber, and own multiple shops. As of now, I own a shop in Atlanta because I relocated from DC with my foster parent, my foster dad, uncle, guardian, Mr. Mitchell, to Atlanta. We relocated together, so I have a sweet barber shop that I own. And right now, I'm currently back at North Carolina A&T. I graduated college last semester with my BA in Liberal Studies. As I look back on my time in foster care, I have learned valuable life lessons that I would like to share with other youth as that may be looking up to my story, or, for example, Destiny. First finish your education. Seriously, finish high school. No matter how hard it is, keep your head up, keep fighting. God will not give you something He know you couldn't handle. Second, take advantage of the support and service offered through CFSA. It may not be enough, but it's better than nothing. I want to stress to my peers that being in foster care is not as bad as you may think, but it's the outcomes you make out of it, of where you're at. Foster care has taught me that I can do great things and I am destined to have a positive outcome in life. And foster care can help prepare me to transition into an adulthood successfully as I am now. Lastly, be humble, listen to your team members, advocate for yourself. And in conclusion, I would like to thank the Child and Family Services Agency for providing me with an iPhone throughout my stay in foster care. This was a great idea, and it allowed me to communicate with my friends, my family, my mom, and my 2 siblings that I have, and also my social worker, my educational specialist, and other teams member. I have a few recommendations for the agency, and I recommend that there be specialized foster parent training for individuals who take teenagers and revisit the total amount of allowance older youth in foster care may receive. Thank you again for allowing me to share my story.
Thank you so much for sharing your powerful story. I'll have some questions at the end of this panel. Next, we're going to go to Darren Richardson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You may begin your testimony. Darren, can you hear me?
Okay, so yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
so I would like to say good afternoon to the Council Committee of Human Resources and the chairman. My name is Darren Richardson. I'm 22 years of age. I transitioned out of care 15 months ago. I came into foster care when I was 5. I lived in foster homes and group homes in Sasha Bay, Boys Town, Umbrella Therapeutic Services, and along with others. I have had good and bad experiences in homes and out of homes. I now reside in Southwest Navy Yard, DC, which is Ward 7. I graduated in the class of 2019 at Goodwill Excel Center Public Charter High School. During the summer of 2020, I realized that I wanted to pursue a degree in cinema. I continue to move forward with my professional dreams and continue to move forward with my profession. I enrolled into Howard University CFSC Lit certification program in October 2022. I successfully graduated from the program January 27, 2023 with the certification in leadership, empowerment, advocacy, development certification. My educational specialist at the time of KID was Cordelia Crenshaw, connected me with the Office of Empowerment LifeSet program. The LifeSet program assisted me with school, including increasing my professional development skills to maintain long-term employment, including attending college. I currently work with the Youth Council Board along with the Office Youth of Empowerment, acting as the Youth Council President, and long as an intern working with a foster kid. I feel like I have a supportive team that includes CFSA, OIE, and NCCF. My team helps me navigate everything I need to successfully emancipate. My social worker at the time, Sharika McCarthy, offered me connections with education, housing, and helped me navigating resources. Ms. McCarthy was extremely supportive with assisting with providing focus groups, college tours, and therapeutic services. I believe the support team that I had assisted me with becoming a better advocate for myself as well for my community. During my time in foster care, I had been in shelter houses, foster homes, and group homes, guardianship. But my team made sure I had a supportive placement setting. And I'm glad that I had the stability of having my own apartment and providing for myself. I aged out and have completed my transitional planning goals so that I can successfully be prepared and move forward to emancipate. And it is my recommendation for CFSA to continue to find supportive foster care parents, more therapeutic services, and supportive housing for youth and foster care. And also, I encourage youth to use their voices to speak up on things that they transition into youth advocates and transition out of kids successful. I just want to say thank you for time to concern about improving foster care.
Thank you so much for your testimony and sharing your story. Next up, we're going to have last on this panel, Amaya Bullock.
Hello, good afternoon, members of the District Council Committee. My name is Amaya Bullock. I want to first start off by saying I'm very pleased to be given this opportunity to speak on behalf of youth and care. Also, I want to be able to have the support from CFSA and OIE while in care. It wasn't always easy coping with many of my childhood difficulties. If it wasn't for their support, I don't know where I would be today. So I want to thank the entire CFSA team. OIE has helped me pursue my dream as a licensed cosmetologist, something I don't think I would have obtained had I not been in care. I'm very grateful for that. I'm currently employed as a leasing professional. I do plan on staying in this work field, hopefully receiving my real estate license. I've also had the opportunity of being housed in a luxury 2-bedroom apartment for my son, Namir, and I. I truly believe none of this would be possible without the help of Nicole Broom and Shamuka Moore. Being in care not only helped me on my journey to success, but it also helped me view life differently and appreciate life so much more. I can honestly say since I've aged out, I have matured a tremendous amount. I was really a troubled teenager, and now I have blossomed into a beautiful woman. And I still have much more growth to come. I really hope to one day have the opportunity to mentor young girls and care, because I know what adversities they may struggle with, and I want them to know they are not alone. I come from a bad background, maybe even worse than theirs, and I can relate and show them no matter what you go through, you can create your future. No matter what is thrown your way, you can always become successful, and success is the best revenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and sharing your story. We're gonna have a round of questions. I'm gonna start off. Destiny Davis, thank you for sharing your story. I have questions. What advice would you give to other youth who are preparing to emancipate? And what CFSA services do you recommend they utilize? And what service do you wish CFSA could have provided to prepare you even further for your emancipation?
The advice I would give is to definitely take advantage of the things they could help you and assist you on, advocate for yourself, because there's many opportunities out there. You just have to speak for it and, tell them your goal, tell them what you want to do. And 9 times out of 10, they'll definitely be there to help. And as far as the agency, just be more supportive. It's some social workers, I maybe been in more than 5 foster homes, even with the foster parents, they not really good. Like I spoke on with the Bill of Rights, it's really difficult, especially being older in a foster care system. I feel like the Bill of Rights, foster parents, they be trying to change the Bill of Rights when, you guys didn't change it, so it doesn't make any sense. They barely do things for us. I get preparing us to age out, we have to do things on our own, but I'm the type of youth, I like to go by the book, and it's you're not abiding by the book. It's you telling me to do something, but I know my rights. So I think that should be heard more. We definitely should be heard more with that, because it's not right. And it's the other ways to teach the youth that's about to emancipate how to prepare, to be alone, basically.
Right.
So that's really my advice, for the youth.
Thank you.
And for parents. No problem.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and for telling your story, and extremely proud of all that you have accomplished and all that I know you're going to accomplish in the future. Amaya, I want to come to you. Thank you for sharing your story and your testimony. What specific supports from CFSA did you find most beneficial and most directly contributed to helping you achieve your dream of becoming a licensed cosmetologist? And are there services you wish CFSA provided you that would have assisted you even further?
Yes. So I do say the financial benefits that they provided me helped me tremendously, because I didn't have the money to pay for school out of pocket, and they actually paid for my entire schooling, and I only owe about $2,000 back in student debt. So I say that's the, take full, advantage of education while you're in care, because it's hard when you don't have some type of education behind you.
Yeah.
So that's, and just try not to look at the downside, because everything isn't perfect and life is hard. Nothing is easy, and it won't come to you easy. So you have to work hard. Nothing is given to you, so you have to work. So I would just say work hard.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And congratulations on all that you accomplished, and all we know that you're going to accomplish in the future as well.
Yes, I have a lot planned.
That's right. Let us know how we can support you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Congratulations on all your success and on being a North Carolina A&T Aggie. I have many friends and family who have graduated from North Carolina A&T and know the Aggies well. And I appreciate your words of encouragement as well. I wanted to ask you, I know you spoke about it before, and we've heard a little bit sort of what specific supports from CFSA did you find to be most beneficial and most directly contributed to helping you achieve your dreams? And also, I know a lot of people say this, I'm hearing some people have had inconsistent social workers, and then some people ended up having consistent social workers. And I just want you to talk to me how important it is to have a consistent and supportive social worker.
Right. You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Right. Like Amaya said before she went with me, pretty much the paying for your tuition with school was very upsetting on my part. I'm very grateful for like DC Tag and DC Cap. That really came in handy because, like she said, when you have to pay out of pocket, it's kind of like I'm not even motivated to do it. But having CFSA and OYE take that gap off your shoulder is a stress relief. Like I don't have to worry about it, but I need to make sure that money's not being wasted. So I definitely want to say, you know, the support that I really received from Mr. Branton, especially him, because without him, I wouldn't have known about any of the support. And he has been very huge impact in my life as an educational specialist, as far as pushing me to finishing college and telling me I need to take advantage of this resource that's being provided. So that's a very huge shout out to him, and grateful for what the agency has done to help me finish school and graduate college and finish my barbering school too, and being able to open a shop.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. I appreciate your testimony as well. And Darren, I just wanted to ask you, it's sort of the same sort of, what advice do you have for other youth who are engaging in services, and what are some things that you found beneficial and services that you would love to see provided more?
I would say one would probably being able to differentiate peers or people in their circles or supportive teams that they could ask for help, and finding like creating like a backup plan for themselves too. Because say if those supportive teams that they do have don't, you know, come through as normally, they should have like a backup team that would be able to assist them. And at the same time, having better ways to advocate for themselves and learning better ways of communicative advocacy. So yeah, that would be all for me.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I just want to ask all of you, we talked about this on the last panel, but you know, therapy and having therapists to lean on and talk to, did you all have the opportunity to engage to have a therapist to be able to talk to support you throughout this journey?
I would say we need better therapists. MBI is, in my, like, personally, I don't think that's a good therapist company, I can say. I think it's a better a better team or support behind them, behind CFSA as a whole when it comes to therapy.
I appreciate that. And that's important.
Yes.
I do therapy, and therapy is important to navigating trauma for those of us who've experienced trauma, both in childhood and adulthood, and it's a life journey. And so having good therapists and good support, it takes a while to find therapists that you connect with. But I think it's so, yeah, that's another thing, having therapists you connect with and that you can identify with. So we'll be asking CFSA about sort of the ways that we can provide more support and more therapy support as well. So I'm going to give it over to Councilmember Zach Parker and see if he has any questions for any of you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I think you must have been spying on my notes over here, because you asked several of the questions that I was going to lift up, and especially the one you just ended on, the mental health supports for young people that are navigating the system, is incredibly important. I want to say thank you, Destiny, Arnold, Darren, Amaya. All of your stories are incredibly inspirational. And I have just quick follow-up questions for you. Destiny, you talked about you're preparing to emancipate, and you noted that you're planning to secure housing. Can you briefly just talk through what does that planning for housing look like for you, and what support and or what gaps are you experiencing?
So I'm actually doing the housing application. I'm getting a lot of support and help with my social worker, and my whole team is helping me apply for the application. The barrier is that I do not have a job at the moment, and most of the housing that I want, I need a job to show that, you know, I could take care of myself when I emancipate and living with the housing program. So that's like the only thing. And I am trying to get a job so I could be able to show them that I'm capable of doing things on my own when I age out.
Definitely. Are you looking for a job?
No, but I do actually have a job opportunity that just came to me.
Nice.
So
I was going to say that the district is hiring. And so if you are, and this is for anybody, if you are looking for a job, there are certainly ample opportunities across the district. And if you reach out to my office, I would be happy to connect you with various agencies that are seeking applicants. But it seems like—
Can you leave the email or something that we can, this is Amaya speaking. Can you leave an email or something, you know?
Absolutely. I don't have a chat function, but it's Z Parker, ZPARKER.
Give me 1 second. Ooh, okay, Z Parker.
At dccouncil.gov. So dccouncil.gov. And if you Google the council, you can also find Chairwoman Louis George's contact as well as mine. But I, as an advertisement for everybody, the district is looking for eager, qualified folk to help us chart our comeback. And it would be great for you all to be in that pool.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. Awesome. Arno, I was especially excited to hear that you graduated from Phelps, Ward 5 school.
Yeah.
And want to just say congratulations as well on all of your academic and professional success. You recommended that we needed to deepen training for individuals that took in teenagers, which I noted was your experience, I believe, where you said you started foster care at around 17 years old. What kind of training do you think foster parents need for caring for teenagers?
Well, I can actually really give a brief summary because I have two little sisters that's actually in the care. And I would say mostly some of the foster parents actually do for the money. They do more for the stipend. They're not really invested in the kids or the youth benefits. Like my little sister, she is 17 years old. The other one is 21 years old. The 17-year-old one is more very agitated. She does everything she sees on social media. She is very demanding, and you gotta understand she's a teenager. They have a lot of needs and wants. And the foster mom, she's always complaining about how the little girl and the other youth are always demanding. And in the back of my head, I'm like, why you sign up if you doubling back about the service? Because with all due respect, you don't complain when you get paid or you get your stipend. You don't say, oh, I'm getting only $1,100 a month or $1,500 a month. You take the money and you do what you do with it. But when the kids is asking for little furniture, food, it's always an excuse. Like it was one time we had a back and forth. I love her foster mom, but it's little things. I can't tell her what to do in her own house, but I can give my advice. Like it was one time where she was like, why does she need to drink almond milk? She just needs to drink regular 2% milk. And I said, well, if you understood the youth, you understand that some of them are allergic to certain things. Just because you abide by that type of food doesn't mean she has to abide by that type of food. So I just feel like you guys need to do a little bit more background check. Like I'm pretty sure somebody that's mentioned it earlier. We definitely need more background check as far as like, okay, you're comfortable with a youth that's allergic to shrimp, onions, this, because a lot of foster parents, they just accept any kids and just treat them anyhow they feel like because it's their house and it's their room.
No, I really appreciate that. And I know in a lot of professional settings, and I'm sure you know this as well, they do personality assessments and how you work well with different types of individuals. And it seems like having different supports for foster parents to be able to support teenagers in different stages of life are important. And you're absolutely right. Like teenagers nowadays are different than when I was a teenager. And I'm sure you will say the same thing 20 years from now. And so being able to just even understand what is in the know now for a teenager versus what might have been many years ago is also pretty important.
Definitely, yeah, that's definitely one of the major roadblocks that I feel like certain youth don't get along with their foster mom or dad because they're not being heard. And it's a very big issue now because, the trajectory is changing day by day, and teenagers, they see a lot of things on social media and they require a lot. So I feel like it's up to the foster parent or foster mom to fill in that gap that their biological parents could not fill in, And if you feel like it's too much of a task to handle, it's okay to say I can't do it, versus just doing it for the interest of the money.
Thank you for that. Darren, I want to come to you. One of your, and I would know, Arno, you reflected multiple times on Mr. Branton. Darren, you've reflected multiple times on, I believe, Cordelia Crenshaw. And so you all just speak to the importance of these role models, adult figures. I'm a former educator, and the reason why I continue to say I am an educator is because of the impact that folk in this line of work and all types of support fields can have on young people's lives. So I just wanted to offer appreciation for you lifting up those people that meant so much in your life. Darren, you recommended therapeutic supports for parents as well as support around placements for housing, similar to what I asked Destiny. Can you just speak more to what support you believe parents might need around supporting housing for young people that might be in their care?
Basically, I would say like my time in care before I transitioned, it was hard for my mother to seek, I gotta say, therapeutic services due to like self-medicating or emotional unbalancedness. And at the same time, it was like mandated. So say if it's like you going to a therapy session with your parents, but they already have their whole agenda already prepared before they even ask you what you want to talk about. Like, was many a times where I was in therapy and I'm expressing and, communicating effectively and accepting constructive criticism, but just to be told that I'm living a denial stage in my life where it's like I'm not accepting what they want me to accept. And it's the same case for parents too. Say if your parent trying to heal and they can't heal because they still are being like, I'm not gonna say nag, but they beating up the parents and the emotional state to where it's like they not even emotionally stable to even reunify with their kids or get their kids back into their own custody. And then at the same time, for the youth, it's harder for them because once you age out or once you leave your placement at 18, you can't access those services no more. It could be from mentorship, from tutoring to therapy, or psychological help. Same way for medicine as well too. So it's like a lot of those services are actually stripped away from them, and they actually have to fend for themselves. And like, it's sad because at the same time, like I was in care, I didn't have to deal with as much stuff as most people would have dealt with, but during my whole life, I gotta say 9, 10, 11 years in care, I done been through a lot and seen a lot. So it's like the advocating piece itself is a lot too, because a lot of kids don't even feel safe enough to even tell what's really happening in their life because they don't have those brave spaces implemented in their life so where they can actually share what they're going through or feel comfortable with asking for help. So
yeah, I think what you said is so very powerful and profound, because what you're speaking about is that we are providing, or that you had access to some of these supports that we often talk about, but that it actually wasn't meeting your needs because nobody ever asked you for your input. Or as you put it, those therapeutic services, there was already an agenda laid out around the care they were going to provide versus the care you actually needed. And so one of the things, and that connects what Arno was saying too around his sister's experience. And so one of the things I'll be sure to lift up for CFSA is just around how are we catering supports and services around the needs of young people and providing opportunities for them to have direct input. I know I'm over time. Amaya, I hope you do in fact reach out and that you take advantage of the many employment opportunities that we have for you. I also just wanted to say congrats on all your success as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilman Parker, and thank you again to this entire panel. And congratulations, and look forward to seeing all the amazing things you all are going to do. We're going to move to our next panel. We have, yes. Okay. We have Rowena Scott, ANC Commissioner 8E08, Sandra Seegers, Concerned Residents Against Violence, Denny Mendoza, Daryl Young, Demetrius Harvin, Kirby Riley, and Marcos Martinez. As soon as I see the first witness, I will start. All right, we are going to start with Rowena Scott, ANC Commissioner 8E05. Ms. Scott, good afternoon. You can begin your testimony. I see you're unmuted, but I can't hear you if you're here, Commissioner Scott. I see you're unmuted. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you. You can begin your testimony.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know where my picture is. I'm gonna worry about that. But you can hear me now.
Yes, I can.
You hear me clear? Okay, good.
That's right.
It's all right. You can't see me, but it's okay. My name is I am Pastor Rowena Joy Scott, Commissioner 8E08. I am an ordained and licensed pastor, and I was a commissioner 35 years ago. I just ran again because Child and Family Services made me want to run again so that I could speak with more residents that's having issues in Child and Family Services like I have. And and I heard some of it, a lot of it today. So so I know that I'm not crazy. I'm a pastor, okay. I am, like I said, mother. I've been in water all my life. I just turned 70 in December, and I have one great grand. I have two children, 6 grandchildren. One was executed here in the ward, a homicide victim, and I have 4 great grands. One of the great grands, it was 8 when I got him, and he just turned 13. And in the spring last year, around April, he decided he wanted to be a thug, I guess. And when Honor Roll was doing real good. Anyway, I bring my concerns, complaints, and hurt today, seeking an independent investigation to several CFSA policies and neglectful actions by several staff. I went to CFSA seeking help with an out-of-control 12-year-old. I was told if they helped me, I would be charged with neglect. I was seeking help, but what I got was insult to injury. I was actually told, why don't you wipe your hands off of him, by Camille Moss, social worker, and step back. Don't you want to turn 70? And that he will bottom out anyway. He'll bottom out eventually anyway. I said, what does that mean? She threw one hand out and said, he'll do a charge, get in the system, he'll get help then. Or unfortunately, the streets would take them out. I have a problem with that because these social workers are being paid for taxpayers' money, and you tell that to a 69-year-old great-grandmother seeking help. I never had any reason to even be bothered with this agency, although I worked for the Department of Human Services Office of the General Counsel many, many years ago. And I've worked in, like I said, district government and all, but I was so blown away by that because I'm coming seeking that nobody came to remove him. He wasn't being pinched or mistreated, but he didn't want to come home. The police bringing him home. He had just gotten out of control and had started smoking and hanging into a crack house that I had to send a word that I was going to bring the police up in there. And so I'd been working with a lot of this myself. So the word Child and Family Services, I thought it was going to be something that was going to be working with me and helping me. CFSA ignored a court order. I received him in 2018. I received legal custody of him in a courtroom in Pulaski. The mother's part, and they're the judge because she would never come to court and she hadn't seen him since he was 3. The judge ordered that she could only have supervised visits and supervised phone calls. When I went to them for help, they were going to try to help me on the outside, but me and the boy was clashing very badly. They did get him a psychiatrist. MBI, ma'am, let me tell you something. This government money shouldn't pay them. MBI, Dr. White never laid eyes on my grandson. She was calling on my phone on Black. It was just private, and she never laid eyes on him, and we never laid eyes on her. And she did she did an assessment of him and prescribed him 5 different medications, 4 of which says makes him drowsy, and 1 was for insomnia. Okay, never laid eyes, but yet she diagnosed him and prescribed that medication. Never having to deal with this. Now my baby's 52. I just got this boy 4 years ago because he was my great grandson. He DNA'd his mind, and I wanted to try to help him, and I was helping him. Well, when I came to him, he was on honor roll, but all of a sudden he went a swag and he went into a whole different area on me. However, to try to get help from them. So I let that go on for a little bit with this ghost psychiatrist. And then I told Miss Nielsen, social worker Miss Nielsen, I said, Miss Nielsen, I can't do this. I said, I'm talking to people and they're telling me, Joyce, no, that's not right. Did she do an examination of him? Did she order any tests? And she's giving him medications that are mind and mood altering, 5 of them, okay? Well, come to find out, Miss Nielsen said she knew about MBI, this social worker, and she told the government, well, why would you send my grandson to him? So I put my foot down and said I had to have a psychiatrist that I could look at. And furthermore, the plan was supposed to be that we were going to take family therapy together, and that's her on the phone talking to him. So I stopped that. I cut MBI all the way out, but I had another foster care mother that I know very well here to tell me that she too put her foot down on MBI. MBI needs to be sued, and I'm not going to stop with you all because I got to get this thing to the whole loop, because they should not be paying a married person's taxpayer money to be diagnosing children without ever laying eyes on them. Okay, never laid eyes on them. This other woman, she stopped it too. So when I stopped it, Ms. Nielsen said, okay, well, on the plus, I wrote a letter to the men, but she paid me no mind. Didn't nobody really start getting involved with this till Sandra Seegers got involved with it. Other than that, they were all thinking I was a joke, but Sandra stopped me from doing a press conference on them and said, let's go to all the proper people first, and then we'll see if we need to deal with the press with it. So I stopped, and they took me to Ms.
I see Ms. Seegers is here actually, and you're a little bit over time on your testimony. So I want to get a chance to go to Ms. Seegers next.
Well, it looked like everybody went longer than me. I knew this was going to happen. Oh my God. They can read it in the Washington Post. That's all I care about. Okay. No, because everybody, those children, everybody, you unfair too, Miss George. You understand? You didn't let me get to that. They in the Sandra, tell them up at that group home that they in. What is it called? The foster care home. They smoking marijuana and doing lean. And the social worker, Miss what's her name, knows about it because the man told her in front of me. These are 12-year-olds. When I write a letter and tell them to get them tested and do something about it, they do nothing about it. I had some very serious concerns here, and I'm the only one that you cut off today. A 70-year-old grandmother. God bless all of y'all. But I tell you what, I'm gonna deal with it. Go ahead, Miss Seegers. Go ahead, Miss. You can read about it later. Go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. And
You
I'm
see
gonna
that,
ask
Sandra? You heard how much everybody else went on and
you.
on and on.
Well, I
Jesus.
saw Miss Sandra come up on the
Go
screen.
ahead, Sandra.
And I know Sandra.
No, but I got the grandson. I got the great grandson.
Wonderful.
That has been damaged by them.
Wonderful.
That they let him steal their cars, drive their cars, Child and Family Services cars.
Can you and can you do me a favor? Can you submit your testimony in writing so we have it, so I can have it fully out?
Go ahead, Sandra Seegers.
Okay. If you could,
they can read it out the newspaper for real. I bet you they'll take the whole story. I don't believe this mess here.
Thank you for your testimony, Miss.
Yeah, God bless you, honey.
Ms. Seegers, can you go? You can start your testimony, please.
Yes, I am Sandra S.S. Seegers, a Ward 8 resident and a member of CRAVE, which is Concerned Residents Against Violence. I am thoroughly disappointed in the policy and or the performance and or the staff and or the director of CFSA. Generally speaking, the care it gives to the children and the poor treatment of the children's parents, guardians, or custodians, hereinafter parents, is unacceptable. When parents reach out for help with their child, they are not expecting to be blindsided by a charge of neglect. CFSA policy needs to be changed. This agency needs to redefine neglect and be succinct so it cannot be open to the whim of a person's interpretation. If not, it would discourage parents from seeking help because they do not want to be dragged into court when they are merely trying to get help for their children. Some of the staff there are in the wrong profession. Specifically speaking, the staff who were assigned to Joyce Scott's great-grandson definitely need to be not only removed from this assignment, they need to be removed from the agency. Sophie Arnold and especially Elizabeth Nilsson. However, Arnold may do better if Nilsson was not her supervisor. In the case of the Baylor family, I experienced this at the meeting. Their performance is inadequate for the children they serve. They cannot clearly identify the reason. It could be I cannot clearly identify the reason. It could be inexperience, poor training, lack of supervision, overwork, or apathy. If it could be the overall leadership. This agency could be too large for the current director to oversee sufficiently. Foster homes, I'm not reading the screen. Foster homes need to be monitored regularly and any violations need to be rectified immediately, especially if there's criminal activity in the home or uncertified tenants. If the foster home is no better than the home they came from, the foster parent needs to come into compliance if the child is not in imminent danger. If imminent danger, the child needs to be removed from the home and the foster parent needs to be removed from the program. There needs to be a facility in DC for in-house care for troubled children other than foster homes. John Mean with DYRS is establishing a program for troubled children. It should be launched in March. Perhaps the troubled children in the foster care could benefit from this program. My suggestion is to overhaul the entire agency by having everyone reapply for the positions by resubmitting their resumes. Then compare the resume to the performance they have tendered. As for the director, he can only work with the people who have been hired. In a meeting where he was present, he was put on the spot because he tried not to speak unpleasantly about the staff. And when he did, he chose his words carefully. Giving excuses for the staff is not good leadership. It does not help the families and children. For the sake of the children, I hope this agency gets this together. And I think that our time is up.
1 minute, you have 1 minute, 47 seconds left.
Okay, now speaking on Pastor Scott's situation, I met the child when he first came here. He came from a terrible background, but she did an excellent job with him. He was on the honor roll. She would go to school with him, everything. Then his father came back in the picture and he started running amok. When they put him in his foster home, this boy had stolen 2 or 3 cars. He drove him down the street in front of the foster care woman. She did not report it. I guess it was about the money. She had a grown man living in the basement that wasn't certified. She had a grown man in the attic, which was on the program. When Ms. Scott complained, they did remove those 2. She had a house full of 4 bad children, which she was really supposed to have 3. No one person should have that many bad children in the home, or troubled children. I guess they're bad per se, but troubled children. And they came and went as they pleased. They did drugs. They brought girls. I'm going to say women, but they were children. So they brought girls into the home. And the foster parent could not handle them. So they need to be careful who they put into the home or what they put into the home. And they need to do a background on the foster care parents as well. Maybe they're not capable of these type children, just like the social workers, they were not capable of handling troubled children. So maybe they just need to take care of the infants to have no problem. And then the family was full of children, 4 or 5 of them with disabilities. And 2 of them are doing good, 3 of them are not. They're in different homes. So something needs to be done with this whole agency. I'm not sure what it is, but just getting involved, I think the whole thing needs to be overhauled.
Okay, thank you. And I have some questions, and I hope Ms. Scott stays on. So I have some questions at the end of this panel.
Okay.
Next up, we have Denny Mendoza.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. You can begin your testimony.
Okay, 1 second. Well, good afternoon. My name is Denny Mendoza. I've been in this program with Jaime and Will Perkins, like for the single father program. I'm just here to basically give my experience with them. Ever since I've had them, it will help me out with generally everything so far. I don't know, it had made things a little bit easier for me. So I'm looking for my testimony. But basically, my experience with these guys has been really good. I don't know what I could say, like where I would be without them. I'm a single father of 2 baby girls. I got a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old. Ever since Jaime has entered to help me out, they've kind of always been there to, give me resources to kind of like continue my journey with them, whether it be for childcare, assistance with food, just overall anything I really needed. They either had something there for me or a way to figure out how to get it. Yeah, this has been a really helpful program for me, if I'm being honest. As a young man living in DC, getting money in general to live a stable life here is pretty hard without a voucher. I myself can say I'm a bit troubled, a little impulsive at times. So they have definitely been there to help me not commit like too bad of decisions. They've always given me the time and space to feel comfortable and be able to take a breath and taking a moment to plan my life out, if I'm being honest. And yeah, these guys are really valuable to me. I feel like a lot of young men in my position, father or not, just growing up in the city, trying to figure out your life, they could definitely help you out. Yeah, like I said, they give me a sense of security. Help is always there if I need it. Like I want to mention names, Jaime. Whenever anything is going on my end, I could just call him, shoot him a voice memo. A couple of days, he'll get back to me, if not the same day. Yeah, and I really appreciate you guys funding that program. From everything from getting like government assistance to trying to find a new home. Currently, I am without a job, so even that, they help me fix my resumes, just prepare myself for any opportunity to come, as well as helping me and my girls out. Like I said, I really wouldn't know where I'd be without them. This winter that passed, we had a couple cold days. I had a jacket like 2 months in advance for it. So it's little things like that that really, really mean something, because this is not the kind of help you get anywhere, really. And to have people, again, like Jaime, to be around almost all the time for you, or at least make the time to speak with one of us or just help us out is really impactful and hopeful.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story and your testimony with us today. Next up, we're going to have Daryl Young. Okay, I don't see All right, I don't see Daryl. Demetrius Harvin. All right, I don't see Demetrius. Kirby Riley. Kirby, I think I see you.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you can begin your testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right. You, Chairwoman Lewis George, and Councilmember Parker, and other attendees and guests, good afternoon. I am Kirby Riley, and I'm a new participant in Mary Center's fatherhood program. I'm a current Ward 5 resident. Today, I wish to strongly advocate for continued and increased funding for such programs throughout the city. I am the father of a 1-year-old daughter. Throughout this past year, I've learned so much. From hands-on child development experience, to finding diapers that would agree with her, to learning what the different cries and coos meant. It has definitely been an adventure. I am a first-time dad, so I want to get this right. This is complicated by the fact that I was raised by a single mother. While there is some support for mothers and birthing parents, I found support lacking for fathers. Many of the programs and support infrastructure, both formal and informal, focus on mothers. As new mothers and birthing parents are starting their journey of parenthood, there may be classes for things such as breastfeeding and other emotional supports. As a father, I would like to support my partner in these things. It becomes more difficult when I am new to this process as well. Imagine parenting as college. When students show up, there is typically orientation to help guide them as to what they can expect. There are advisors and mentors. There are targeted programs for students of certain demographics to help them succeed. When compared to parenting, I remember the first few weeks being a crash course in keeping the baby alive. There is no orientation for parenting. There are no formalized mentors or advisors outside of seemingly rushed well-child visits with the pediatrician. Fatherhood programs like the one at Mary Center help to fill the gap as mentors and as advisors. Additionally, there are supports for resource parents and supports for parents who meet some income requirements. My partner and I are both working to maintain our household and to support our family. Because of our income, we do not qualify for some things despite being first-time parents. I would like to point out the income or financial status does not translate to parenting know-how. No one would expect a resource parent to innately know how to be a parent. Why is it asked of bio parents? Fatherhood programs like that at the Mary Center are vital in filling any possible knowledge gaps. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and sharing your story. Just want to make sure before I start question round, if Daryl Young is here. Just checking one more time to call Daryl Young's name and checking to see if Demetrius Harvin is here. If either of you are here, please let us know so that we can bring you in. And just a reminder to this panel of witnesses to not forget to submit your testimony. And Marcos Martinez. Okay. Well, I'll begin with questions, and if either of these individuals, Marcus Martinez, or any of you show up, please let us know. We'll go to you. Okay. Ms. Joyce, are you there? Ms. Scott? Okay, I don't see her. I'm gonna come back to her. She's gonna come back. Sandra, what I want to understand is sort of why did they end up putting, so it sounds like the great-grandson, great-great-grandson when Ms. Scott was taking care, he was doing well in school, and doing well otherwise. And then he was, I guess his father came and the father took
Yes.
custody of that. Okay.
Yes,
I
there
see.
she is. Joyce.
Okay.
Joyce, unmute.
Ms. Scott, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. I want to ask you some follow-up questions here. So it sounds like when you had your great-great-grandson.
Yes.
And when he was with you, he was doing really well and going to school and the behavior was going well. And then it sounds like father came back into the picture. But then it also sounds like he ended up in foster care. How did he end up in foster care?
Because once his father came back, took him up into Commerce Park, had him hanging out there and enjoying house and stuff. And I tried him down anyway. When he came back home, all of a sudden he wanted to say, and my daddy said, it's legal and all this kind of stuff. So he just went south on me. But he had been raised by his father in Pulaski ever since he was 3 up until I got him 2 months short of 9, and he was raised in a trap house. And that's how I got him. I went and got legal custody of him. But he was good to even show you his and I've been very emotional about it because out of my children and grandchildren, this is a grand, and he threw all out and wanted to be a whole book, and we actually at 69, me and him down the floor fighting. Okay, then he wants to snatch stuff and don't want to go to school and want to come in at 2 o'clock in the morning, and the medical police bring him home, and the DC police was bringing home. They got all kinds of police reports. My bedroom door, he kicked that in, took my even far southeast part through the what's name, and gave us a card upright or something, and he took that and messed up the money on that. He messed me up financially. My card, did a whole lot of stuff, but I haven't given up on him because what I understand is that because of his beginnings, his weapons of warfare, his life is his mother and his father. Right. You understand? And the agency has taken me and the mother and the father to court for neglect, and I am a pastor who wrote a program. And that train up a child, I got books and everything because I could not help them, but I would help. And I had to stop the little ghost lady, Miss Dr. White. That woman shouldn't be paid. And so when they did give me a psychiatrist down there, Dr. Johnson, bad lady, me and the son went to see her because I stopped him. She was good. She told me as I sat down, she said, I took him off of all those medications. He was being slighted. I said, what is that? She said, over-medicated. And I seen him one day. He was half moon with social. Oh, he's okay. He's okay. Ma'am, them social workers, you ain't got enough time here for what I can tell you. But I've had to try to endure myself. And Miss Sophie Arnold was sitting in the car. We went to get him in front of the little foster care home. When the man came out that was living in the basement, that shouldn't have been there, and started cussing about, I told you came here, don't get tied up with these other niggas up in here smoking marijuana and doing lean. Miss Sophie threw her hair back and said, he's not the only one. I'm sitting right there in the driver, the passenger seat. We can ready to go for therapy, right? Me and him picked him up from there because I'm trying to work. I wanted, I know he got some issues. I know he got to be hurting and that anger out, because I ain't did nothing but to try to help him. And so when I asked them, they said all of them was in there. Miss one out, yeah, I can't do nothing about it. That's what they want to do. He's 12. So I found out from my lawyer that man shouldn't have been in the house because he was not cleared through CFSA. CFSA ain't doing their job. CFSA is a hot mess, ma'am. Then the man they're pulling on his pants, the 20-year-old, he lived in the attic. So he was trying to do something. His mother was on the phone with him. They heard him leave no phone. When I told them that, they did nothing. I even wrote to the mayor, but they found out the letters went out, the emails went out, and I included Ms. Seegers on it, and they moved that 20-year-old overnight. They got it. But my thing is, he shouldn't have been in there because the house was licensed for 3. You put him in there as a 12, the 13 and 14-year-old was in there. There should have been an investigation. Even the foster care mother said, I thought there would be an investigation. They didn't want to do an investigation. An outside lawyer told me no, and even his lawyer that was him. When I told my lawyer, I emailed him. I got all emails because it's a track. And he emailed her and told her. She called me. She never went and talked to him. The social workers never questioned him. They just got him out of there. Then when my lawyer told me the man in the basement, who is he? Because I heard him one day cussing the boy out. He said, Grandma, I got to wash these dishes. I heard the boy, the man. And so I asked my lawyer. He said, no, ain't nobody supposed to be in that house. That's a foster care home. And they have to be cleared. The lady told me, well, no, it's not their fault, it's my fault. I need him to help me because I can't get up and get around. And he has to wake your grandson up because he's hard to get up. Well, he is hard to get up, don't like to get up for school. But this man shouldn't be in the house. So then the social workers, they got mad at me. They got mad at the attic, me and the man in the basement. They shouldn't have been there. That's detrimental to the children. They have let him, he has sold their van out the garage. They had him in their custody down there because he's not going to be, he kicked the hole in the door, still in there in my bedroom door, until he could get some calm down. But by him smoking marijuana, sitting up in a crack house, you know, Andre Wright, I told him about that, and I found out where it was. I sent message. I said, lady called, said the grandmother said she gonna ran the police. They put him out. They said, your grandmother hot. I'm laying my life on the line. I don't have time to play games with people. Right. But those social workers, they line and playing games. So you, Miss Seeger seen the email, and I asked him to get him tested and the rest of them, because that means illegal drugs is in there. The last IEP meeting we had just before he left, he's in Tennessee now. And mind you, I'm glad he's out of community. I'm just hoping and praying that everything's going all right, because he needed to get out of this community, because that halfway house where the foster care home is right here in the community too. And so they just go and what they want to do. The foster care mother, he was gone for over 24 hours, him and another one. I said, you can't call, we couldn't call the police. Then when he absconded from the mother, the social workers, the reason they have been moved from off of his case, we've been working, me and Miss Seegers, is because they put with his mother against two judges' orders. The judge's order from Pulaski, and you know what they told through the hand of Miss Ed? Well, you don't want him back home. But I said, no, but I come here for some help. Miss Mount, well, we had too far to come in. They had to come to work. And so they put him back with his mother, and he left. And then on June 21st, because I was working for the mayor on the polls, we had a court hearing. I went into the Henry School, went to the hearing. The judge in the family court here stayed the judge's order from Pulaski that the mother should only have supervised visits and
okay,
and had the nerve to tell me, well, I wasn't in the court. And I said, but you got the document. And that judge said, it's a matter of documentation. And so the boy left his mother's house that night, and they know he didn't want to get the mama walking around naked in front, get high. He said they need to check her house, you know, and they put him back there anyway. And so he left. And when he left, he went to his father, and his father took him out of town. They didn't know where he was for over a week. Me and the mother called the police. Guess what? The police couldn't get the report from us but they came here to see my paperwork, you know, but they knew that so they said they couldn't do nothing until they called. But Miss Nielsen gonna tell me on a Friday, we'll call on next Tuesday. He'd been gone 5 days, but he called me on that Saturday and told me where he was. He was back down in Pulaski and stole the judge's wife's car down there. And I talked him into going into the police station, and they locked him up down there. When the judge down there called Miss Nielsen, because I gave him the number, he's in CFSA here. On that phone call, she lied again and told them he wasn't in their service, but he was. Because he only stayed with the mother one night and then went on the run. Y'all got some people down there that are not right and not helping. It should be about trying to unite the family and work with the family. I went looking for help because at my age, and everybody say you too old to be raising that boy, but I'm his only lifeline. That's right. And I'm not going to give up on him. But there needs to be some changes. But it's a whole lot more, and I can send you a full report and reasons why I wanted them removed. They did not want to, and if you see the answer they gave about not getting them tested, that's illegal in the foster care home, right. Smoking marijuana and doing lean. I didn't even know what lean was. The man said, and you doing lean with them, and they're doing in the foster care home. And what I was gonna tell you about the last IEP, and I'm gonna leave it alone, is that we had our IEP thing. So the foster care mother was on, I was on, social worker Sophie was on. And the school says he shows up every morning high. She said, not medicated, high. They say he fall in there high and goes to sleep. But they getting high in the halfway. I call it the halfway house because it's not a foster home. The lady stayed locked in the room. She too old. She shouldn't have 4 boys. And the place was a license for 3. And that 20-year-old shouldn't have never been in there. So they got mad at me, and then they put a report into to family court saying that I was mental, I had a mental breakdown, and that I have tried to sabotage my child. And of course, got me on the register for neglect because I needed help. But I'm gonna fight all of that. So I mean, this not gonna stop here. This whatever this is. But yeah, there you go.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. And Mr. Man too, Mr. Matthews, I'm still for him to return the call because Ms. Seegers was on that Zoom call that she finally got where he admitted that that lady used the wrong terminology on that court document, a legal court document, putting in there saying that I was mental. Trying to cut, yet you cut off the therapy between me and the boy with me and Ms. Johnson. They cut it off when they got mad at me. And then you turn around and call me mental. They playing games with me.
I got
They're playing games, but it's not gonna work because she's not equipped to call me mental.
Got you.
Period. And so I had no me cry.
Thank you. I appreciate you for sharing it, and we'll do some follow up. I want to give my colleague Councilman Parker 10 minutes to see if he wants to ask any questions to you all or the individual the Denny or Kirby who testified about the Fathers Program, which is an amazing program, single father support program.
Absolutely. Thank you all for your testimony. And Commissioner Scott, I appreciate your continuous advocacy and passion. It is true what they say that where would we all be without our grandparents? And I think your passion that you're demonstrating here is a testament to that. One of the things that I don't know that came through in your last response that really was concerning to me was your testimony that your great-grandchild was diagnosed without being seen and prescribed several medications without being seen. And we know, and again, as an educator, I know that especially young Black boys are overprescribed, over-enrolled in special education. And so that is something that I think I would certainly like to follow up on. I think you've laid out the case pretty in depth here, let's say. But I believe we have your contact information, and I'm going to ask my team to follow up with you. And
I'm glad you heard me.
Yes, in support with Chairwoman Louise George, I want to hear from you. We want to hear from you. Document what we're hearing, and then to follow up. Because what I also hear as a subtext of what you're saying is a frustration that, like on the last panel, you're getting a runaround. And that is an indictment of the entire system, and that we need to do better. And so if you give me until the end of day, certainly by Monday, you will hear from us. And then I'll work with Chairwoman Louise George's team to arrange a time for us to sit. We'll have you, or we can come out to you, and we'll follow up on that case.
And then, let me say something. I've been one that wrote a program. I did a program, training up a child in the way it should go. Okay, which was a fantastic program. But I never had nobody jump the track like this. But not just for him, how many other children? How many other children did that sexual men try to do? How many times are they getting high in the house and the social worker know it and do
That's right. That's right. And I'm going to go a step further. I know you reside in the Great Ward 8, and I'm over here in Ward 5. I know that oftentimes when valid concerns are raised from residents, namely in Wards 5, 7, and 8, they are not always treated with the same level of urgency as residents across the city. And so that's why, on the record, we are going to take this very serious. I can't promise an outcome, but what I can promise is that we'll follow up on it and seek to get some answers as to what is going on, why did certain things happen, and something that is particularly concerning to me is this narrative that your great-grandchild was prescribed without even being seen. So more to come on that.
Not just him, another foster mother has a child too, and that shouldn't be. And I am going to look into getting a lawyer to make sure. I don't want her to be paid DC government taxpayers money for not laying eyes on my grandson and prescribing him. 4 of the medications says make him drowsy. The 5th one says for insomnia. Now you do the math, and they was giving him all that medication in the morning. And
I hear
then
you.
when they took me to the stock copies I could see, she said, no, they were Snow White them. I didn't know what that meant. She said, I took them off everything except for the ADHD medication.
Yeah,
And what that grandmama was right, and I put my foot down.
I've never heard that term either.
Thank you so much for listening, sir.
Absolutely. Ms. Seegers, it is good to see you as always. You gave several you gave several recommendations, in-house care for, as you called it, I'm not saying this, as you called it, troubled children. We're going to find a better way to frame that.
Well, I didn't say, at least I didn't say criminals.
At least you didn't say criminals, yes, but we're going to try and find a different way to frame it.
Okay, I'm waiting for it.
In-house care for troubled children, quote unquote. And then you called to make all employees to reapply. And then something that we actually heard on the last panel from the young people that have actually gone through the system, greater background screenings. Can you speak to each of these just very quickly? So let's start with the in-house care for children that are maybe going down the wrong path. Very briefly, like what could that look like?
Okay. John Mean with DYRS. To sum it up, speak to him. He has the program. He should kick it off next month, and he's trying to get the children between okay to almost a criminal. He's getting those in between children before they hit the system. So I'm not going to take a lot of time with that. So talk to John Mean. I think it's going to be an excellent program. And as far as the revamping, I think
and just to make sure I'm clear, that program is going to house the young people and provide interventions.
No, it's not going to house them, but it's going to work with them. So they may be able to go to them in addition to the foster care home.
I see.
But we need an in-house one. I don't know what building they can use, but they should be able to house at least maybe 50 children at one time.
I see. Okay, and then I think the making everyone reapply, I don't know how realistic that is in the short term. That is pretty self-explanatory. Can you speak to the need for greater background screening and just elaborate on that?
Okay, for the background, I'm thinking of the foster care parent and the staff and the director. And I think the director has no choice but to hire or let the person that the government hires to come work for him. But sometimes they're not equipped to handle certain children. I'm gonna use my word again, troubled children. Someone may be used to nice children. It so happen the parents died or something of that nature and they're good children. But the Nielsen and Arnold, they should not be working with children of that nature at all, what they have. They need to be moved over to maybe Ward 3, where the parent died and the children are just nice little children. Because if you you tell little Timmy, take a time out, Timmy will take a time out and sit in the corner. You ask Leroy, take a time out, he'll steal your watch. So they can't handle the same children.
We're gonna reframe this. I know.
I don't have time to find those other words. I just had to tell you.
I understand, but I think we all agree that they're all good children. And so language matters.
All God's children.
All good children. Language matters. But no, a great deal of respect for all that you do, and I appreciate those concrete recommendations. Denny and Kirby, I appreciated your testimony. Kirby, you spoke to the lack of support for fathers in particular, and I thought that was a very valid critique. And this point around socioeconomic status does not necessarily correlate with one's means to provide parental support and care. So appreciate that. I don't have questions at this time, but I did want to just quickly acknowledge and offer thanks for your time and testimony. So with that, Chairwoman Lewis George.
Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being there with her. You two working well together. Thank you so much, both of you.
Yes, I got her back and she has mine.
All right.
So we're a team.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are, and don't forget everyone to please submit your testimony in writing for us as well. All right, we are gonna move on to the next panel of witnesses. I may have to step out at 4 p.m. in the nature of Councilmember Parker always having my back and being there to support. At 4 o'clock, he's gonna transition and share this committee until I get back. And so he will be going through the panelists and questions until I return. And that'll be at 4 o'clock. But we're going to start with panel 4, which includes, it's a large panel. And so it includes Raphael Osborne, Nandy Barton, Jaime Llanos, Marie Cohen, Michelle Sewell, Michelle Sewell from Shelter Director, DC Safe, Tina Front, Executive Director of Courtney's House, Dion Reeder, Chief Executive Officer of the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, and Vera Johnson, Program Manager for the Far Southeast Family Strengthening. And note, Marie Cohen is a child welfare monitor, and she's also on this panel as well. Ask all of our panelists to please be aware of time. When the timer goes out, please close your remarks, just because we want to, we have a number of other panels to get through, and we do want to make sure we get to the director in a time. All right. All right, I see Nandy Barton here, who I think is going to read Raphael Osborne's testimony, perhaps, as well. So Nandy, you can, and if I'm not saying it right, please correct me. Please, you can be, good afternoon, first and foremost, and you can begin your testimony.
Okay, one moment. Oh, okay, thank you so much. And I'm about to read Mr. Raphael's testimony. He's one of my dads in our program. All right, so my name is Raphael Osborne. I started the fatherhood program with very little expectations of what it's able to offer. I didn't think the system cared about me at all. I was told so many times I was just a fill-in and I wouldn't be anything, and I believed it. I never seen any programs that help fathers like me. I was not expecting this program to have such a huge impact on my life. My life was not easy. I grew up with 3 brothers and 3 sisters. My mother passed away when I was 5, and I really didn't know my father. I was raised by my grandparents who kept us together, and it was hard on me because I used to see my siblings go off with their fathers, and I was just lost and angry and frustrated. Even though I had my grandfather and my father, and as a father figure, he was older and was all on me. I was just always trying to figure out why I didn't understand as a child why my father didn't want to be around me. So I started acting out of school, and I had to steal to care for myself. I also got in trouble. No one understood me. I began going through therapy for my behavior, and it helped, but I was disappointed because every time I would get comfortable with someone, and my therapist would switch, and I would have to build the trust with a new person, and it was exhausting and frustrating. And as I got older, I began to withdraw and write to express my emotions. However, I just kept it all to myself. I believe that the fatherhood program is very important and is needed. Not only has it made me change my way of thinking, it has helped me understand the importance of being in my children's lives. Ms. Barton has helped.
That's okay. That's okay.
Ms. Barton has helped me out with that and always give me good advice. This is our first time reading this book, and connecting me to helpful resources and motivates me. I thank her for that. I believe it gives fathers hope and helps them want to be the best that they know. I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize. It's okay.
wants to be the dads that they never had, and it uplifts me knowing that I had someone who was dedicated to their job and helping me and other fathers. Oh my goodness. Oh. That's emotional.
Yeah, you've had an impact on his life, and that's a beautiful thing. And you reading it for the first time, you realize you connect with his story because you know him, but the impact that you've had on him and how much you have changed him.
Could have warned me. He told us he was scared to read it, but Mama did it.
Yeah.
I'm shaking. How am I supposed to read my Okay. That is. All right. People want to know how I am. Okay. Okay. All righty. So, and thank you all for giving me 5 minutes to talk. All righty. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Good morning and nice meeting you, Council Member and Janice Lewis and committee members. As always, I appreciate the chance to testify. My name is Nandi. I am a home visitor at Mary Center for the Fatherhood Attachment Program. I want to provide a snapshot of my experience, concerns, within hopes to create change. As a community leader and a single mother, I took on this role because I know, based on my experience, the importance of having someone support you with navigating life as a parent. However, after training, I learned how imperative this job actually is. Within my role, I offer counseling, mentor, provide individualized education regarding child development, support and customizing family goal plans, provide public health education, case management, implement all 6 protective factors by supporting parents, resilience, social connection, concrete supports for parents, reducing stresses by helping them find housing, which 3 dads found housing and is no longer homeless. One of my dads, Mr. Harvin, was one of them. That's why he was missing today. I'm ever so proud of them and their resilience. I help them with food, resources, clothing, provide one-on-one mental health support, and creative ways to strengthen families and their children's lives. We put our participants first and walk with them on their journey of parenthood. We meet with our participants as many times as they need to support them and their children. I sit down and educate families with strengthening development for their children, which includes brain development. The list goes on. I am many roles in one. This program helps fathers. Based on the Fatherhood Initiative study, which involved fathers, have a strong foundation on child well-being. A healthy father present lowers the risk of poor childhood outcomes such as poor school performance, teen pregnancies, incarceration of juvenile, alcohol and substance abuse, and criminal activity, and suicide. The more you can see on the Fatherhood Initiative website. This program strengthens fathers so they can be present in their children's lives. I felt honored to be in this role. I immediately said yes because as someone with a high ACE score, I can help save lives of children in the family of our community. I honestly thought the government cared about my role as well. Yet to my surprise, there's little to no investment or concern about the well-being of home visitors. I am thankful that CFSA took the very important step to create a program that is long overdue to support the fathers that's been neglected since they were in their mother's womb. Because the city hasn't provided adequate support to low-income families for centuries, as we know, based on the CDC Adverse Childhood Experience Studies, one of the largest investigations of the link between childhood maltreatment and health and well-being later on in life, childhood trauma is linked to chronic health problems, mental health illness, problems in adolescence and adulthood. High ACE scores can also negatively impact education, job opportunities, and earning potentials, which makes my role even more important because our families are still living in under-resourced and racially segregated neighborhoods, experiencing food insecurities, which causes toxic stress that can negatively affect children's brain development, immune system, and stress response system. My role supports parents in creating sustainable, safe stable, nurturing relationships and environments for all children and families to prevent ACEs so their children can reach their full potential and thrive. Because of the underfunding and racism. Again, we are still here, yet I don't receive the same respect and regard as a social worker, nurse, therapist, and other healthcare professionals. I had no idea that I was going to struggle more as a home visitor and have to fight every morning to put my own struggles aside because we are so underpaid. At the point I can't even take care of my own family. I'm often late on rent, bills, and I can't qualify for food stamps or any type of government assistance or receive childcare because I'm $5 over ever so low poverty line. I am constantly struggling to stay afloat. We need more pay that matches the work and the effort we put into the lives and their families and community. I choose to wipe my tears and continue to sacrifice daily because I know how much our participants need this program. Programs that are specifically supports the dads. We need more programs so fathers can get the resources they need to be present, that our children need their fathers to increase the chances of a good life. Look at the stats. In conclusion, I hope that the testimonies create space in the hearts and the mind of the council members to see the urgent of immediate change in our system and the need for more funding and community support. I hope the council members and other organizations here will work to collaborate to create more safe spaces, resources, and opportunities for fathers in our city. We need to stand together to create a better community for the future of the children in our community. The point of the budget hearing is to create space for public testimonials, is for us to collaborate and create solutions for our community and bring awareness to fill the gaps with our community. The more trauma-informed interventions is needed that help to mitigate negative outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. And we may have questions for you at the end of this panel, so please stay on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna, next up is Jaime Llanos. Jaime, I see you. If you could just unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
there we go. I can hear you. Go ahead. Yes, I can hear you. You can begin.
Thank you, Council Member Janice Lewis George and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jimmy Llanos. I'm a home visitor at Mary Center for the Father-Child Attachment Home Visiting Program. I'm here to express gratitude for the opportunity to partner with participants and support their goal with the CVCAP network. Also, I want to express gratitude to CFSA, CVCAP for giving us the opportunity to open a space for dialogue with the participant about their journey through the fatherhood and masculinity without fear of judgment or shame. With the DAS participation in home visiting, we co-create an environment where they can trust to share their personal experience, either as a husband, as a father, or as a member of society. I'm going to share about this young father that I've been partnering with almost 3 years now. He was in high school, and now he's 20 years old. He has a baby, he needed support with custody, legal advice, guidance on getting to college, scholarships for it, and support on a personal level. Since I partnered with this father, we had gotten access to college scholarship. He's in the second year of college currently. He's working, he's accessing legal services, started with the process for child custody and parenting classes. Through our home visit, we were able to now connect the father to his baby legally, and currently he stays with him 1 day a week, working toward more the escort day in March. I'm grateful that this father found his way to the FSA program, because I know there are other members of the community who may need this support and they don't have it yet. Access to community resources is good, And it's not a complete picture of what we offer in our program. We know that, want to be good at. As a home visitor, I'm pleased to support them through the difficulties they face and hope to create more space to be able to assist other fathers in need. We want all dads to have the opportunity to be good dads. To complement this, home visitors deserve higher wages. Many cannot live in the community they work and are leaving the role in search of better pay. Low pay leads to home visitor turnover, leading to disrupted services to family and overburdened staff. The pandemic continues to impact families. Home visitors are seeing more demand and urgency for services, supplies, and resources. Home visiting is an effective early childhood service. This leads to positive family outcomes and reduce child abuse and neglect. And finally, home visiting is an investment in communities, a holistic, preventative approach to supporting families and their health, well-being, economic stability, etc., especially when some participants face more challenges. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your testimony and sharing your story. Next up, we have Maria Cohen, Child Welfare Monitor. Good afternoon and welcome.
Let's see. Where's my video? Video, there we go. I have my computer. Oh, my video keeps shutting off. Okay, let me just try it. Okay, hopefully it'll stay on this time. Hi, I'm just going to try to rush so that you can hear me before you leave. I was looking at the time. My name's Marie Cohen, and I live in Ward 6, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to testify. I write a blog called Child Welfare Monitor, and I also serve on the citywide Child Fatality Review Committee. Earlier, I was a social worker for about 5 years in the district's child welfare system, specifically in foster care. I'm going to talk about CFSA's recent child fatality review report for 2021 that some of the speakers earlier spoke about. The report focuses on 29 young people who died after being reported to CFSA in the past 5 years. Some of these deaths were directly connected with child abuse or neglect. A 3-month-old and a 3-year-old died of opioid poisoning, and a 17-month-old died of thermal and scald injuries, as it was described in the report. A 12-year-old girl died of an untreated bacterial infection and pneumonia, but she also showed signs of being beaten. The body of a 7-week-old infant was never found, and the mother was charged with hiding it. I think we all read about this case in the papers. A 6-year-old was shot late at night outside a liquor store. We also read about this one, in an area where her father was involved in the violent drug trade. For the 9 older youths who also died of gun violence, maltreatment may have been a contributing factor as well. On the citywide Child Fatality Review Committee, I've learned that many young victims of homicide grew up in families with long histories of reports to CFSA. These children with histories of trauma and little support at home eventually took up a violent lifestyle that led to their deaths. And I'm just going to add, this is one thing that Colbert King has written about when we talk about gun violence, that you have to look at the family backgrounds as well as the availability of guns, and that we need to do more for these children before they get to this point of getting guns. CFSA has had many opportunities to prevent these 29 deaths. 86% of the families had reports to the hotline that were screened out within 5 years of the fatality. 79% had investigations, and 41% had in-home cases. 9 of the 29 families were involved with CFSA at the time of the fatality. One of them was an 11-month-old who was left alone with a bottle in her mouth on her stomach. There was a 4-year-old in the house as well. The mom left. CFSA opened an in-home case after the baby's death, but that was not enough to protect the 3-year-old who died of opioid poisoning less than 6 months later. CFSA has been reducing the number of children in foster care for years, and now they are also cutting the number of children served in their homes. So the total number of children directly protected by CFSA has dropped by a fifth in less than 3 years. And my written testimony, the last page, has some tables that I made. The current staffing crisis may have contributed to this retrenchment. According to the oversight responses, about 1/3 of CPS positions are now vacant. As a result, workers are carrying too many cases, risking errors that can cost children's lives. And I'll just add that I'm assuming that in-home and foster care social workers are also equally overwhelmed, but it's not in the oversight. It wasn't in the questions. Director Matthews may say that fewer children are being maltreated now that CFSA is investing in prevention through the Family Success Centers. But there is no assurance that the families that need help will use these centers. Prevention is generally the business of public health programs. Child welfare agencies exist to protect children who are already being abused or neglected, and they need to stay with that mission. I talk a little more in the written testimony about that, about the mission and the problem of kind of trying to get too much into prevention when you're not doing your main job. Director Matthews told an audience last May that DC child advocates have a savior complex and want more children removed. He said that white advocates don't think that Black and brown parents have the capacity to parent. Speaking for myself, I don't want more children removed. I agree with some of the other speakers that there are a lot of foster parents in it for the money, and we don't want more of those. But I would like to see more intensive in-home services, a greater use of court monitoring to enforce parents' participation through community papering, and processes to ensure that cases are not closed before children are safe. I'm sorry that my race matters to Mr. Matthews. What matters to me is the need to protect children regardless of their race. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for your testimony and the work that you do. I think the next witness up is going to be Michelle Sewell, but at this time, I am going to hand over the chairmanship to my colleague, Councilmember Parker, to chair as I go into a meeting. Thank you so much, Councilmember Parker, for taking over. I will be back and my team will be monitoring at all times. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis George. As was mentioned, next we will hear from Michelle Sewell, and you will have 5 minutes. Ms. Sewell, it seems like you're on mute.
Good.
Yes.
My name is Michelle Sewell, and I'm the Crisis Shelter Director for DC Safe. Since 2006, we've played a critical role in the city's public safety infrastructure as the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence. Last year, we received 44,000 calls to our response line, including 17,000 individual referrals, and we ultimately serve a record number of 11,657 individuals and families. As our crisis director, I closely work with families and children. Last year, we housed 193 single adults and 304 families. In our safe space crisis shelter, we offer 24/7 low barrier placement for about 20 days. Later this spring, Safe Space will be relocating to a brand new and permanent facility that will triple our current capacity with 30 apartment style units that offers expanded space for on-site services and recreations for families. Once we're in our new building, we estimate we'll be able to house up to 750 families per year. Safe Space has a unique shelter model where we focus on assisting survivors and families in the immediate aftermath of a violent event, helping them to quickly preserve existing resources and make a plan for ongoing safety. This often involves connecting clients with mental health services, assisting with long-term housing plans, and collaborating with partner agencies such as CFSA, looking at family-specific needs. DC Safe strives to work with the whole person, knowing that domestic violence is just a single issue that often disrupts multiple aspects of a client's life and well-being. CFSA has been a valuable partner for DC Safe since our inception about 15 years ago. We work with them across our continuum of programs, which includes our court supportive services, our lethality assessment project, and of course, our crisis shelter. I specifically want to shout out Ms. Winifred Finley, who's our community liaison, who's my main contact at CFSA. Ms. Finley is always quick to respond, is always supportive of our mission to ensure that families are safe and have self-determination in the most critical hours after a domestic violence event. I also want to commend CFSA for their ongoing work to transform their service model from a child welfare system to a more supportive child and family well-being system. DC Safe is an active part of the CFSA Thriving Families, Safer Children Steering Committee, and is working to implement the new model of a warm line, such as a hotline, to divert some of the Child Protective Services calls, instead responding with community resources and referrals. This is especially important in domestic violence situations, which I've seen played out a myriad of ways in the 20+ years I've been a social worker. I know that CFSA's new service model will improve the outcome for children and family, those especially experiencing domestic violence. If I could quickly just share a quick story of our collaboration. DC Safe recently had a case of a pregnant mom who, like many survivors, was struggling to make the decision to leave her abuser, especially with her baby on the way. She weighed the odds of maybe staying with the father and maybe things would get better. We assisted her throughout her pregnancy off and on, where she was assessed as a high risk for reassault and homicide through our lethality assessment program. And unfortunately, she was reassaulted, ended up in the hospital with severe injuries as a result of the abuse from the abuser. Because she was pregnant, of course, CFSA was also involved, but we were able to collaborate in a way that reduced any punitive actions or unnecessarily involvement that would have negatively impacted the remainder of her pregnancy, increased her stress level around her safety, and ultimately the baby's well-being. I think this story captures the essence of CFSA's intentions around the new model to build trust in the community, as well as strengthen community partnership such as ours. It also underscores the importance of our lethality assessment project, which is a central component of the city's high-risk domestic violence initiative, or HRDVI. The HRDVI was initiated in 2009 through a city administrator's order, and it represents the district's work at large to reduce and prevent domestic violence homicides. While our lethality assessment project remains highly functional and very successful, some of the more macro aspects of the HRDVI have deteriorated over the years due to lack of full participation from city agencies. So we are currently waiting for a new city administrator order that will formalize some of these components of the program, allow for the investment of city agencies for full implementation. Many of my colleagues have testified here throughout the hearings to talk about the importance of this new order. It will demonstrate the city's recommitment of the HRDVI, both fiscally and ideologically. This is an urgent matter, especially on the tail end of COVID-19, where we saw just an extreme increase in domestic violence homicides, more than we've seen in the last decade. And while it's generally housed in the public safety cluster, we believe today that HRDVI is a critical part of the city's child and family well-being system, and we believe this order needs to be expedited as soon as possible. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'll look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell, and thank you for all of the very important work that you're contributing to. Next, I don't see Tina Front. Just want to make sure that we are not seeing her. And not seeing her, so we're going to move on to Dion Bussey Reader here with the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. Great to see you again.
Great to see you again, Councilmember Parker. Thank you so very much to you. Good afternoon to you and Chairman Lewis George and all the other members of the committee. As you stated, I'm Dion Bussey Reader, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. In this role, the collaborative Far Southeast is one of the 5 collaboratives in the District of Columbia. I'm here today to address this committee on behalf of Far Southeast, as well as my 4 other sister organizations in the Healthy Family Thriving Community Collaborative Network: Collaborative Solutions for Communities, Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative, Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. Together, the 5 collaboratives work in tandem with the District of Columbia Child and Family Services Agency and many other DC agencies to provide an array of services for families living in the District of Columbia. My testimony today will focus on 2 areas. The first being the strengths and success of this partnership between Child and Family Services and its longstanding partner, the collaboratives. I will conclude by detailing ways in which the collaboratives as partners seek to grow with the district to maintain the collectively developed comprehensive prevention place-based model. Since the inception of the collaborative movement, we have served as a community convener. We truly believe in what our founders called the community helping system, a way working and supporting each other by building up the strengths in our communities with the goal of the community being able to take care of itself because it has the skill set and resources necessary to address emerging community concerns. I hope that as I transition to my next point, I'm painting a clear picture that the collaboration and partnership between the collaboratives and CFSA have power and a lasting impact. I would like to take a moment to dive just a little deeper into the collaborative's collective vision for a more equitable partnership with Child and Family Services. Collectively, CFSA and the Collaboratives Network have developed and maintained a model that clearly demonstrates the ability of community providers to answer the call to prevent children and families from entering the child welfare system. It is our hope that our child welfare institutions across the country seek out the District of Columbia as a resource to develop their models. And we're hoping that the collaboratives will not be left behind. We are confident that the Collaboratives Network played a pivotal role as partners with CFSA to assist the District of Columbia successfully transitioning out of receivership. Finally, council members, I would like to conclude by sharing that in our work supporting children and families in Ward 8, we see firsthand that children cannot be well without their families and the community systems. Our experiences are backed by a body of evidence that show that in most cases, children do best when they remain with their own families and can access concrete services and supports that respond to their needs. Unfortunately, the collaboratives are more often than not faced with the financial barriers and challenges our organization's ability to provide life-stabilizing quality services. Specifically, our budgets are not created with inflation or increased cost of living in mind. Consequently, our staff suffers. I heard Ms. Barton say that earlier. It's difficult to serve this community the way that our staff are serving, and we can't compete to keep them employed. This places us in a challenging position to recruit and retain the talent needed to carry out this critical work. Further, our budgets do not yield for sufficient resources for competitive operational services that are essential to our infrastructure. This is threatening the collaborative stability. We appreciate the opportunity to testify before you, Chairman Louis George, to support the collaboratives and all that you have done. And I thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for that testimony. That concludes our panel, and I'm going to open it up for questions as I'm the only one here at the moment. I'll jump right in. Ms. Bussy Reader, I'm going to start with you, just given that you gave your testimony, and I'm a supportive of the work that the collaboratives are doing across the district. And I agree that it is critical work. And you talked about how the collaboratives supported the district from coming out of receivership. Can you just speak in more detail and specificity to what that looked like in terms of support?
Thank you. Well, when we started these organizations, it was built on the back of the LaShawn receivership. And we understood that in our communities, we really needed to look at all facets of child welfare work. And in particular in Ward 8, we recognized that a lot of the emphasis was on child abuse, but not the emphasis on neglect. And many of our families were unable to take care of their children. Yes, we had physical and sexual abuse, but more importantly, people were unable financially to care for their children. And that hence the network started looking at how do we affect our families socioeconomically. And through that work, we become the prevention arm on the ground, notwithstanding any support from any other organizations, but the collaborative movement in and of itself was the portion of the receivership plan that we started working in the communities, partnering with CFSA to meet the needs of our families before they went into the child welfare system. And we've done a successful job over the last 27 years in ensuring that less children went inside the system. And more importantly, families were strengthened and had the ability to withstand the test of time and take care of themselves.
I appreciate that. One of the things that I could also imagine could be helpful is the support around some of the background screening or just on the ground perspectives that might be valuable. We've heard that several times, both from the young people that went through the system, but also from some of those that are testifying a need to do better job at screening some of the foster parents. That I know that may not be in the realm of the partnership that exists, but can you just speak to what might be the possibilities of that type of partnership where folk in the collaboratives could give greater insight and perspective into what we should be looking for as a healthy, productive placement for our young people?
Well, one of the things I said in my testimony, more often than not, we are forced with our government partners looking outside of our own city for successful models. And when you don't look at what's inside your own backyard and working within the communities that you have partnerships to serve, you find yourself in those sticky situations when people don't really know the community and they're serving our families and our children. And that in of itself is a setup for failure. So we are on the ground. Myself, like any our partners that we're working with, I heard Ms. Wells speak from DC Ray Price, the Safe Shores program. We're hearing all of this and we're saying the same things. We are the partners right here doing this work, affecting the lives of the families that we serve. What better place to put your resources and your relationships, if not inside the communities that's already serving these families? We're the front door. You know, using CFSA language, we're the first ground. Most of us have community engagement models where our individuals, our staff are out in the ground, on the ground, touching the lives violently sometimes, mental health disorders more often than not, and just families that need supportive services to coach them along the way. And more often than not, I hate to say it, we are the last ones that we're being talked to reach those goals. And that's a problem, Councilmember Parker.
Yeah, no, I saw a lot of head nods while you were speaking. So I think many of us here would agree with you. Thank you for that.
And I will be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Nadia Barton, who was many years ago our youth representative on the board. And the work that she's doing now, I would like to say a lot of that came from her involvement in leadership at the Far Southeast Collaborative. And she hit the nail directly on the head. I couldn't be more proud of you, Nadia, how you actually articulated so many valuable points that oftentimes go unanswered. Councilmember Parker, we can't compete with the government. We can't offer what you all offer in hiring individuals. Right now, we're not working a hybrid model. My staff is in the office every single day, but I'm competing with the government who's on a hybrid model, looking at our staff to take on board, offering better salaries. But yet still our infrastructure is the prevention arm to prevent families from going into the system, but yet and still we don't get enough resources to pay salaries that are competitive to keep our families doing the on the ground front door work that's necessary to prevent a lot of the social ills we're seeing. So I had to kind of emphasize that because this is a constant battle that we have more often than not. And we're not expecting the city to be the only revenue stream for these organizations to exist by no means. But the contracts that we do have, we should be able to offer the competitive salary with the resources necessary to not only stabilize the families we serve, but to stabilize the families that's doing the serving.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I can assure you, my colleagues and I want to do everything we can to support the great work that you and other collaboratives are doing in this budget cycle. So we certainly will be in touch and want to follow up.
Good seeing you
wanna-
again. Congratulations.
Likewise. Thank you. I want to be mindful of time, but I do want to get in a few other questions. Ms. Cohen, you spoke about CFSA closing out cases before children are safe. As a social worker, what recommendations would you provide to how we could improve the system of CFSA closing out cases?
Oh, that's a really good question. It's really easy to complain about things, but I do feel like there's just such an emphasis on just closing the cases. It seems like, I think what I found when I looked at the data on their dashboard is that the cases are just closing sooner, and I just don't understand. I just think they should be assessing. I know they have assessments, right? And I just don't know. I guess it's hard for me to answer because I just don't know. I just don't know. I do know that a lot of these assessments are done, just speaking from my own personal experience, with an eye to you can manipulate it, right, to get the results that you want, right? And if you want to get the result that the child is safe, you can get that. And I just feel like they just have to be honest. And, if a child isn't safe, and sometimes they just give families too many chances too. And there often is a protective relative right there, and, one of the things that has really been breaking my heart is that I'm on the Child Fatality Review Commission for the city, and I'm not allowed to say to tell you anything that happens on those meetings. But I'm really grateful that Councilmember Lewis George is on it, and her staffer has been, can't remember if she's come yet, but she's going to come, because there's just like case after case where, you just see these families where the child later dies of gun violence, but over and over again, there were calls and there were calls and there were calls, and they just kept not accepting the referral, or they would investigate and not find anything, or they would have a case, but they would close it, and it's just heartbreaking. I mean, some of them are just really unbelievable heartbreaking, but yeah, I wish I had better advice. I just think they have to be honest. And if they don't see change in the parent, they have to be really honest and have like a really good clinical person and making that judgment, and don't just close it because, well, a certain amount of time has elapsed, so it's hard to answer. Sorry, I couldn't do better.
Good. Thank you for that. Ms. Sewell, I want to come to you again, thanking you for the work that you do. One of the figures that you cited really stood out to me, that you will serve this currently 11,057 individuals and families, I believe, if I got that number correct. And you are crediting your work in really supporting this transition from child support and children's support to children and family support. Can you speak to what more we need to do as a city to build out the ecosystem for that family support component that obviously would provide necessary supports for the children that we're also very concerned about?
So, right, I want to, and since our lens is through domestic violence, I want to sort of talk about that domestic violence is a portion of somebody's life. This terrible thing has happened, but often when we step into the case, we discover there's so many other things going on. There's housing, there's food, there's technology. When an abuser wants to have more control over a survivor, they break their phone, right? They cut them off from their support systems. And I think when programs are establishing services, they need to be thinking about the whole person model. Sometimes programs get fixated on the particular topic that they entered in through that door, and not realizing they're going to be sort of hit with all these other challenges the family is having. And while I was sitting here listening to the rest of, especially the young people who were talking about their mental health, about their schooling, about their family connection, about their medication, their desires to have jobs, all those things play a role. The young woman I shared with you about being pregnant and trying to weigh the odds of staying with this very abusive partner or leaving, parts of those things where she wasn't prepared to be a single parent and not have the child care voucher or child care assist, and looking at that co-parent as a possibility. So I think when we walk through, sort of take off the lens of, oh, I would have done it a different way, or this is why aren't they progressing? Why is this case not progressing? And not do more of the unearthing and figuring out what is making this family stagnant. What else is going on? And we quickly find out within 72 hours of providing services to a survivor that there are at least 10 other things going on. And so any program you develop or any resources you throw at something, you need to be thinking about the whole family, the whole client, and what else is going to come after the initial response.
Yeah, that makes me think of testimonies we heard earlier from the likes of Melody Webb and others that said financial assistance and housing assistance needs to be part of this broader matrix that we're thinking about as we're providing support and doing analysis for these people. I don't want to conflate too many things, but one quick follow-up. I've heard from mothers and women who have been incarcerated, who are at risk of losing their child to the system, if we want to frame it that way, because the clock is running out. They have a set amount of time before they have to get on their feet, find housing, find a job, et cetera, in order to reunify with their family. Can you speak to some of the challenges you may be experiencing or facing with the women you're supporting and families you're supporting that are experiencing domestic violence, and how that correlates with the work at CFSA?
Right. So I think that for DC Safe, our main mission, besides our domestic violence response and our crisis response around that topic, is also finding our partners in the community who can support the family. And families are often talking about ticking clocks and feeling they're running out of time or they don't have enough resources. I think, and I belong to various provider boards and meetings and all those things. I think once, I think Ms. Reed said, once enough providers can get together and say, what do you do? What do I do? And do some of the work on the ground, we can buy some of that time back for the family. I have, in the years that we've been working with CFSA, their model is changing, and they're also trying to silence that ticking clock and make sure the family has the things in place to be more successful. Now, you know, one of the major issues, and I heard one of our young people talk about it, is the mental health component of families. And if you don't address that, I don't know, you could throw every dollar you had, every case manager you had, every therapist you have, if you don't have the mental health stabilized, which we learned over the last 3 years of the pandemic, made it so much more difficult to make an impact and to keep people safe over time. During the pandemic, we saw more deaths, more injuries, more broken arms. So everything sort of escalated, as we all knew that, you know, it would, because once you put a survivor in the house with an abuser and they have nowhere to go, this is what's going to happen, right? And much like Ms. Reed's team, DC Safe did not go offline. Our shelter staff continued to work, our on-call staff continued to work, and we just found ourselves going from maybe getting 4,000 calls a year to this blossoming into 11, 12,000 calls a year, because everything else in the city was closed. And some of the resources that clients were used to running towards simply weren't there. So we've had to really dig down to talk to our partners, talk to CFSA, be in collaboration, have grace with each other, especially in these changing times. But I think that's really what it has. I think we need to have, and we've heard this here, this really transformative and transparent conversation about what we really are doing with these families and the boundaries and the barriers that are really in front of the client. It's not always the subject matter that your agent is particularly dealing with.
And I would just flag that one of the questions we're going to press with CFSA later is around how they're tracking specific data related to families that are connected to domestic violence. And that was something in their responses that stood out to us. I am running out of time. I was a little bit liberal and not running the clock this time, but Ms. Barden and Mr. Llanos, I want to thank you all for your testimony as well. And thank you all for coming today. With that, we're going to move on to our...
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
I want to thank you both for, the council members and everyone but I wanted to like back on Michelle's stance. I experienced domestic violence during the pandemic, and I promise I'm gonna give you Michelle again, but I experienced domestic violence in the pandemic, and they actually paid for me to flee DC They paid for my to pack up my home and got me out of DC, and they paid for the whole thing, supported me the whole entire way. But to back up her as far as the emotional support, but when I got there, I still felt alone, and I had the mental trauma and anxiety from it all still built in. So the anxiety made me lose the apartment that I had there, because the anxiety that I had from the trauma of being in domestic violence. So I just wanted to add it in someone that experienced being under DC state, how they help, but when you get help, it's still trauma that comes from being in an abusive situation where you feel inadequate, you feel stupid and dumb, that you can't do nothing, you can't make appropriate decisions for your family because if it's a spouse or a partner, you made an inadequate decision for your children. So I'm just wanting to back her up on that. I know you got it.
Thank you very much for offering that and being vulnerable and sharing your truth. And thank you, Ms. Sewell, again, for the life-saving work that you're contributing to. So we are going to move, thank you all. We're going to move to our next panel. We have Tamaria Lewis, Director of Government Affairs at the DC Charter School Alliance. We have Terrence Davis, the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, Family Success Center. Angela Drawn with Family Success Center Manager, and Anacostia Martha's Table. We have Dana Abiasa, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, with Thriving Families, Safer Children. And Sabrina Katab with the Capital Area Asset Builders. I also believe we have Lisa Wilson, if you are on. As well as Lacilia Suarez. And while they are still logging on, for the sake of time, I see your name listed here as Tammy Lewis. I'm going to call on you to give your testimony. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George, Councilmember Parkers, and other members of the committee. My name is Tamara Lewis, but everyone calls me Tammy. I am the Senior Director of Government Affairs for the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that every student can choose high-quality public schools that prepare them for lifelong success. I also grew up in foster care, and it's no exaggeration when I say teachers saved my life. That's why I've spent my career working in education and public policy. I know firsthand how critical teachers and other school staff are in creating safe spaces that give students the courage to ask for help when they're experiencing danger at home. I also know firsthand how important it is for school staff to have access to effective child welfare systems that promptly respond and center student safety and emotional well-being. I'm here today to advocate for additional staffing and resources for CFSA and to share 3 specific challenges our schools are encountering and ways CFSA can address these challenges moving forward. 1, providing clarity and commitment on expected response times when mandated reporters make a referral. 2, reinforcing roles and responsibilities of CFSA versus school staff. And 3, committing to specific steps, including safety checks, when schools refer students for chronic truancy. First, we want to ensure that CFSA has adequate staffing so that when a school makes a call, there is clarity on action steps and firm commitment on expected response times. In cases where a student has disclosed abuse to school staff, we feel strongly that such procedures must include a trained CFSA professional examining and interviewing that student prior to directing school staff to send that student home. Second, we want to make sure that the roles and responsibilities of CFSA and schools are clearly defined and consistently executed. One school leader told us they feel far less sure today than ever before about what the school's role is versus CFSA when it comes to investigating a student situation. Consistent with mandated reporter training, we need CFSA to reinforce that our school's job is to report suspected abuse and neglect, while the agency's job is to promptly investigate and propose next steps. Third, school leaders are concerned that CFSA isn't consistently following up on chronic truancy cases when a school has taken all required steps and made a referral. We're asking for commitments from CFSA on the specific actions they will take when schools refer students for truancy, emphasizing when and how a safety check will be conducted. This commitment is essential in cases involving older students. Lastly, we know that too many students and families are struggling and in need of a variety of services and supports in order to avoid further system involvement and family separation. Our schools need regular communication about available resources and support services that they can connect struggling families with. These families, including those referred for truancy, are often referred for services to a variety of organizations and agencies. As we raised in our testimony a few weeks ago at the DBH performance hearing, navigating the complex processes required to access services without proper assistance is extremely challenging for families. We urge the council to support more widely accessible, personalized wraparound case management services for our students and the families who need them most. We understand that many of these challenges may be related to staffing shortages for social workers and mental health providers at the very moment when the need for such services has greatly intensified as a result of the pandemic. We're eager to work with CFSA and our schools to identify solutions to these challenges, and we're pleased to be facilitating a conversation between charter schools and CFSA leadership in the coming weeks. We're also grateful for steps the council has already taken to improve services for our most vulnerable students by creating the Office of the Ombudsman for Children. We're working with our schools to ensure they know this office is a resource when encountering concerns with CFSA. We look forward to continuing our work together to keep students safe and assure they are well cared for so they can learn productively while in school. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome questions.
Thank you, Tammy. It's always great to have you offer testimony. We missed Vera Johnson on the last panel, so we've promoted you, Ms. Johnson, and I'm going to allow you now to offer your testimony for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for allowing me to participate at this time. And so my name is Vera Johnson, and I am a program manager with the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, which is one of the 5 collaboratives in the District of Columbia. In my role as program manager, I have the day-to-day oversight of our prevention programming within the community-based child abuse prevention, as you all know as CBCAP, and that's an initiative with CFSA. Through this capacity building initiative, we were approved to make available to Ward 8 residents the opportunity to participate in 2 evidence-based curriculums, the Nurturing Parenting Program and Quenching the Father Thirst. The Nurturing Parenting Program, I'll refer to as MPP, is a 10-week curriculum that focuses on enhancing the nurturing, parenting, and child rearing skills for parents, guardians, and caregivers. This experience supports a shift in thinking in children being raised in a manner that nurtures their self-worth, promotes their sense of personal empowerment and cooperation, and makes appropriate development expectations of them in a respectful and non-violent manner. The Quenching the Father Thirst is a 7-week curriculum facilitated by consultant Chester Marshall, who's an LICSW. Mr. Marshall maintains empowering engagement among the men in attendance as they discuss obstacles to Black manhood development. Included in their discussions are addictions, anger, and depression. They explore issues regarding habits, friendship circles, intimate relationships, time spent, and a lot more. The men confront interpersonal struggles and strategies for overcoming and thriving and becoming better fathers and also partners, and how not to be led astray by all the distractions, obstacles, and negative influences in daily life. The Far Southeast Collaborative, we recognize that some of our success comes through the formal agreements we develop with grassroots agencies who lead the recruitment of the participants enrolling in both MPP and Quenching the Father Thirst. And as they're doing this, they're receiving technical assistance through Far Southeast to help build the capacity of their organization. And this assistance extends to building the capacity of families and the capacity of the community. Currently, we are partnering with two partners, I Am Prone, which stands for I Am a Product of My Environment, and also Capitol Hill Guys. These partners with Far Southeast celebrate the participants through hosting a graduation ceremony where they receive certificates for their successful completion and also incentives. Additionally, we partner with Manpower and facilitate Quenching the Father Thirst in DC jail. We are ecstatic that a graduate from both the Nurturing Parenting class and the Quenching the Father Thirst class completed facilitation training and is now supporting the facilitation of both the MPP and QFT classes for Ward 8 residents. That is true capacity building. Far Southeast Strength and Collaborative treasures the opportunity to partner and engage closely with the CBCAP Child and Family Services Agency staff, Lenore Hansford and Erica Kruver, that consistently collaborate and support us, and we consistently have open communication. Participants completed satisfactory surveys provided by Neon Consultants, who we work very closely with. We learned that over 87% of participants surveyed are satisfied or very satisfied with the program. Based on survey responses, the programs appear to increase the 5 protective factors. That's definitely very important. For example, nearly 97% of respondents indicated that the program increased their parenting skills a great deal or quite a bit. Also, 75% of respondents indicated that the program increased their ability to cope with challenges a great deal or quite a bit. Respondents also appeared to have better knowledge of how to access concrete supports. Program participants also appeared to learn ways to strengthen their own families and communities, and nearly all, 97% surveyed, strongly agreed that the program helped them learn ways to strengthen their own family, and 90% strongly agreed that program helped them learn ways to strengthen their communities. CBCAP truly makes an impact, a positive impact in our community. Some quotes from the parents included, when asked what they liked, were being in a safe environment, in a non-judgmental environment, teaching how to deal with emotional stress and support for our kids, the knowledge and helpful resources and information on becoming a better parent. Although there is so much more that we could share about the success with this collaboration, we will close with saying thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the enhancement of community-based child abuse prevention in the district. Thank you for this time. I appreciate it. And I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you for that testimony. We will have questions once everyone's had opportunity to offer their testimony.
Okay.
Next, we will have Terrence Davis, and you will have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Louis George and Councilmember Parker. I am Terrence Davis, and I serve as the Program Director of the Bennett Terrace and Bennett Park and Bennett Road and Minnesota Avenue Family Success Centers. In 2019, the East River Family Strength Collaborative received 2 grants to operate these centers from the Child and Family Services Agency. As part of a larger place-based initiative known as Family First DC, overall goals of this initiative are as follows: empower residents to be actively engaged in identifying and addressing needs that support the resiliency and stabilization of individuals, families, and communities. Deliver community-driven services that integrate existing government and community resources and meet the unique needs of each individual community. Improve community functioning by increasing protective factors and mitigating trauma to build on family and community strengths. The Family Success Centers are community-based, family-centered hubs where district residents can go to access resources, services, and support to meet their unique needs. The Bennett Terrace and Bennett Park and the Bennett Road and Minnesota Avenue Family Success Centers are designed to strengthen families and build their resiliency by connecting them to locally based services across the 5 core protective factors: concrete support at times of need, parental resilience, social connections, knowledge of parent and child development, and social and emotional competence of children. During fiscal year 22, our Family Success Centers was able to provide resources to families they would not normally have received. A combined breakdown of some of the service provided for our Family Success Centers are as follows. 3,152 families and individuals provided with services. We provided training for 34 residents to receive their food handling certificate with 20 completeness training. We provided training for 5 residents to receive a CDL license. We operated a summer camp for 56 children with horseback riding, art classes, bike riding, and field trips. Each child received a new bicycle at the end of camp. We had 120 families participating in financial literacy, cooking demonstrations, and shopping excursions to grocery stores outside of Ward 7 to broaden their knowledge of nutritious offerings. 6 trips was made with each family receiving a $150 gift certificate to supplement their grocery spending. We hope that funding for nutrition will be provided again, as this was a great resource to our family. And we want again to thank the council because the council was provided that grant. We had 68 families completed their protective factor surveys to support their increase in learning how to strengthen their families. We had 15 community advisory committee members supported the planning of programs and recruitment of families. While the Family Success Centers engage in the above and many more activities, it is important that these programs continue to allow our residents to become healthier families. It was so refreshing to observe our families being exposed to many new opportunities, knowing that they want what all of us want for our families. We appreciate the Child and Family Services Agency and Mayor Bowser for their faith in the communities and to allow our Family Success Centers to grow and develop. Thank you, and I concede my time for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Next, we will hear from Angela Drawn. You will also have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Greetings, Chairperson Lewis, George, Council Member Parker, and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Service and committee staff. So grateful to be here. I am going to approach my testimony a little bit different in telling you what a Family Success Center could have done for my family while growing up. I want to share just how vital those Family Success Centers are and why I'm advocating for them to continue to be funded. As a resident of Ward 8 and graduate of Anacostia Senior High, I do have firsthand experience with our community needs. And I grew up in a single family working mother of 3 who made just enough money to push her over the benefits cliff. And as a result, many nights we did not have food or clothing, and at times struggled to keep a secure shelter. And by determination of working 2 jobs, my mom raised us successfully, even during the time when Washington was the #1 murder capital in the United States. That was no easy feat when she had to work 2 jobs just to even give us a small meal. But with her love and support, I went on to graduate from college. But as a first-generation college student, I struggled to overcome the pain of the adverse childhood experiences due to the issues that were presented to my family because of my parents' separation. You know, not being able to eat, not having proper, adequate clothing, not having money to do things to go to the school that I wanted to go to because we didn't have bus fare, all those little things. But my mom still loved us dearly. But we suffered a lot of lack. And as I'm sitting here thinking about and listening to everybody's testimony, I think, what if they looked at our clothes that were not great because we really didn't have great clothes, and they determined that it was neglect and they would have taken us away from my mom? We would have been devastated. You see, maybe my sister and I had to sleep together, but we grew up in a house where we loved each other. So concrete supports in a time of need would have been beneficial to us growing up. And while in college, and probably would have kept us from having so many fights at school because new and trendy clothes were not a priority for our household. So getting into fights were our defense from being bullied because of it. I can recall my mom being tall and slim, and now I look back at her pictures and I can easily see her bones. And it wasn't until we got older that I realized that she was that way because she gave us a larger portion of our small meals. I tell you these stories because I know that many people are experiencing the same issues now, and perhaps coming to a place like my organization and the organizations of my colleagues, but my organization being Martha's Table, the Anacostia Family Success Center, to get food, to get gently used clothing, and other resources will be the catalyst to help strengthen our families and communities. And thinking about the impact of the FSCs make me wish that my dad could have accessed our district dads program, where he would have gotten the support, understanding, and the resources to help him understand why it's important to stay connected to our family. That even though my parents were separated, that didn't mean that he should have separated from us. So as I say, when my dad died, it was almost like nothing happened because he left. God rest his soul. He left and he never kept that relationship with us. And perhaps if he thought it was important to stay in our lives, my mom would not have had to struggle like she did. But either way, we survived. And thankfully, in my role as the manager of the Family Success Center at Anacostia, I get to pay it forward by serving, supporting, and loving a community that experience those type of ACEs daily. And if they can see that recovery and resilience are possible in others, then perhaps they may realize that within themselves, thereby building stronger families and communities. So in closing, I want to thank you for funding this important program, and I hope that it will continue to be a district priority. Also, last thing, my mom did survive, but she's passed away. But when she died, because of her determination and her resilience, ambassadors knew her name. And that's the type of work she did. So thank you.
Thank you for such a very powerful testimony. And we, again, will have questions momentarily. Next, we will have Dana Efsal. And again, apologies if I mispronounce your name, but you are next and you will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker. My name is Danny Ibiasa, and I'm an advocate for humanity and the optimism of recovery. I'm pleased to testify before you today by utilizing impactful communication to provide awareness. I share my lived experience with navigating services within the child welfare system. I'm aiming for a call of action to improve the child welfare system that is currently transitioning to a child and family well-being system through the Thriving Families, Safer Children initiative / Keeping DC Families Together. I was once a youth and a single teen parent that utilized services through the child welfare system. The level of support from the child welfare system has varied with my different age milestones throughout the system. In my youth, I was removed from my mother's care several times, and with each reunification effort, the abuse increased, resulting in a near-death experience. As I developed, I lacked stability, social skills, a stable school environment, and basic life skills that are needed to function successfully in the community as an adult. All of my teen years, I bounced from foster homes to group homes until I was emancipated at the age of 17. Within this time frame, I became a teenage mother. Feeling the lack of nurturance from foster family / group home environments that I was placed, and a rocky connection with my mother, I turned to the streets and was unable to successfully age out of the system like my peers. At the age of 20, I gave birth again, thinking this time having this baby would be my way out of instability and homelessness. I learned from my unemployed mother that happened to be actively in her addiction the skill of working the system as a youth. By this time, I had experienced several arrests and did not have a stable housing foundation for my children. So this is the focus point of my communication. I'll share a story with you guys. I called CFSA hotline and informed the operator that I was homeless with nowhere stable to carry my infant child. I did not have an immediate response that day, so my children and I got a room at a local motel where then a CFSA worker entered the next day and removed my infant child. The caseworker left me without any type of guidance or resource. My oldest child and I were left in the motel as I worked to identify the next steps to secure a stable residence, in which at that time, my family's housing arrangement needed to be addressed. I would have been open to being referred to a vocational training program and a mental health provider for evaluation due to my consistent criminal history and due by making impulsive decisions and having maladaptive behaviors. I was able to eventually send my oldest child with a previous foster parent that lived out of state as I figured out a stable plan. With no guidance or referrals in place, I was alone again and turned to the streets. Now, it may appear that CFSA may have caused my family a level of disservice, but the choices I made as an adult created a weak foundation that I made available for my children. I realized that I fell short of managing my responsibilities as a mother, but I am content with my decision today because my intentions were pure and aligned with the best interests of both of my children at the time. Now, CFSA has positively impacted the lives of thousands of families in the community and is always looking for opportunities to improve the quality of services provided in the community. And now I use my lived experience to be involved in the conversation about the upcoming changes within CFSA. Fast forward, I was able to reunify with my oldest daughter 7 years later after separation independently. I was able to secure an apartment without a community-based organization referral. I am in the maintenance stages of change in my recovery after being diagnosed with a mental illness. I became a certified peer specialist through DBH, and I also am now gainfully employed at DBH, Department of Behavioral Health. So now I'm a grandmother.
Thank you, Ms. Ebiasa. I'm going to ask that if you could just finish your last point as you are over time.
Well, my last point is that I want to ask the chairperson and want Chairwoman George to support Thriving Family Safe for Children's initiative with the warm line and the community response team. Because if that warm line was in place, maybe my family would have had the resources available to navigate, and my children may not have been separated these days. And I think my success would have happened much earlier.
Thank you for that.
I hope you
Thank you for that testimony.
I hope you have time to read my full testimony, and I hope that I can see some change. Thank you.
Absolutely. And that is a reminder for others that offered testimony. If you haven't already, if you can submit the written version of that testimony, we do read them and we'll follow up. Next, we will hear from Sabrina Katab with Capital Area Asset Builders. You will have 5 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson and the members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. My name is Sabrina Katab, and I'm the Associate Program Manager at the DC-based nonprofit organization, Capital Area Asset Builders. Today, I'm honored to provide testimony before this committee and discuss the extremely productive partnership CAB has with CFSA for the benefit of older foster youth in the district. CAB manages the Making Money Grow program at CFSA and is working to assist DC foster care youth ages 15 to 21 to get on the path toward taking control of their finances, increasing their savings, and building wealth for a better future. Our youth have been able to benefit from this partnership far beyond their time in care. For the past 7 years, CAB has partnered with CFSA's Office of Youth Empowerment to provide financial education services and lifelong skills around the importance of savings and overall money management to youth in the care of the DC government. The Making Money Grow program provides youth the opportunity to receive one-to-one match up to $500 each year from ages 15 to 17, and a 2-to-1 match up to $1,000 a year from ages 18 to right before they turn 21. If a youth starts the program at 15 age, and maximizes their savings, they can certainly receive $7,500 in matched funds and exit the program with $12,000. The match funds can be used for housing, car purchases or repairs, healthcare expenses, education expenses, or to start a small business. Additionally, the program provides foster care youth the ability to use their match savings funds for transitional purposes as well. Along with the match component of the program, youth also receive one-on-one credit coaching and comprehensive financial education training, which CAB provides. CAB has witnessed the impact of this program on the lives of our youth, both while in care and once they transition from care. To the best of our knowledge, this is the only match savings program of its kind in the nation for the benefit of foster youth. We do applaud CFSA for directly and financially empowering foster youth so that upon aging out, they can have access to financial assets to deal with life. At this time, approximately 100 youth are currently enrolled in the Making Money Grow program. Many of our youth have used the program to purchase their first car, to pay rent for their first apartment, and pay off educational expenses, slash also purchase medical necessities. Furthermore, youth in the program have worked tirelessly to build healthy saving habits, build their credit, and learn the importance of effectively managing their money. We recognize and thank the leadership and staff at CFSA's Office of Youth Empowerment for their involvement in the Making Money Grow program and for their leadership in expanding our partnership and delivery of services to more CFSA clients. Thank you all so much, and I'm here for questions.
Thank you. I do see our fearless leader is returned. Chairwoman Lewis George is back. Next, we will hear from Lisa Wilson, but as you prepare to give your testimony, I'm going to turn it back over to Chairwoman Lewis George.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Parker, for standing in this seat there. I truly appreciate it in our continued partnership. And thank you to your staff as well for working with my staff to make that happen. Next up, we have Lisa Wilson.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lisa Wilson, and I became a first-time foster parent last June to an infant I will call Baby D. During the training I completed as a prospective foster parent, I learned that CFSA recognizes that attachment, or the quality of relationship between an infant or child and their caregiver, is decisive to their healthy development and their lifelong well-being. CFSA has identified 2 key practices to support children's attachment needs, including active communication between the child's biological, foster, and any other caregiver placements, and the consistent provision of an age-appropriate and adequate transition between homes. Unfortunately, neither of these supports were afforded to Baby D, despite my best efforts to advocate on her behalf throughout the 5.5 months she was in my care. And as I spoke with other foster parents, I learned that she's not alone. In a significant number of cases, children are moved from one home to another with inadequate support for the transition or none at all. So I'm here today to highlight the discrepancy that often exists between CFSA's stated priorities and what occurs in practice, in hopes that I can be part of a solution to the problem. To flesh out the concept of attachment, imagine a child bonding with an adult and depending on that adult to keep them safe and warm, to feed them, play with them, laugh with them, comfort them. And then one day, out of the blue, being put in a car with a stranger who takes them away and they never see that child again. And imagine that they had already lost the adult their life depended on at least once before. There is a limit to how many such losses an infant or child can experience and still be able to form the next healthy attachment. And as I tried to understand how the agency could repeatedly neglect the practices it has identified to minimize this trauma, I learned that there is no system in place to monitor implementation of those 2 practices. The things that are measured and regularly reported are the number of days the child has been in a non-familial placement and what efforts have been made to move the child as quickly as possible to a familial or kinship placement. As worthy as these efforts are, in the absence of measured and reported benchmarks to ensure a process supporting the child's attachment needs, this focus on speed can predictably result in the omission of a thoughtful transition. This insight can offer a way forward that better serves children and families. And I believe this is the golden moment to choose that path as you establish priorities for this newly constituted committee, and as Ms. Cawthon sets up the Office of the Ombudsman for Children. So I would request that you please see my written testimony for more detail and specific recommendations I don't have time to share here. And again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I would welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I may have some questions at the end. And next up, we have Lucilia Suarez.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. It's so nice to see you guys. I'm so excited to be here. So good afternoon, Chairwoman Lewis George and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Lucilla Suarez, and I'm a pediatrics resident and soon to be pediatrician in DC. In my 3 years of pediatrics training, I have cared for the district's infants, children, and adolescents in various hospital and outpatient clinic settings. I want to start by thanking you for the opportunity to testify on the performance on the Child and Family Services Agency over the past fiscal year. Today, I will focus my testimony on CFSA's home visiting programs, which we've already heard a bit about. CFSA funds programs that focus on supporting special populations, such as the Mary Center Father-Child Attachment Program that supports masculine caregivers of young children, which we've heard about, and Community Family Life Services Parent Support and Home Visitation Program that supports returning citizens reuniting with their child. Like many pediatricians, I am passionate about preventative medicine and the critical role it can play in changing the trajectory of an individual's life. That is why I'm here today testifying in support of CFSA's home visiting programs, which are an essential part of protecting the health of the most vulnerable children and their families. What really excites me about home visiting is that it fills the gap many pediatricians cannot close by themselves. Much of the burnout in medicine stems from our inability as providers to address the social determinants of health in a 15-minute clinic visit, when we are also addressing medical and behavioral health concerns, education, nutrition, sleep, development, all while examining, referring, prescribing, and completing health forms. What ends up happening is that our children, like a 2-year-old boy who I see almost every week that I'm in clinic, overuse the medical system to address issues at home. This is not only expensive and burdensome for the healthcare system, but also, unfortunately, ineffective. Home visiting, however, saves cost due to its effectiveness addressing these very issues at home. Research shows an ROI between $1.80 and $5.70 for every dollar invested. Home visiting has been shown in studies to promote healthy child development by creating a more stimulating home environment, referring children to early intervention programs, connecting parents to employment opportunities, reducing mental health problems within a family, and improving access to necessary supplies like food and diapers. And while we can certainly prescribe diapers and other supplies to our families, it is the home visitors who are able to deliver these supplies to the home, not the pediatricians. The COVID-19 pandemic has really opened our eyes to how much we miss as providers in the clinic, since even a glimpse into our patients' home environments through a Zoom screen during a televisit has been enormously informative about the factors impacting our patients' health. For example, when we cannot see the mold in a home that is triggering our toddlers' repeated asthma exacerbations in the clinic and the hospital, both the patients and the healthcare system lose. When we cannot see the decline in a family's mental health and subsequent changes in the home environment, especially with the rise in deadly domestic violence and child abuse cases during the pandemic, both the patients and the healthcare system lose. This is where routine home visits with the same trusted adult, who oftentimes speaks the same language and shares the same culture as the family, fill the gaps and complete the care that our healthcare system can provide. Home visitors are our partners in child health delivery and protection, and this is why I'm here to support the continued investment in home visiting programs. Thank you so much for your time, and I welcome any questions you have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We are now going to move to a round of questions. Councilman Parker, I'll have you start since you started with this panel of witnesses.
Yes, thank you all for your testimony. I want to go back to the first that we heard in this round. Ms. Lewis, you gave very concrete action steps and recommendations, which I always appreciate. Two that stood out to me was the response times after a report has been made, and then these safety checks after notes about truancy. One of the things that I want to delve into that latter point. One of the things that I know to be true is that truancy was up during the pandemic, certainly in wards 5, 7, and 8. I'm sorry, Chairwoman Lewis George, I keep leaving Ward 4 out of that. Wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. And as a result, there were more incidents of CFSA reporting. There were concerns that we heard on the State Board of Education at that time that because families needed other supports or they didn't feel school was safe at that time, those were false alarms, if you will. Fast forward to now, I would imagine we are still seeing heightened reports for those wards, predominantly Black areas of the city. Can you just speak to how you're, in your recommendation, accommodating for what we know to be heightened alerts in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8, with the very valid concern that if a student is missing from school repeatedly, there may be some real concern about what's happening in the home life. Does that make sense? I'm getting at?
Absolutely. And again, I shared my own personal history with foster care and my own family. So I have a lot of intimate awareness.
I guess what I'm getting at is in that recommendation, which I think is a very valid and worthy one, how do we differentiate between the calls of there's something else going on for these families versus the cases where we should really be concerned?
Sure. I mean, I have also worked in 3 separate school systems in DC, so I have a lot of experience directly in the schools. I think what I would say is where there's truancy, there's almost always other stuff going on. That's what we know when we understand families are struggling and students are struggling. I think our main concern right now is not necessarily heavy-handed action in every truancy case. Obviously, we all want to see all students in school all the time. But our very specific concern is for the subset of students who go dark on us. Most of our schools, even when the students are truant, have solid enough relationships that they can reach the child or the family and they can at least confirm they're physically okay. But there is a set of students that go dark on schools where there's been no contact with anyone for significant periods of time. That is the subset we really want to work with CFSA on ensuring that there's a protocol for safety visits when there is particular reason to believe this child has been kind of off the radar for a period of time.
That is helpful.
And particularly, just to add to that, our schools are concerned about older students at times where staffing is tough. You're having to triage across a lot of reporting. What they are seeing is older students tend to be the ones that are at the bottom of the list. But given at the same time what we see in the growth of youth violence and gun use, that has led to a heightened sense that we need to be doing more preventive safety checks on the older students that have been missing from school than what we're doing right now.
No, that is really helpful. And I agree that there is more that we need to do to both hold families accountable to getting kids to school while also providing those support. And I appreciate the differentiation between those students that go dark, as you frame it, versus students that may have truancy issues for a host of other reasons, namely housing instability, transportation barriers, et cetera. I want to also go to Mr. Davis. You cited a number of the program and outreach efforts that you have going on. One of the things that piqued my interest, you talked about the social emotional support that your organization is providing for children. Can you speak to the barriers that you have encountered to providing those supports, and how should we be thinking about addressing those barriers via CFSA?
making being vulnerable normal, lack of a better word. More I would say knowledge and information to make it seem so off-putting. With youth, you're dealing with a lot of peer pressure, and especially when you're seeking help, or you have issues, whether it's, you know, trauma or lack of a need or whatever it may be. Just getting youth to willing to admit to it and being open to receiving assistance. I think that comes with more openness from adults, putting it up front street, you know, making it acceptable, more knowledge and information, to tear some of these barriers of peer pressure and that the social media, the stuff. Yeah, it's just it's a lot.
Anecdotally speaking, have you seen more requests during the pandemic or since the pandemic for the outreach programs that you all are offering?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. But not from the population that really needs it, that really wants that really needs the help, the ones we're really trying to reach. Again, I think I got to go back to that social media. I think we really need to try to find a way to reach these children through social media and try to reverse some of the negative input they receive from social media. Because social media got more control over these children than parents. Some of them. So I think like a real social media push, making it you know, cool to, you know, talk about feelings and emotions and address them, and yeah.
No, thank you for that. Angela, one of the things that stood out to me in your testimony, you said what a family success center could do for my family, as you gave a very personal and powerful recount of your personal narrative. One of the things that you highlighted was how in your own journey there was a lack of food and housing. And one of the things I keep coming back to is the housing instability piece. Can you give recommendations for how we should be thinking about providing those supports to families that may not be in the system, but may need that lifeline or those supports so that they are not ending up, or children are not ending up in CFSA?
Well, I think, in my humble opinion, a lot of families are experiencing housing instability because they can't get along. And that, you know, being able to teach families conflict resolution, you know, financial stability, because those are root issues, root cause. Like even if you get a person an apartment or a house or affordable housing, if they don't have that money management, then they may find themselves right back into that crisis mode again. And so making sure that we have the adequate training and maybe attaching at that to TANF and SNAP, that this is your job. You're getting the training that you need so that you can survive and you're not having to rely on other people, and to help them understand the importance of that, because I don't know that there is a solution if we don't change our mindsets on how we are approaching life. And I see that with a lot of ACEs, but when I discovered that teen moms or young people can't stay with their parents and they don't even have the necessary life skills, it's the fact that we don't have that conflict resolution and the ability to stay with each other until we can get on our feet. And so we're looking for the government to solve an issue that probably could be solved if we just learn to love each other and get along with each other. You know, that's the only answer I have for you, sir.
No,
you know?
that is very powerful. And I saw everybody's head nodding. So I think you have a lot of people that agree with you. I know I'm out of time. If I could ask for 60 more seconds, I do want to just acknowledge the powerful testimony that you also offered, Dana Ebiasa. And I just want to thank you for offering up and being so vulnerable to share your truth. There was one thing you shared there were many things you shared that stood out to me, but you noted how you reunified with your child that was caught up in the system, and you did it on your own. And if you could just detail and elaborate on what steps you took, what recommendations you might have for a family or a person that may be watching this for that very important process. And if you could do it in 30 seconds or less.
Basically,
Go ahead. I was gonna say, Dana, that was my same question, so it's okay. You can.
Okay, great.
You can start the clock.
It was just, I was sick and tired of being incarcerated, being away from my family. I honestly did not have no support. I don't know where the strength came from, but when I got out of jail in Upper Marlboro, I'll never forget, I hung out in libraries. I didn't go around the way no more. I cut people off. I just got in the libraries and started looking for resources, started searching up my symptoms. Why am I feeling like the world is on my shoulders? Why am I dealing with this? Why am I having consistent migraines? That's how I learned about a mental illness. That's how I learned about how to reach out for resources in the community. So, all I can just basically say is I'm so glad that when I heard the youth speak, and I've been on here since 12, and I'm just so happy that their experience is much different than mine, and that they do have a bright future. You know what I'm saying? So just stay consistent, stay clean and sober, get your resources, advocate. The youth said it the best. Yeah.
Thank you for that. So very powerful.
And the warm line, I want you guys to fully back CFSA efforts and attempts to continue to be innovative by creating a warm line to welcome families who are reaching out to the warm line for support, so they can be connected to different services in the community. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. That is my time.
Thank you. A few more questions you asked. You asked and was answered a number of questions. Sabrina, I just wanted to come to you for 1 second. Are you still here? I think I see you. There you go. Sabrina, I wanted to ask, is the number of participants in the Making Money Grow program based on interest or available funds? And if the latter, are you turned away for lack of funds?
No, usually we accept any participants who qualify, part of the foster system, and want to join. I think it's just more so we would take on more if there are more foster youth who are interested, for sure.
Got it. And that's good to know. And are there ways that we can sort of just make sure youth know about this program, or to make sure you all have more young people to be able to benefit from it?
Well, definitely. So most of our youth come either through CFSA directly or from social workers who know about our program. Okay. So we would love for more social workers to spread the word about our program and to let more youth know.
Okay, I appreciate that. Lisa, I appreciate your testimony, and thank you for being a foster parent. I wanted to ask you about the personal impact of attachment loss on children who experience it when there's a lack of support for children when moving homes, and what should that support actually look like?
Thank you so much for that question. So I think I'm not sure that I am equipped to respond to the first part of your question, because being really new to foster care, I've really only had this one experience of fostering. So to speak specifically to the impact that kind of experience may have had on children within the foster care system, I'd have to do some research, but I would be happy to do that and get back to you. But in terms of what I think would be helpful, really I think it's a good start to do what has already been identified by CFSA and put in place in terms of child is placed family and the foster parent, so that there can be continuity for the child, and that can be established so that if the child does reunify with the biological family, there's already a relationship there, and there's some sense of consistency as the child is able to move between the homes. And if the child doesn't reunify with the biological parent, but goes on to another placement, that there's also communication between the foster parent and that other home, so that again, there's continuity and consistency. There's the ability to share information, and even just routines and things that the child is used to, those can be maintained and sustained across households. And that is it's my understanding, and again, I'm new to this, but I have talked to some people and learned that there is actually a document in place, and it's on the CFSA website, that was put in place in 2020. That is a placement and matching protocol that speaks to transition plans and having an intentional and thoughtful approach to moving a child from one home to another home. And this protocol, it's my understanding, has never really fully been implemented, but it's there. And in addition, in 2019, there was a parent work group that did a lot of work around recommendations that were made to CFSA in regards to what would be a supportive process to children. So it's there, and I think a good resource and place to start.
Right, thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you sharing your story and as well. I'm going to move to the next panel. I know a few people who spoke about the home care visit program. I just want you to know that is a top priority for me, especially improving the pay and conditions for our home care, home visiting programs and our home care aides specifically. But we're going to move on to panel 6, which includes Kanaya Christian, Nisa Hussein, Wayne Enoch from ASME Local 2401, John Davis, Veronica Proctor, Del McFadden, and Rebecca Radinsky. And as soon as I see the first witness, I will call them. All right, the first person up is Kanaya Christian. I know I'm saying your name wrong, just correct me, and I apologize.
Oh, you were saying it right. Thank you.
Great.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for being here. Yes, my name is Kanaya Christian. I am hopeful to just be heard for a moment. Let me see. I definitely do understand and enjoy the thought of the CFSA agency and their mission for children and their well-being. However, I'm a little confused on whether the family's well-being is held at the forefront. I witnessed an improper investigation done against me, and I'm wondering who truly does hold CFSA accountable. Thankfully, I had the mental ability to think past the fearful thought of my child possibly being taken from me. I'm utterly shocked at the extent that was gone to manipulate my case into becoming a substantiated case. My son was admitted into a hospital. We were there for 3 days and we followed their medical procedure. I noticed several times the lack of communication amongst the doctors and staff. At this time, RSV, I believe it was heavy, and I was understanding of, the struggles within. However, after 3 days with no updates for what was a minor situation, it became a bit frustrating. They continued to say one thing and yet do another. I decided to leave and go elsewhere. I did allow my child a day in between for restoration from their repeated treatment, which didn't seem to be working. We got to another hospital, and in 3 hours, they gathered what was going on. My 16-month-old had a vitamin D deficiency. This is actually quite common for people, especially people of color. And without a proper investigation, I have been labeled as a medically neglectful parent. He goes to all of his appointments, gets all of his necessary care. That's how we got the word that he needed to go to the emergency room to get further information regarding the low blood work that had came back from his pediatrician. But I got labeled as a neglectful parent because they saw us and realized that, well, within the meeting, I did explain to them that we do follow a plant-based way of eating, and that I exclusively feed my son. So he, may just miss out on some vitamin D, and that's something that, vegan or plant-based isn't everywhere. So when it comes to the proper care for that, it does seem to be a lack of communication on most ends. However, within dealing with CFSA, without a proper investigation, they labeled me as a neglectful parent. They didn't work with me well. They didn't give me a lot of information on any, any help, that, could be offered. It seemed like I was being held against their opinion rather than facts. So I'm a contract worker at this present time for the government. God forbid, if they were to release me, the first place I would go is for my work history as a substitute teacher, which I believe that I would be granted that opportunity immediately. However, with this now being on my name, that will not be an opportunity for me, which that does not help me as a family that was within this agency. It's a labeling that is wrong. And I guess I'm just wondering, who helps in these situations, because I definitely saw from the workers themselves how they kind of, got me boxed and just straight substantiated my case. And I wasn't told until a month after my name had been placed in the DC registry, and I was told over text message. I wasn't told anything properly. There was no proper I noticed the improper protocols. There's a guide for the social workers, and I think it's 235 pages. I read about 190 of those pages, and I saw where the ball was dropped hard within my case. And so now I'm labeled as a neglectful mother when that is not the case at all. So that's why I'm here today to testify, to just ask what happens in a situation like this. I can only wonder how many parents have been placed in this substantiated case, and just kind of fear even trying to go further to get out of it, because the thought of CPS, and if they remove your child if you're doing anything wrong, trust me, I have to worry about my parents before I have to worry about CPS. Okay, so my child's well-being is more important to me than anyone in that building all added together, just to make sense of what's going on here. So
yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your story. I'm going to have some questions at the end of this panel for you, just to follow up there.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Nisa Hussein, Early Childhood Program Manager at DC Action.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Great. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Lewis George and members of the Committee on Facilities and Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for your ongoing support for DC families. I'm Nisa Hussein, Early Childhood Program Manager for DC Action, Chair of the DC Home Visiting Council, member of the Under 30 DC Coalition, and Ward 1 residents. Today, my remarks will focus on the critical role of CFSA's early childhood home visiting programs and the need for increased funding to these services so that programs can perform at their optimal level for families. Home visiting is an effective evidence-based strategy that has long been used to improve the health and well-being of expectant parents and families with children under 5, especially families with lower incomes or accumulated risk factors. These services support families during an extremely critical time. As you know, the first few years of life are crucial for a child's development, and it's a window of time where their experiences can create a lasting effect on the child's trajectory. Home visiting is a holistic, preventative public health approach that both enhances protective factors and aims to minimize adverse childhood experiences. Often, a home visitor will help a caregiver cope with stressors and encourage positive parenting, and ultimately work towards reducing child abuse and neglect. You've already heard how impactful this support has been from the wonderful Father Childhood program witnesses earlier in the hearing. And I also want to mention the success of another CFSA funded program, which is the Community Family Life Services Home Visiting Program. And they support mothers experiencing homelessness, domestic violence, or incarcerated mothers seeking to reunify with their children. These two programs focus on special populations, and were able to provide invaluable tailored support to families this past year. While home visiting continues to play a critical role in the district, our programs currently face several challenges that can be addressed with increased funding to home visiting grants next year. Our primary challenges include the low pay that is driving home visitors to leave the workforce, and the stagnant grants that haven't increased in recent years, even during the pandemic. So we recommend increasing home visitor salaries to reduce turnover, avoid interrupted services to families when those home visitors leave their roles, and lessen the burden on programs operating without full staff. The Home Visiting Council recently released a policy recommendations brief that outlines these approaches to raising wages, which I have linked to my full testimony. We also recommend an overall increase in local home visiting funding to adjust for rising inflation and stagnant grant amounts. This will help programs meet the increasing needs of families, which have grown since the pandemic and continues into the costly economic situation that we're all currently experiencing. So to address this low pay, inflation, and flat funding of grants, we are seeking a $300,000 increase to CFSA funding for home visiting programs in the FY24 budget. So in closing, we implore that the DC Council prioritizes home visiting as a crucial early childhood investment that will fulfill CFSA's goal of preventing child abuse and neglect and strengthening the district's families. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we have Wayne Enoch, AFSCME Local 2401. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Wayne Enoch, President of AFSCME Local 2401 and District Council 20. I've been an employee of CFSA for 30 years. I am also a DC resident. Local 2401 is the collective bargaining unit of over 1,800 human service employees from various agencies. We serve many of the district's most vulnerable citizens. We have over 300 members at CFSA. CFSA is an agency that continues to change. As a social service agency, the employees are not strangers to embracing that change. The agency is currently realigning staff to meet the goals of the agencies. Some of the changes have been in place in the past in some form or another, specifically the Planned Family Stabilization Unit. The agency is also in the process of implementing hoteling space for staff at the agency's main office. Staff are quite anxious to see how this will impact their daily work. At CFSA, we have a highly active and effective Labor Management Partnership Council. Our LMPC has been in existence over many years, dating back to the agency's first director, Dr. Olivia Golden. Since that time, with each director, we have been able to sustain a very good labor relationship. While it is not perfect, we are able to meet and resolve a lot of issues. We also create activities that enhance the workplace and attempt to increase morale. These activities include Social Work Month activities in March, wellness activities, as well as the implementation of the alternative work schedule and telework policies. Several years ago, under the guidance of the former citywide LMPC, we created an employee feedback portal. The agency won the Dwight Bowman Award for Labor Management Partnership. Recently, we have been in the process of making sure we do not lose the strength of our ability to work together. Unfortunately, I filed 2 grievances just this month about changes in work rules and the CPS hotline manager's failure to contact the union. This is a disturbing situation because we have been working in this area to improve morale. We also alerted the management of other instances where this took place in CPS. CPS is an area of the agency that is in turmoil because of the high social work vacancies. The hotline does not have a high turnover rate, and we want to keep that as so. Local 2401 has been asking the agency, what can we do to assist with the recruitment and retention in CPS? We have recommended student loan repayment, and I encourage this committee to explore that as well. Despite the decrease in the number of cases, the agency is having cases with more complex issues. Caseload sizes may be down, but the work that goes into those cases continue to evolve. Social workers have been attacked, and some have had to take off. I believe the agency knows about the need to recruit and retain staff, but I hope that this committee is able to support our members in the agency with this effort. In closing, I would like to also state that AFSCME Local 24 wants to continue advocate for its members and always willing to meet the agency's managers as well as this committee. We hope to bring these issues to your attention and have resolution. We want the district to receive the services that they need and deserve. We also want a workplace that facilitates these services by competent employees who are properly trained and treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we will have John Davis. Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Lewis George and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services and committee staff. I am Pastor John Davis of Keep It Moving Empowerment Ministries and co-chair of Child and Family Services Agency, Thriving Families, Safer Children. I am very, very pleased to testify before you guys today. While riding to an appointment last week, I found myself with tears welled up in my eyes. And all of a sudden, it hit me what this was truly all about, because I keep trying to figure it out. But to me, what it's all about is how do we break the curse of abandonment? How do we stop abandoning our kids? And it seems that the kids are muted. The kids don't have no say so. And the reason why I feel all of this is because it's this book by author Carl F. Burke called Treat Me Cool, Lord, that has the prayers of kids from inner cities spoken in their own words, prayers in their own words. And there is this one particular prayer that really touched me. And the name of the prayer is Why. And it says, Dear God, why do religious people always know that they are always so right when they don't give us a chance to talk? The kids are not being able to say not one word. I received this book from a former English professor. And she told me before I read it, little raggedy, little old book, she said, John, this book is going to open you up to raw honesty. And that's what it did. But just a few days ago, the real reason for the tears was after I had heard the great news that my youngest son had won custody of his son. And it made me get all these butterflies in my stomach, because although I know what I did, I was a part of the abandonment crew. I ran from responsibilities. I ran from what was going on at home, but my son took a stand. So I am so glad that my son decided to do something different, to get something different. There is no way that we can be 100% sure about these new changes that CFSA want to do. But one thing we are sure about, if we don't change, we're going to keep on manifesting the same outcome over and over and over again. We must all become change agents. We must all do something different. So my time is out, and I thank y'all for giving me a chance to say so.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your words. Next up, we have Veronica Proctor. Good afternoon, Veronica.
Great afternoon, Councilwoman George,
members of the Facilities and Family Services, and staff. I am Veronica Proctor, co-chair of DC Child and Family Agency Thriving Families, Safer Children, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Subcommittee. I am pleased to speak on my experiences working with Child and Family Services. I became involved with CFSA through the Lived Experience Advisory Council. I was invited to the initiative with the understanding that I would be part of something wonderful. CFSA is shifting from a child welfare system, which was punitive, to a child and family well-being system. And the goal is to keep families together. In each meeting, people from the Lived Experience Advisory Council, alongside the CFA staff, the Warm Line Community Response Subcommittee, which I participate in, the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Subcommittee, which I am co-chair, work diligently to help this shift come to fruition. I believe this is working because we all desire to make it work. The Warm Line will be established as a first line of defense to assist families with resources from community-based organizations or government agencies, as opposed to making calls to CFSA hotline, whose mission is to protect children from imminent threat of harm. Mandated reporters or community supporters will call the Warm Line with referrals for families needing additional support. These would not be instances where abuse and or neglect would be present or where CFSA would become involved. The Warm Line would be in place. For instance, a teacher notices a child coming to school each day with poor hygiene, unclean clothes, too small shoes or clothes. Ordinarily, that teacher will be required to report this because the teacher is a mandated reporter and must report signs of neglect or abuse. Well, in this case, this might not be neglect or abuse. This may be a case of the family needing assistance. The family may have run out of money and must choose between paying the rent on time, feeding the family, or maintaining a vehicle so that they can get to work every day. This job will ensure that the rent is paid, food is kept on the table, and there might be some left over to make sure that necessities like clothes and shoes are made available. This is a poverty issue, not an abuse or neglect issue. Families should not be punished by being torn apart by removing children from the home. This would be a disruption within the family structure. The goal is to keep families together, not break them up. The teacher or mandated reporter would contact the Warm Line to make a report. In this report, the teacher would state the need of the family, and the family would then be referred to appropriate organizations or agencies where they will be provided resources. It is my belief that having this Warm Line community response model in place will accomplish several things. Number one, the Warm Line will serve as a support for families that need additional help with needs living daily. Number two, having the Warm Line in place will follow CFSA to focus on what it is purpose for, that is to protect children from neglect and abuse. Number three, the Warm Line is offered as a support to the community without the looming threat of CFSA becoming involved. And number four, through this Warm Line, trust can be regained from the community to CFSA. There's a stigma attached to CFSA, and that is removing children, disrupting the family structure. That stigma can be shifted to one of support, and CFSA having a reputation and being synonymous with keeping DC families together. I would like to thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony.
Thank you so much for your testimony and suggestions within it. Next, we have Dale McFadden, Director of Birth, Parent, Youth, and Community Engagement in CCF.
How you doing, Councilwoman Lewis George? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Always a pleasure. A couple of things I want to say before I get started. I really appreciate all the efforts. We know this is not a job, this is a mission for many of us to really right some of the issues that's in the communities working with families. And we can't just work with the youth. We have to work with the family and the community as a whole to bring about the outcomes that we really want to see. And so, you know, this work is dear to me. I've walked your community with you, saw that you were very engaged and able to walk up to some of the guys and give direction. So you know the heart of a person who can do that and the sincerity of that work. So I thank you for that. And I must applaud the youth. We've been on here since 12, but I'm energized still from the youth, and I think I'm gonna be energized all weekend So, thank you. Applause to Destiny, Arnold, Darren, and Amaya. Just amazing work. And it is not always doom and gloom. We have success stories in all parts of the city.
Right.
So thank you. So I'll go ahead and get started. Good evening. My name is Bill McFadden, and I am the Director of Birth, Parent, Youth, and Community Engagement with the Family Focus Initiative at the National Center for Children and Families. Thank you, Councilmember Louis George and members of the committee for allowing me time to share testimony today. I have been in this role with NCCF since April 2022. And quite simply, I was born to do this work. I grew up in foster care for 6 years with my siblings. I am a servant leader, and I take it as my responsibility to give back to the least of us. I love interacting with the community. I love DC. DC is my family and my community. My team and I are in the field day in and day out trying to remove doubt from people who have been in systems for their whole lives. We're trying to change the trajectory of kids' lives towards self-sufficiency. Early in my career, I worked exclusively with returning citizens, and I am all too familiar with what happens on the other end. Outreach is the preventative step that we must take in order to help these youth before they end up entangled in the justice system. Outreach workers get the hardest cases, the kids that have been trafficked, the kids that have absconded, the kids that have left school, the kid whose placements is in jeopardy. Every day out in the streets is dangerous for these kids, and it is our job to get them back to safety and stability. We do this by building rapport, very important. Meeting them where they are, extremely important. Finding them employment, meeting milestones, and getting them into a workforce development or GED program. In order to do this work, we need ample opportunities for both the youth in care and their birth families. Finding and making sure resources and partnerships are available occupies a great deal of my time. And bringing partners to the table who are culturally specific and culturally competent with our clientele. Both parents and youth need to be successfully launched when the time comes for reunification. And that is the goal, getting these kids back with their families. Tangible opportunities such as access to housing, which has been talked about multiple times today, trauma therapy, talked about as well, employment and job placement make for good family outcomes. The birth family and their community need to be ready to accept and support youth. The youth, their parents, and the community are a village, and there is great strength in this unit, but it requires the underpinning of support and resources in order to make it successful. Although it is very difficult, this is also what I love about my work. The mission and vision of the Family Focus Initiative and the leadership of NCCF is all about integration. If we only focus on the kids in care, we will miss a lot. I take great joy in seeing kids excited to see their parents. I love meeting the fathers, the mothers, and helping the entire family. Caring about people means nurturing the entire family and community, and it takes a village to bring about the outcomes that we want to see. I thank you for allowing me this time to speak, and I'll answer any questions. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And I hope I have some questions at the end, but thank you. Next up, we have, make sure I see that. Rebecca.
I'm here.
I see you. There you go.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rebecca Radinsky, and I am a social worker with the Family Focus Initiative at the National Center for Children and Families. Thank you, Councilwoman Louis George and the members of the committee for allowing me time to share my testimony today. I have been with NCCF since April of 2022, and I am passionate about working with vulnerable children who do not have the connections and supports they need to be successful. These kids need a person in their corner who consistently shows up and cheers them on. I work mainly with older youth in care, and I love seeing the results of this work. Witnessing youth make and reach their own personal goals keeps me going. This is a challenging job. Social work is both physically and mentally exhausting. It is so much more than a 9-to-5 schedule because you must be prepared to respond to a crisis no matter where or when it is happening. There is paperwork, court home visits, also the scary part of knowing the unbelievably tragic reality of life for some children and their families. It is important for people who are not familiar with the foster care system to understand that this job is much more intense than caring for your own child. With your own child, you as the parent are the sole decision maker. A foster child has an entire team of folks making decisions and intrusions in their lives. This could include birth parents, courts, and therapists. For older youth, this is especially difficult because their lives seem out of their control. As a social worker, I'm out in the field, as I am this afternoon, a great deal with these youth, making home visits, transporting them to medical and mental health appointments, interacting with their birth families and foster families, and ensuring that the folks entrusted with their care are meeting their emotional and physical requirements. The needs of foster children are greater because of those feelings of loss and their sense that they cannot control what happens to them. It is on the adults in their lives to figure out how to include them and help them navigate their way into adulthood. Permanency for older youth is more difficult to achieve, and I'm always proud when we are able to close cases for older kids. This past November, we closed the case of a 16 and 17-year-old youth who were back in care after a failed guardianship agreement. Their grandmother, who had grown too ill to remain as their guardian, and we were able to place them again to meet their goal of guardianship at a different location. My final thought is that we need to keep the pipeline open for people who are passionate about working for vulnerable populations and understand the level and difficulty of work that is needed to make sure that our kids find success. Thank you for allowing me time to speak this afternoon.
Thank you for your testimony and thank you for being a social worker. All right, I think that is the entire panel that we've had thus far. I'm going to look to my colleague, Councilman Parker. I don't see him on, but just wanted to see if he had any questions for this panel.
I do not have any questions, but really appreciate all of your testimonies, and we'll be elevating trends that we've heard through your testimony as well as others as we speak with CFSA. So thank you.
Thank you. Kanaya, Christian, I want to come back to you. I think we need a copy of your testimony, so if you get a chance, could you send that to me? But I also want to ask you, and I plan to ask CFSA about the child protection registry process, but I do want to know more about what sort of notice, if any, you received about the registry or even your legal rights or options. What was that? What information did you receive? What kind of conversations did you have prior to the substantiation and then prior to the notice you received via text message?
So thank you so much. Prior to, I believe maybe just during the holiday, maybe that's where a lot of communication was dropped. A lot of people were on leave and things because I was asking, I didn't mind going through, and excuse me for seeming so rushed. I just want to make sure I'm not taking up time or that everyone gets a chance, but I was definitely open to the investigation. I understood the importance of, I understood my actions and what caused it. But with that, it just seemed like there were just a lot of opinions. I actually have a text message from one of the nurse practitioners. We had a meeting. It was the day before Thanksgiving. She was due to come to my house and she asked if I could move my appointment up earlier. She asked on that day after she scheduled the meeting. And so I told her I wasn't able to. I'd already scheduled with my job. And she told me that she needed to leave. She told me that the agency closed at 12. She wanted my appointment for someone that had a later appointment, but then later on in her message, she said the agency closed at 12. And so I was kind of shocked that, she sort of tried to, I don't know, place me in a trick bag, if that's for lack of better words. And after that, I got a message from my social worker that they were going to come to me about a family team meeting. And I said, okay, no problem. I never heard anything else. Actually, there was a notice on my door one day. I came home from the store and I saw the notice on my door that there was a social worker that came to talk to me. Again, a couple of days after that, I received from Miss I won't say her name, but I received from my social worker that they were that they found me substantiated. She would email me my disposition. She asked if I wanted it email or mailed. And I asked if she could email it because I was under the impression that I only had about 7 days to make the appeal, but I later found that it was 30. But upon reading it, it stated that I was combative against medical procedures and care, which, you know, totally wasn't the case at all. I just wasn't for, it seemed like in the hospital or just in agencies, period, where people have authority, if you ask questions outside of what they recommend, it seems that, you know, you're deemed a problem. And that isn't my case at all. I definitely am for medical procedures. I just wanted to know how come they weren't keeping up with their communication amongst each other. And I asked if we can just take a second and all get on one accord. And when they told me that they weren't going to do that, I did leave. And it's mighty funny how we went to another hospital and they found in 3 hours the issue. They found the issue in 3 hours, whereas we were at the other hospital for 3 days and they couldn't find out anything or tell me anything. They were continuously poking my child. They had an IV in him at 16 months old. They had 2 IVs in him and I had to argue if they could take one out. With that, it was just a lot. It was a big situation. And I said, okay, we're leaving. And I'm glad I did. You know, I definitely wouldn't want to deal with CPS again or CFSA, but I would definitely leave if there was another situation in another hospital and, you know, they aren't respecting, you know, our wishes or whatever the case. So.
Got you. Well, I appreciate your testimony. And I know actually the council has already voted on legislation around placing parents on a registry and that preventing them from future jobs and future employment. So we are vigilant of that and trying to make a course change so that you can, you know, do whether you want to do substitute teaching, whatever it is you want to do, you should have the ability to do that.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but being placed on the registry, I don't think is the issue. I think the issue comes when you're placed on it and you shouldn't be, you know, without the proper investigation, placed on it because someone didn't really appreciate. The nurse herself asked me, you know, what we ate. And I remember her response. It was like, you know, as if she was sort of against. I could really just sense a lot of opinions within my case. And next thing you know, I'm substantiated. And, you know, like I said, for me to get that on January 14th by email over, you know, through a text message, not having no proper understanding of what's next or anything, I read that my name went on this registry December 17th. Now, they are aware that I'm in my government job waiting for a more permanent position, which I believe is to come. But if they check my background in that scene, yes, it's not a child care place, but it's a government federal position. I still would need to explain that. That's not good on my name because it's not true. If it were true, that's one thing. It's not. And I just get placed into this box. It's like you walk through the door and you're automatically seen as a neglectful or an abusive caregiver. And I just didn't appreciate that experience.
Got you. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that. And I'll have some follow-up for CFSA, you know, based on your experience and your testimony. Wayne, I wanted to come to you. And Rebecca, I'm going to ask you the same question, actually. We have a very serious shortage of social workers, and recruitment and retention is a huge issue. And Wayne, I heard you talking to some of the reasons that we might have issues with retention, which is, you know, caseloads, not just the number, but the complexity of the caseloads. So I just wanted to see if you could talk to me about, you know, what do we need to do in the field of recruitment and retention to get more social workers, highly skilled social workers, culturally competent, which Rebecca was speaking to, social workers, and what can CFSA do to retain? But we also have this problem just across the city.
Yeah, I think one of the issues is a lot of the district is operating without being innovative and creative with how we deal with employees. Of course, part of the problem that we saw after the pandemic is flexibility with work schedules. I know the agency, the district wants everybody in the office. And I think a lot of people now are seeing, places are being more flexible and people are willing to go other places to be able to work differently instead of doing things the way that we've always done it. I also think, excuse me, people need to be treated a little bit differently. And I think, people have lost a lot of patience during the pandemic, and they, as we get younger workers in the workforce, they come to it with a different notion. And so we have to look at those type of things when we're trying to recruit and retain anybody, even the senior workers that we already have. We have to treat them differently. So I think those are a couple of things. I don't think the district has done a very good job at looking at that. They're looking at things like business, bringing business into the city and making sure people come in the city to pay the taxes, which is understandable to a point, but you need the workers. We need people to go out and do these investigations, and it's not difficult. When our workers are being attacked, either physically or verbally, it's not easy to do that job of doing an investigation. So we have to find people who are willing to be flexible with that. Okay. I think CFSA has done a fairly good job with that. I know I mentioned 2 grievances, but we resolved those fairly quickly, and I didn't have any doubt that they wouldn't be resolved. But I think I was going through the process of what we do to get things resolved. I think we have a very good labor relations type thing at CFSA, unlike a lot of the agencies within the district.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And Rebecca, if you speak to it, you are a social worker, and I want to hear sort of your experience here. The council has legislation on trying to retain social workers because that's how badly we need people in this profession, serving not only in CFSA, but in our education agencies and our Department of Health agencies. So if you could just shine some light there.
I think that what would assist with retention more specifically is when during recruitment, you're finding people who are not just social workers, but who are passionate about the system that we work in. You can be a great social worker, but it doesn't mean you're meant for the child welfare system. The child welfare system is a very tough system to work in. It requires a lot of passion, not just passive. So in terms of retention, you're only really going to keep people who are passionate about the work. You're not going to keep those people who are just kind of trying it out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's a huge thing. And speaking of passion, I know Mr. McFadden has passion for this work and has been doing it for a long time. And so is John Davis, who also had a chance to also share their testimony. Mr. McFadden, you mentioned that outreach is the essential step in preventing you from ending up in the criminal justice system. What obstacles does your organization face when doing this difficult outreach, and how can the CFSA or council support you all in this critical work that you all take on?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I have to acknowledge the incredible team at NCCF and doing this work, coming back every day and go visiting these communities in the trenches, not working from an ivory tower or office, but in the trenches, working with the people. I think the obstacles, one is definitely the resources in the sense of having the services and resources that the community needs. So we know how important housing is. Sometimes that's an issue. We're working with the Office of Youth Engagement to support our youth as they age out with housing. We know how important job training and employment is. And so we've partnered with the Department of Employment Services to assist us in that regard. And then for 2023, we just want more contact and interactions with the community, because the youth have to go back to the community. So we want to connect the families to the success centers, to the collaboratives, and to the small mom and pops who are in these communities that don't get a lot of acknowledgement, but know the community, know the terrain of the community. So I would say the resources and talking to CFSA and the incredible OYE team, just finding out all the resources around internships. The youth 16 to 18, they're inquiring, they want to work as well.
That's
so
right.
We have to get them in the mix. And I promise I am going to try to get every youth in that Making Your Money Grow program, because there's no excuse on not receiving those free funds. I do have some of my youth in that program, but I want to get all the eligible ones in there. And then I think the final piece is really being able to do some deductive reasoning in the sense of it's not as hard or difficult as we think on the micro level, and really understand that the youth that we have 19 to 20 years old, it's only 18 of them. And so my job is to really make sure that they're connected and that they're ready for emancipation. That's extremely important. So that includes housing and all the other services and supports. And so we've been working, but we've also been listening. We know that there's food issues. So we've partnered with several partners to provide food at the end of the month where food is not in the household. So actually, drop off, or you can come to our Rhode Island Avenue office. The families can come pick up food, donate, buy Whole Foods. So there's a lot that we're looking at moving forward, but definitely listening and trying to create some equity and providing, meeting the fundamental needs, wrapping around these families, providing for the fundamental needs and milestones. And you have to have some quick wins. You can't wait 6 months for your wins. You need some quick wins to keep their attention. But the youth are very impressionable. They share a lot. And this is the best, we are in the best situation to change the trajectory of their lives. And this is the work that we always talked about prevention-wise. We have to be able to support these youth and families. We have to support these youth going back into the household, which supports the community, and address the safety issues.
Thank you. Wayne, I see your hand up, so I'm gonna let you speak. And then Veronica is gonna be I have a question for Veronica, and that's gonna be my last question for this panel.
It was just real quickly. I believe when you mentioned the recruitment and retention, I also did want to add that I think placement of a social worker into the right place within the agency is critical, because not everybody should be in CPS. And although there's a need, there may be a lot of vacancies there. I may not be the right person for CPS. I'm a former social worker myself, but I worked in family stabilization, and that was a prime place for me to be because I enjoyed doing that work, and it fit me more. So I think that is very important to retaining someone.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And Veronica, coming to you, I just want to see, you said, I want to see you talk about how you'd like to see CFSA transition from sort of having a stigma associated with disruption in the family to a reputation of supporting the family. The warm line seems like a first step on the organizational level in achieving that transition. But what things can CFSA do, particularly on the individual employee level, to change that?
I've been in the hearing since 12, and listening to all the testimony, it seems like training. It seems like with the social workers, because they are the ones connected to the families, there must be training, retraining and retraining and retraining. The director, yes, he runs CFSA, but he can't be with them 24/7, and he only knows what he checks on and what is reported back to him. But training, definitely the social workers.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I want to thank all the witnesses for their testimony. Again, if you did not submit your written testimony, please do so. It will be a part of our record here, and also a part of the work that we do as we go into budget, and as we think about legislations that we are going to introduce in this new council period. So we're moving on to our last panel. We're ready. We've gotten there to our last panel. We have Toya Thompson, foster parent with NCCF. We have Sabrina Hayden, another foster parent from NCCF. Dr. Bruce Purnell, the Love More movement, and Jamila Green, Coordinator SMART from the start. So we're going to be bringing our last panel in. Thank you all for hanging in there with us and for just the amount of substantive testimony we have received thus far, and just a great willingness to share everyone's stories. It has been a great for all of us to be able to hear and to form our work. All right. No? Okay. I don't see Toya, but I do see Sabrina. So Sabrina, you will start us off. Sabrina Hayden, if you're with us, good afternoon, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sabrina Hayden, and I'm a foster parent licensed by the National Center for Children and Families, and I'm also a resident of Prince George's County, Maryland. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis, George, and members of the committee for allowing me the time to share my testimony today. I have been a foster parent with NCCF for 3 years. I wanted to be a foster parent for a long time and started the process earlier with another agency, but waited until my son was a little older to finish up my classes and become certified. As a special education teacher for the District of Columbia Public Schools, I saw a real need, especially in Ward 8, where I work. I love children and wanted to go beyond the classroom to help them. I know the value of structure for children and wanted to be able to offer that long-term support for young people within my home. My house was large enough for more children, and I was inspired to open my life up to a larger family. I've had the great opportunity to foster 2 children so far, and I adopted those same 2 children. They were my very first placement. I love the community that NCCF has provided for foster parents and children. The staff is very hands-on, and the classes and resources have really been valuable to me. I have also found them extremely flexible and very willing to work with me around placements and making sure that you can meet the specific needs of the child in my care. I enjoy being a foster parent, but it is not always easy. I do have, be specific, I have one that's in the middle age range, and it could be difficult at sometimes. So I want the very best of everything for all my children, especially my foster care children, who are now my adopted children. So I just say all my children. I just have 3 children now. They are at a difficult stage of their lives, and they need stability and normalcy. So scheduling home visits, therapy, tutoring, visits with birth families, and that were often canceled, not to mention the activities that you want to put them in, such as dance classes, music lessons, and sports, very challenging for foster parents and takes up a great deal of time. Additionally, the cost of foster parenting is a barrier for lots of people because of the cost of food, utilities, and activities is rising rapidly, but the amount of the stipend has not changed for years. Foster parents would greatly benefit from an increase in their stipends. Reimbursements, where it's permitted, helps, but it takes a long time to receive funds, and that can be difficult to budget for at times. In order for these children to become well-rounded adults, they need the best care, resources, and experiences that we can provide. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story and for being a foster parent and an adoptive parent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to just check one more time and see if Toya is here. And if you're under a different name, also just raise your hand and we can promote you that way. If not, I do see Dr. Bruce Purnell, the Love More movement. So Dr. Purnell, you can start your testimony.
All right. Love more, everybody. Hey, good afternoon, Chairperson George, Councilmember Parker, and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services and committee staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today about the Child and Family Services Agency's initiatives. I'm Dr. Bruce Purnell, the founder and executive director of the Love More movement. We're a grassroots, community-based nonprofit with the mission of including facilitating holistic healing platforms for survivors of past trauma their families, and their communities to heal and recover from past trauma, emotional pain, and toxic stress. We also have a senior movement called Seniors Offering Unconditional Love, SOUL, because seniors are our soul, a life coaching certification called Transformative Life Coaches and Healing Leaders, and a cultural identity initiative called the Overground Freeway. I'm a 6th generation Washingtonian with DC roots going back to the 1830s. I could tell you many transformative stories about how Black families have navigated oppression and trauma, providing legacies of resilience, love, healing, transformation, and excellence for future generations. Our children genuinely have unbelievable birthrights, but few know the shoulders that they stand. I believe that if we truly understood our journey, it would give us a different lens to view our present. We often speak of the beauty of the butterfly's beauty without understanding the caterpillar's journey. We may also have a hard time seeing our children and families as future butterflies, because if we did, they will be supported, protected, and nurtured. Holding space to protect, support, and encourage our future butterflies is why I'm incredibly excited about Director Matthews' vision for CFSA. By keeping DC families together, he is speaking life into protecting families, which are the cocoons that will birth our children's flight. Just as the family is the foundation of the children and the community is the foundation of the families. I'm excited to be a community partner of CFSA as they launch a historical paradigm shift and involve in changing mindsets, initiatives, methodologies, evaluations of methods, and a reallocation of resources with intentions to move CFSA culture from welfare to wellness, from punishment to support, and ultimately from surviving to thriving. It also involves a comprehensive reassessment of the social blueprint. The community has historically known CFSA as a social compliance enforcer or social police. If a family fell by the wayside, they were in danger of losing their children to the system with few alternatives. In this case, the mission was to protect the child without an understanding that removing the child should be the worst case scenario when considering their well-being. This methodology has not worked and has been re-traumatized into traumatized families and children. We have known that we needed to change our culture, vision, and ideology regarding underloved families and children, but have failed to create a method to bridge the shift. The good news is that this bold change has moved past words and theoretical ideas at CFSA. Director Matthews leads Keeping DC Families Together with a phenomenal team, including interagency partners and committees co-directed by community members with lived experience and expertise. First and most important in changing attitudes from welfare to wellness, dependence to independence, and surviving to thriving. This is not an easy shift. This is necessary to preserve the family, affirm and manifest our reality, and create a self-fulfilling prophecy of family preservation. I have 2 leading roles in Keeping DC Families Together. One is co-director of the Impact Committee, and the other is to hold space for healing and transformation as we go through this process. Along with those, I participate in the Lived Experience Advisory Board, the Warm Line Committee, and the Diversity, Inclusion, and Equity Committee. The Warm Line is a cutting-edge idea of an entire infrastructure being developed intentionally to keep DC families together. Amazingly, Keeping DC Families Together is being implemented in real time. Therefore, families can soon call for support without being viewed as an investigation. We are finally moving in the right direction with help, which will help many families. Now the challenge is on us to see our families and children future butterflies. In closing, I have complete confidence in this initiative coming to fruition and intend to champion the cause of Keeping DC Families Together. It's time for a change, and we are the change that we've been waiting for. We are coming out of a 3-year pandemic and can reintroduce ourselves however we choose. Let's choose love, joy, transformation, health, friendship, forgiveness, friends, and keeping our families together. Thank you, and open to any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Jamila Green, coordinator from SMART from the Start.
Good evening, Chairperson Lewis George, members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services, and committee staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jamila Green, and I am the program coordinator for SMART from the Start's Langston Carver Success Center. Our Ward 5 Family Success Center is the first and currently the only Family Success Center in Ward 5. Since we began serving the Ward 5 community in the summer of 2022, the Langston Carver Success Center has served over 200 families with our various programs, workshops, and sent over 400 referrals to partnering agencies. In just a few short months, we have hosted community events such as community cookouts, a Thanksgiving turkey and gift card giveaway with partners, a winter holiday party with a catered dinner, and our annual Party with a Purpose, where each child received at least two toys during the winter holidays. Some of the programs that we offer are GED classes, computer classes, economic development workshops, moms groups, parenting classes, nutrition workshops, yoga and meditation classes, soul line dancing, and youth programming such as Family Fun Night. Our Family Success Center also provides transportation to the grocery store for seniors, enrichment activities such as field trips, workforce development, and mental health workshops, where we explore topics such as depression, anxiety, grief, trauma, and PTSD with a licensed clinician. Family Success Centers are a critical part of the community. Many members of the community have shared with me that before the Langston Carver Success Center was there, they felt as though no one cared about them, gave them opportunities, or exposed them to such life-changing programming. During mental health groups, community members share their experiences that many say they have never felt safe to share before. During yoga and meditation, a senior shared with me that she had never tried meditation before and how life-changing it had been for her. During the workforce program, a young father shared with me how proud of himself he is and how this opportunity that has been given to him has given him much needed skills to create a better life for him and his family. I laugh and I cry with the members of the Ward 5 community. My doors are always open when there's a death in the family, an eviction notice on the door, their child is being bullied, or a family member is being released from jail. I am happy to be a resource to them in any way that is needed. Without Family Success Centers, many families in DC would not have an ear to listen to or a finger to point them in the right direction. Without the support from CFSA and Families First DC, low-income families and underserved communities in the Ward 5 neighborhoods would continue to face disparities that we help eradicate. I hope to continue to strengthen families and increase protective factors and keep families together so that DC families can not only survive, but thrive. Until then, Family Success Centers are desperately needed. The funding is desperately needed, and I am honored to be a part of that solution. I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I think that's everyone on this panel. Councilman Parker, do you have any questions for this panel?
Ms. Green, I want to extend an invitation to partner with you as the Ward 5 council member to support the great work that you're doing in Carver Langston. I wanted to ask, how are you all documenting? I know you're documenting the number of families that you're supporting, but what we might consider close calls, if not, but for your family resource or success center, children that might end up in the system. How are you, can you speak to how you're tracking that type of information?
To better understand your question, are you asking how are we documenting families that we support?
Families that you support that may be vulnerable, because as you mentioned, part of the goal is to keep families together, to prevent children from being separated from their families and ending up in the system. And so how are you, or are you tracking information around students that are, or young people that are at risk? And my second follow-up question was going to be, are you seeing any trends of what might be successful in keeping those families together? Is it a matter of addressing the root causes like housing and economic stability, or are there other factors that you're seeing?
Yes, thank you for explaining that further. There are a couple ways that we track the progress of families and how our programs have supported families. One way are through surveys. One survey is called the Protective Factors Survey. We give those to each family who's completed at least 12 hours of programming. I think that's one way that CFSA monitors the effectiveness of success centers. But I think that actually is an area of growth, creating more ways and more methods to measure success. And then your second question, I think that supporting families, like many people have spoken about during their testimonies, with things that would be considered neglect, such as clothing or housing or food, and supporting them with doing some case coordination, with supporting them in knowing which organizations to reach out to, if they need furniture, if they need clothes or food or any of those urgent needs, supporting them with that case coordination, letting them know where to go to follow up if that needs to happen, being that liaison and that person to be that middleman to advocate for them or support them any way is needed. I think that is a huge support that we offer, as well as the mental health component. A lot of families come to a lot of our mental health workshops and share that they've never had a space where they can talk about these issues, whether it's PTSD or anxiety or how they recently lost a loved one and how they're coping with grief. And I think that that mental health aspect is extremely valuable.
No, thank you for that. And then my last question here, we had someone testify earlier about truancy and delinquency in school. Can you just speak to what support, if any, or what successes you're having in reducing the amount of truancies that might ultimately trigger further matters?
Yeah, we've actually have a MOU with DCPS, and that's actually been an area that I've been challenged. I've been experiencing some challenges with getting a point of contact with DCPS and getting follow-up with DCPS. But what I've done so far is supporting families who have had issues with truancy, and specifically partnering with the Office of Student Advocate. They've been extremely helpful with supporting families who have issues with truancy. One of the main issues are bullying. The kid doesn't want to go to school because they're experiencing bullying. And so that is one partner that's been extremely beneficial. We've also have parenting classes where I noticed some parents ask for supports with those. We also had roundtable talks where we discussed another barrier, which is school safety. Talking about ways to interrupt the violence and partnering with local organizations like Office Student Advocate with the Safe Passages program to make sure that students have don't have additional barriers for them to get to school, such as getting to school safely.
No, thank you for that. And I'm sure Mr. Dan Davis with the Office of the Student Advocate would appreciate that shout out. For the sake of time and knowing that the evening is drawing on, I'm going to yield back the remainder of my time, but I also just want to thank everybody for your thoughtful testimony today.
Thank you. And thank you. I want to say to Ms. Green, it's clear that the Langston's Carver Success Centers provides invaluable support to so many Warhol families. And look forward to supporting you all as well. And thank you to Dr. Bruce Purnell and the Love More movement and working and continuing to implement Keeping DC Families Together initiative and the Warm Line. I agree with your testimony there. Okay, we are going to head into our Director Matthews. What we're going to do is going to take a 5 minutes. We're going to start at 6:35 exactly. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, or 6 minutes, 6:29 on the clock. We'll be starting at 6:35. We will be swearing in Director Matthews and his team, and we will begin testimony. All right. Good evening. We will now resume the performance oversight hearing for CFSA, and we are now joined by our government witness director, Robert Matthews. Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Matthews and your team. Before we begin your testimony, I'm going to administer an oath to you. If there's anyone else in your team who will also provide testimony, if they would also raise their right hand and take the oath along with you. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Facilities and Family Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Director Matthews, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Lewis George, Council Member Parker, members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services, and committee staff. My name is Robert L. Matthews, and I'm the Director for DC Child and Family Service Agency, known as CFSA. Thank you for inviting me to testify on CFSA's performance over the past year. My testimony will provide updates on where the agency is since successfully exiting the LaShawn A. Bowser lawsuit, as well as outlining the agency advancements around our initiative on keeping DC families together. It is with enthusiasm that I highlight what my team and I have identified as CFSA's priorities for fiscal year 2023. In 1989, the District of Columbia's foster care system was described as being in total disarray. I'm proud to say that we are a different agency today, and after almost 32 years, the district under the leadership of Mayor Bowser was able to end 3 decades of federal court oversight and close the LaShawn chapter. In FY 2021 marked the year that CFSA proved that it had made sustainable improvements around investigations, visitations, placement, and permanency areas that encompass many of the remaining measures of the exit and sustainability plan known as the ESP by LaShawn. As a result of these gains and many other advancements spanning the agency, in September 2022, after a 1-year period of data validation, all parties agreed at the final status hearing of the case that all commitments had been satisfied and CFSA was allowed to exit federal court oversight. The agency had to go through a huge reform effort where we can say proudly that we are now a self-regulating, self-correcting agency driven by data, quality, and evidence-based practice without any court oversight. Thank you to CFSA staff, our providers, our community and government partners, and our resource parents for doing the work to ensure that our children are safe. We are now charting our own path forward as we look toward continuing our transformation from a child welfare agency to a child and family wellbeing system. Since reaching that monumental milestone, the agency has been working to fulfill the additional commitments outlined within the settlement agreement. This includes building and maintaining a foster care placement surplus, focusing on data regarding the research around disproportionality, removal of children of color, diversifying our placement array, increased coordination with other government agencies being guided by those with lived experience, and investing in our Keeping DC Families Together initiative. We are continuing to diversify our placement array and find better ways to ensure that we can provide appropriate placement settings to address even the most unique needs of our children and youth. It is not only about the number of beds, but about the right type of bed in an appropriate setting. Throughout FY 2022, CFSA made sound investments in our placement array, including adding 4 trauma-informed professional parents for a total of 10 and a contract with Catholic Charities that provides local and intensive residential treatment. The combined impact of these investments have resulted in a 25% bed surplus, which exceeds the 10% requirement per our LaShawn settlement agreement. Last year, we significantly reduced the number of children and youth who have stayed overnight in CFSA headquarters, and we came close to eliminating the need for emergency placement beyond 30 days. We have also made progress on limiting placement disruptions. While the placement crisis has been abated, we will continue to assess and diversify our placement array. And I want to be clear about this. Having a surplus of beds capacity alone is not acceptable. And our goal is to maintain a diversified placement array that meets the needs of children and youth who come into our care and have placement options that correspond precisely to their needs. I'm committed to further expanding our placement array and the options, and that's what I plan to achieve. The child welfare field has moved from acknowledging the problem of systemic racial and ethnic disproportionality and disparity to formulating and implementing solutions that change systemic and historical practices which have mostly and negatively impacted communities of color. We must first understand the contributing factors to racial disproportionality and disparity. Children of color are overrepresented in DC's foster care system. According to Kids Count Data Center in 2021, 69% of DC's overall child population was non-Hispanic, Black, or Hispanic or Latino. But this group comprised 94% of the child welfare population as of the end of calendar year 2022. There is an intersection between neglect and poverty. Families need support, and not all families are intentionally neglectful. We would like to support families early on by intervening sooner than later before they come to the attention of CFSA and other agencies. CFSA would like to take a help you versus penalize you approach, and that contends with our goal in keeping DC families together. Now, in order to successfully implement our transformation from a child welfare agency to a child and family well-being system, we need enhanced coordination among DC government agencies who serve children and families. Some of the agencies that support these efforts are the District of Columbia Public Schools, Department of Human Services, Office of Unified Communications, the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, Department of Behavioral Health, DC Health, Department of Columbia, the District of Columbia's Housing Authority, Department of Disability Services, and the Department of Aging and Community Living. Through this collaborative approach, children and families will be linked to resources in their communities with the goal of them never having to come to the attention of CFSA unless there is abuse or neglect present. Our vision for this initiative is that we aspire to create a caring, diverse community comprised of residents, non- and for-profit organizations, and community agencies, each with unique roles and strengths, working together in seamless coordination to ensure that all individuals, children, and families thrive in DC. We would like DC agencies to take a unified approach to well-being. With this approach, families are trusted and their voice is central to decision-making and problem-solving. As part of the district's work in the Round 2 Thriving Families Safer Children, which is known as TFSC jurisdiction, CFSA has taken a thoughtful and collaborative approach to co-designing our systems, transformation alongside youth and families with lived expertise, engaging with the child welfare agency. CFSA has developed a model where families with lived expertise can engage with our work of keeping DC families together in a number of ways, through opportunities that align with each individual's interests and time commitment. The Lived Expertise Advisory Committee is involved in helping to design, create, inform, and implement programs, services, and supports beneficial for our DC residents. Our intentionality of engaging people with lived expertise through our initiative is because CFSA understands the value that these individuals and their experiences bring to the table. As trusted advisors, people with lived experiences inform us on how to better support children and families in the district. CFSA has widened the door for community involvement and input to help shape what the child and family well-being system could ultimately look like. In conclusion, I speak on behalf of CFSA staff when I thank Mayor Muriel Bowser for continuing to make our agency an administration priority, and I would also like to extend gratitude to the Council of the District of Columbia for our continuous support of our efforts to improve the lives of the district's most vulnerable children and families. Your partnership is invaluable, and I look forward to building upon it through FY 2023 and beyond. With that, I conclude my testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Director Matthews, for your testimony. We're going to start, we're going to do 10-minute rounds with Councilmember Parker and other members of the council of this committee who may show up. Director, I want to start with something that was mentioned in your responses and in your testimony, and that is transforming the agency to a child and family well-being system and working to intervene and prevent abuse and neglect. Many witnesses today applauded the agency's shift, but we also heard some differing opinions on the opinions as well. So I want to spend a few minutes on this and just get it out the way in the very beginning. So could you please elaborate on this this system and the agency's efforts to keep families together? How do you respond to some that think the agency is not doing enough to remove children from unsafe homes and environments? I think witnesses have testified about the transition CFSA is making, during which the agency's predominant philosophy is change from remove the child to preserve the family. Do you agree with this characterization? And what is CFSA doing to balance the two legitimate interests of removing a child when necessary, such as in instances of abuse and neglect, and preserving the family, such as instances when economic hardship is the root cause of the family's well-being?
Thank you, Chairwoman Lewis George, for that question. I'll start by saying this. Nationally, there are over 600,000 kids in foster care. Majority of them are in foster care due to neglect. And as you've heard, and I've listened to a number of individuals in their testimony, there's a big intersection between neglect and poverty. And because each jurisdiction, meaning that each state actually are governed by different child welfare laws, there is a huge push and momentum now to figure out how do you narrow the scope, because you have a family. And I listened to many of them talk today how you can show up at school and a child may have clothes that may not be necessarily to their eye fitting, or they may wear the same clothes every day. They may eat more food or seem hungry when they come to school more. They may sleep in school versus not knowing what's going on at home. Today, because of the laws that govern how we intervene, that becomes a hotline call. And that hotline call could very well result in an investigator showing up at the home for something that I believe can be dealt with in a different way. Many of our families are substantiated because of neglect, and many of our families in the District of Columbia is because they lack certain concrete resources. I've heard all today about housing. What I'm here to say, I'm not the housing agency, but I do know because of the laws that are in place, we are the agency in place to address when what we have are what people would consider an unsafe or an unkept living condition, right? Or if we find that there's inadequate food in the home, or if that home is found with inadequate just resources. My question is, why does that have to be my agency at CFSA showing up to investigate a parent versus someone else showing up to say, hey, how can I help you? How can I link you with services versus having to be subjected? Because trust me, I understand. I know what it feels like going through an investigation. It feels very intrusive.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like, I have to get all in their business and they have to answer all these questions. And I honestly, for all of the years I've been doing this work and have heard from people with lived experience who actually I consider my top advisors at this point. These are families that tell me day in and day out on a monthly basis. I meet with them on a monthly basis. So I don't want anyone thinking that this is an idea that CFSA has come up with.
Mm-hmm.
People who have been impacted by the agency I run are advising me on this is what we think families need, because they don't want another family to have to go through what they went through. So with all that being said, there's a warm line that we could have in the District of Columbia, whereby two things. Families could call themselves when they need assistance. Okay. Because right now there are others that call on behalf of families. It can be both. Because here's the thing, CFSA, and I want to be very clear with others who actually may either disagree or have concerns about the shift, we're not going to change what we do. We will still be the child welfare agency in this city, in this district. We will still be governed statutorily to ensure child safety. But just as I heard, I believe Pastor Davis talked about, we have to do something different because the data has been clear for decades to show that families have ended up either in foster care or on the register because they lack resources, and that is related to poverty, a lack of resources. And this is an issue bigger than CFSA. That's why in my testimony, I talked about, I've made my rounds to the other agencies that will be needed to coordinate in how to service these families different versus an investigator showing up to take them through an investigation. So the last part I want to say is that I'm not going to at all shrink from our responsibilities in keeping kids safe. Okay, here's the thing. The easiest thing my agency can do is remove a child. That's the easiest thing we can do because we know how to do it. The child welfare field was built, and whether people like it or not, was set up to remove children. It wasn't set up to support parents. It was set up to remove children. We have an opportunity with 30 other jurisdictions that are in this cohort that we're in to shift how we do this work. And I'm happy to say we are actually leading the pack. We're leading the pack in how we're shifting because we have done what I believe a really great job in doing the grassroots work, hearing from individuals that have been impacted. And I'm going to say this, it's not easy sitting in the chair, hearing meeting after meeting what your agency did, how we may have worked with this family, because there are positives and negatives to it. But what I've also realized is that I have to be able to hear raw stories from these families to understand what we need to do differently and change. And I'm going to be the first to tell you, we're not a perfect agency at all. But what I can tell you is that we have a dedicated workforce to get this work right.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And speaking of your dedicated workforce, let's talk about how many people that is and how many more people we need in that dedicated workforce. So how many funded FTE vacancies do you have? Because I noticed that there are a lot of vacancies. And given the high number of vacancies, retaining existing staff, I think is more important than ever. And so what policies and procedures does CFSA have in place to support its staff, specifically regarding managing vicarious trauma?
Okay, thank you for that question. So currently we have about 147 FTEs that are vacant. And of those, as I've heard others speak about Child Protective Services, that particular administration has within it the most vacancies. I believe as of December, we have about 49 vacancies in Child Protective Services. That's a lot.
Yeah.
So here's the question. What do we do about it? Right. And so let me also paint the picture. I first want to give a huge thanks to the investigators and social workers that we have. They have a hard job because the difference is where we see the volume at the hotline hasn't changed. What has changed is the bodies who actually have to respond to it. And with that, because I've heard a lot about caseloads, I look at it differently. There's a difference between a caseload and a workload. We have a workload issue at this point. And workload means that you can have 5 cases, but it feels like you have 15 because of the complexity of it. So that's a workload issue that I see. Now, here's what I am proposing we do about that. To be totally transparent, this is not just synonymous here in the district. I have other colleagues across the country that are dealing with social work shortages. In the district, we're all competing for the same LICSWs. The issue is, as we work with the universities, whether it's Howard, whether it's UDC, whether it's I forget the other one that comes to mind, Catholic University, I've made all the rounds. And there's not what you call a sufficient social work pool right now that would even be sufficient for the district. So that's the first thing. So we have to take that into consideration. So if we already know that for the district, there's not this big pool that we can pull from, what is it that the district should do differently? And I've heard people talk about the retention and make sure that we can have like incentives and things of that nature. But in order to have incentives, you got to have bodies to first be able to recruit. So what I've thought about doing differently here is that we probably need to go down a step. There are a number of bachelor level social workers that currently cannot serve in a social work role because they don't have a MSW and they're not licensed. But there are a number of bachelor service social workers who are licensed that if we entered into a discussion with the Board of Social Work, if we could divvy out what are the elements of a case that they could actually do to take off some of the load of an MSW, we might be able to somewhat level the playing field. Because here's the thing, we're not going to recruit ourselves out of this. We just are not. I think post-pandemic, we're really dealing with a different environment. And in dealing with a different environment, we really have to be innovative and creative about something that we do differently. And I do think that we will need to open the pool up to licensed bachelor social workers, define what they could do. And that will take some of the load off of our MSWs, because our MSWs could serve as somewhat of a team lead. And we could also, for those that are licensed bachelor social workers, help move them on a path toward getting their MSW and their licensure. So we just have to look at this differently. But I will say, which you didn't ask me, the help I would ask for you is working with the social work board to even consider such a plan, because that's the only way I believe we'll get more bodies into seats and be able to help bring the relief that our social work workforce needs.
Okay, yeah, I know that's something that we've all been talking about, including I've been talking with Councilmember Henderson, who is over our committee on health. And so we've all been sort of talking about this as a council, and I would am going to look more to working with you and us working across both committees, both our health committee and family facilities and family services around this. Oh, I'm sorry, my time. Okay, my time is up on this round, but I will be going to Councilmember Parker, and then I'll follow up on some more around vacancies and issues there. Councilmember Parker, your turn.
Thank you, Director. It is good to see you again. And I want to start by both acknowledging the progress that the agency has made and the work that countless team members has put on over the last few years, which have been difficult for a host of folk across the district. Like Chairwoman Lewis George, I want to highlight some of the matters that came up today. And one was around screenings. And I noted in your pre-response hearing questions, the mental health screens, and I believe this is on page 60, where in fiscal year 22, it seems as though, and this, I'm sorry, this is question 30, if you want to follow along. But they're just, can you speak to how you determine which children will receive a mental health screening and which children do not? And it seems like all children are supposed to, but I'm seeing that it's not necessarily a 100% number.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Parker, for that question. First, it's important to understand that any child that comes to our attention, there is a certain age to where you wouldn't be able to mentally screen a child. They could be too young. That's the first. The second part is, as for those that are eligible for a mental health screening, what we do is determine, one, we assess, is there a need, meaning that do they need mental health intervention or services? If they do, first we check, because we do have a co-located staff here at our agency from DBH that will check to see, are they already linked to a core service agency, which is a mental health provider. If they already are connected to a core service agency, we don't want to disrupt that relationship that they built with a therapist, right? Now, if they are not connected and we assess that they do need that level of care or service, we have our own internal therapists that we will link our children with. And so we consider that what we call short term. So that could be 3 to 6 months that we will provide therapy for a child. And we also have a long-term contract for longer-term mental health care with MBI. So if they need mental health services beyond the 6 months or more, we then link them to MBI, which is our long-term mental health provider. So I say all that to say is that there should not be necessarily a gap as to whether or not children are receiving, because there are some that are eligible and some that are not. But we also don't want to ensure that we disrupt if they already are connected. Now, I will say this because, I like to be as transparent.
If I could just interject there. So I'm looking at this question and the chart says number of children eligible in fiscal year 22, there were 53. The number that received mental health evaluations were 47 in fiscal year 23, and we're still in this year. There are 11 so far, and only 6 have received the mental health evaluation. So by the description of the table, I am to understand that all of these children would be eligible for a screening. So am I to then assume that those children are in other placements and therefore that is why they didn't receive the mental health screen?
That could be the case. There could be youth that may be in a group home residential setting to where they may not be able to get it, depending on how they came into care and where they were placed first. But the other part of that is also I guess I want to talk about more so the scheduling of it, because I think that's part of what's not necessarily in the response. Scheduling and coordination, I can tell you just transparently, is a difficult thing to do when you're trying to schedule with the resource parent, which we call our foster parents, and the child, and or if those schedules and those appointments are missed. So what you may see is sometimes a delay in that as well.
I got you. And I would love to follow up on that. And the reason why I'm picking on this is because I think mental health is top of mind for everybody during this period. But we also heard from a number of youth earlier that highlighted the importance of mental health while they themselves have gone through the system. And it was clear that those youth that have gone through the system, received the mental health support and other types of support, have gone on to succeed, graduate, obtain employment. So that was my reason for that line of question. And again, I would just like to better understand the reasons for the gap and the challenges. And I do note that what you're talking about, the time length, it seems as though those numbers are relative to young people that receive those screenings within 30 days. I do want to jump also to this idea of screening. There's so many things. I want to lift up some of the things that we heard in today's testimony. Sure. Melody Webb testified around the need for CFSA to better screen for families in need of housing support, and questioned to what extent the agency is collecting, documenting, reviewing families' financial status in order to support them in housing support. She noted that 12% of open cases dealt with housing instability. Can you just speak to how you're documenting family socioeconomic status and or providing supports based on that information?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. I want to start off by saying this. I do believe that there are a number of people in the community that may not even know of our housing assistance programs in CFSA. So we do have a rapid housing assistance program that can provide assistance for older youth who are emancipating, or if housing is a barrier to reunification, to where we help the parent in helping the child reunify back in their home. We have what we call FUP vouchers for older youth that, they can if they identify, an apartment or some other type of housing, that it provides assistance for a couple of years, whether they're emancipating or not. The point of this is this: we have a housing review committee that reviews every single referral when there's a family that is in need of housing assistance. Now, based on that committee, and it's a team of individuals, they will go through all of some of the families, what I would call profile, to determine which resource would be more appropriate for that family based on their set of circumstances.
And is that voluntary participation on the part of the family, or does everyone receive this review?
That's going to be based on if they have a housing need. So,
I guess what I'm asking, does the individual need to seek out this housing review panel, or?
No. So the housing review panel is an internal panel So for instance, the social worker would have already worked with the family to determine the housing needs.
I see.
Then they present the referral for that matter.
Okay. And then another thing, her recommendation was CFSA using flex funding that you all have available to support families with reunification. Can you just briefly speak to this and to what extent that might be possible?
Sure, and I think this is the part of not knowing. We have flex funds that we use all the time for families, but I know her question was whether that was for foster families or for like regular bio families, and we do both.
You do both. Yeah. Okay, that is good to know. I see my time dwindling. There's so much I want to go through. In that housing, rapid rehousing program, we heard from Destiny, a 20-year-old that has gone through the system, and it seemed like she is navigating that system now. And then we heard from Arno and Darren and Amaya. These are young people that have gone through the system. And a trend that we've heard there is listening to young people about what they need and tailoring services based on the unique needs of youth in the system. I think that is valuable feedback, and I think that is something as a government we need to do a better job at, listening to young people. Can you speak to what opportunities might exist, not necessarily what you're already doing, but what opportunities might exist for CFSA to better tailor services based on the feedback of young people? If you could just give one or two examples.
Sure, and I do want to say, for instance, Darren Richardson is the president of our Youth Advisory Committee, so we hear regularly from that body on their experience while they've been in foster care and things that the agency can do better. And then, of course, we have forums within our kind of the prevention end of our Thriving Families, to where we have youth who also speak about their experience to inform us on that end too. So there are two different ways to do it, but they are pretty vocal about
let me ask this way in my last 7 seconds. When you are doing safety checks or check-ins with families, to what extent are you including feedback directly from the young person in the family, in the check-in with the placement family?
So I think a safety check is a little different, because usually I
shouldn't have used that word, not safety check, but as you're reviewing a family placement, and I'm sorry, Chairwoman Lewis George, that is my time, but if you could just quickly respond, because that to me seems like an opportunity for young people's feedback to be heard. And what I heard today, even although there were accolades for the agency, a growth area they all kind of spoke to was people need to listen to us more.
So, okay, so if you mention it that way, I'm just going to be quite direct. Our social workers just need to respond to what our youth are saying, and that's point blank. Period. I mean,
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, and I would agree with you. And so that is my time. I'll pick up on the next round.
Thank you. Director, it appears that 2 of the 4 therapists listed in the organizational chart are vacant. Is that the case?
That is not the case. Okay. We have of those 2, actually have a therapist that began on February the 12th. Okay. And second therapist will be onboarded in mid-March.
Okay, great. Okay, because that was concerning. So we will have at least 4 therapists by mid-March.
That's correct.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony about enhancing coordination with other district agencies. But I'm wondering about the follow-up process with those agencies or administrators if a report is made to the agency. So I want to know, what is CFSA's practice/policy in following up with someone who makes a report to a hotline or to the agency about abuse and neglect? And let me give you context for where this question has come from. I've had a meeting with with a number of our principals, administrators, and one thing came up is that our school principals and administrators that say that they may make a referral to the agency, but then they don't receive sort of any acknowledgement or any follow-up, and they are not sure if the child or family has been evaluated or serviced at all.
Thank you for that question. And I do want to say it this way. The charter schools are a bit more challenging because they're independent, and to be quite transparent, they actually don't report as regularly as DCPS. And in terms of, there needs to be some better coordination there, first thing. The second thing is, it should be to where if a reporter is reporting from the schools, they report through a portal. The portal actually will send them a response first when or if that referral is accepted. And they also will, at the end of an investigation, if it results in that, whether that investigation is closed or whatnot. Now, the reason why I want to make that clear is because we, of course, are bound by some levels of confidentiality, so we can't share a lot, but we can, but that's only shared with the individual that makes the report. So the principal, unless it's the principal making the report, that principal wouldn't get that information.
Okay, so if somebody from, if a principal, social worker, somebody from DCPS, because that's most of where I'm hearing this from, if someone within the DCPS, within any of the schools within DCPS, if they report something to CFSA, they would do it through a portal, and that portal should at least send them a message letting them know it was received and that an investigation, it was received, and if an investigation is closed, they should see that it's closed.
Absolutely. And that came by way of even a year ago when we heard some of these concerns. So we want to make sure that we built that into the quick pay system in order to do that. Okay. Now, how many sort of education neglect cases are you seeing coming in? Great question. I think last I saw was around 3,200 as of probably a week ago. Wow. Okay. And of those, just to be quite clear, of the 3,200, we accepted or investigated about 130 of them. Oh, wow. Okay. And what's the difference in that sort of from the call coming into the investigation piece? So what happens, a call will come in. We have what we call a triage unit that wants to make sure that all the information is complete, because oftentimes it's not, in order for us to do a thorough review of that referral. We may contact the school back for additional information. And I'm just going to say this, and I think this is the part where we probably have to look at the law. I'll say that for the record. Schools are reporting at that high rate simply because the law states it. A child misses 10 days, that report comes to CFSA. That report is not indicative that neglect has occurred. It says that the child has not come to school. Okay. What we find in working with the families is that a lot of the families lack the documentation to verify where the child has been. So it's not that the parent has been neglectful. They haven't provided the documentation to the school to say, oh, this is a valid reason as to why the child hadn't been absent. That's why you find a very small number that's actually investigated for educational neglect. Okay, so that's why that discrepancy in number exists. Okay. I want to move on to something else here, and of course we'll follow up with you on looking at that law in ways that potentially could be helpful there. We heard from witnesses who work with families within the CFSA system who have experienced domestic violence, and your responses state that the agency doesn't track data as it relates to parent status as a domestic violence survivor. However, DV was ranked first and second in the top 10 factors of investigations being substantiated in fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22, respectfully, and was listed in the top 5 for hotline calls. And then further, your written responses states that there were not removals due to domestic violence. So what, if any, recourses does CFSA provide individuals and families facing and escaping domestic violence? So that's a great question. I want to say first, we have what we call a tiered model in terms of cases that involve some elements of domestic violence. We have domestic violence liaisons within our program areas that first help if there's a need for a social worker that needs further assistance in how to address those, because as you can imagine, domestic violence cases are very complex in nature. Right. If they need what we call more intensive assistance, we have a DV specialist within our Office of Wellbeing that provides it. I think you heard earlier where we have a good partnership with DC State. This is what I want to say in terms of tracking. We know the number of families that come to our attention due to DV. We know those investigations that are substantiated because of DV. Now, there's a difference in tracking whether there's a survivor of domestic violence versus the offending person. That's a totally different thing, and that's something I'm just saying we don't track. But for those families that where we see elements of DV, first, if it's investigative, we're going to check to see, have we seen that or collected enough evidence to where, we either substantiate or understand that it's occurred. And most of that is more so deep in the child has been in the presence of seeing domestic violence.
Yeah.
Right. And so usually most of those cases, to be quite honest, may end up with providing in-home services to where both adult individuals hopefully will seek some level of treatment. And if not, we will petition the court for court required services. And again, if they don't do that, we will have to take other measures.
Okay. I just think that maybe adding a tracking for a domestic violence survivor could be helpful in sort of making, in the theory of keeping families together and supporting families holistically. I want to know, during the pandemic, what precautions does CFSA take when placing I will skip that question actually, because I want to address one thing we heard from a witness today, which is we heard today about parents being put on child protection registry and having no notice. I'm sure you heard the testimony as well. I've heard this issue before, even today. So I want to talk through this process and appeal process or remedies for parents put on that registry. How does a parent get on the registry, and are they given notice before it happens? And if so, how is that notice delivered?
So a parent ends up on the child protection registry when we call a disposition, which is really when an investigator has gotten to the end of their investigation. Based on evidence that they've collected throughout interviews, whomever they've talked to, and if they find substantial evidence to where they have found either maltreatment, they will substantiate the parent. That doesn't mean that the child is removed, which I think I heard a young lady earlier, I think it was Ms. Wilson, that talked about she still has a child, but she was substantiated for medical neglect. That's how they end up on the registry. Now, there are some ways to challenge that. We have what we call a PAR, which is a program administrative review, that they can go through that process. And my understanding actually is that she's already been scheduled for a meeting for a PAR to discuss her disagreement with the agency's position. So she could go through that. And you also spoke earlier about the more recent legislation that was passed around expungement. And I think that would be also a pathway by which relatives could also come off of the child protection registry.
Okay, so once an investigation is substantiated against a parent, doesn't necessarily mean the child is taken, but the investigation ends in a substantiation. That means that the parent is going to be placed on the registry. What notice is given to them around that piece?
And it's a great question, and I don't know her case individually, but let me say what should happen is all efforts should be made to definitely discuss that with the parent in person, whether that's on the phone, video, or whatnot, because we know, everyone's schedules are different. If the investigator can't reach that parent in the time enough to where they have to complete that investigation, they will submit that in writing. They will actually submit that in writing regardless. But the proper way is always to try to reach out to them before that notice is sent to that parent. So I'm going to say from a customer service perspective, to be quite honest, that it is my expectation that our investigators have that discussion with parents.
Right.
That does not always happen, just depending on the timing. And if not, they are communicated by way of documentation, because they'll need that. And it sounds like that she was also communicating in a different way by text. It sounded like it, and I can follow up on that.
Yeah, I think, just making it a policy that it has to be written or given to the parent, or something that is more consistent. So we know to expect in that regard. And how long does someone have to have a PAR?
I think they can request a PAR, and I think that's within 30 days from the time of which the disposition of the investigation was made. Okay. And I will confirm that time.
Okay. Because I do think that also needs to be a part of knowing.
And actually, I believe that's in the document that they receive. in
Okay.
terms of if they want to appeal. So all of that is written within the document as well.
Okay, and what happens if they don't know they are on the registry? So we have, if I had an instance where somebody didn't know they was on the registry for a while, like it took them 2 years, and then they found out that they ended up on the registry. Do they get a par or no, because the time has lapsed?
The time has lapsed, and I don't want to tell you anything inaccurate, but I will say this. I would expect that although the time frame may have lapsed, because I think we have had people to not know that they were on the registry. I don't think the agency is so stringent around timeframes to where we would not walk a parent through if they felt like they were wrongly placed on the registry so they can prove their case.
Okay, all right.
And I will say this, if you do find that, by all means, let me know and we will address that.
Okay, we'll do. Councilman Parker, you're up for round.
I appreciate you spelling out the increase in referrals relative to the district's attendance rules, and having had played a part in that, I know that a large number of our young people are being referred, and attendance has long been an issue in the district. And so what you're saying makes a lot of sense. And I have questions around whether or not that is the exact lever, but it does seem as though through that analysis of, I think you said 3,200 referrals, you are finding credible cases in the hundreds at least. Connected to that, I want to lift up, we heard from several people. Tammy Lewis, which actually, she was testifying about needing stronger truancy accountability, and namely with our charters. Can you talk about the safety checks that are in place after a young person has been flagged for being truant, and if you could talk more specifically about older students? And so I think she's talking about the high schools, that the missing students, or those that go dark, as she put it. Can you just speak to, like, what are the safety checks in place currently for those young people that are flagged?
Sure, and I think this is a great forum to do a little education, because CFSA actually does not investigate truancy. That is core social services and OAG. When you look at the educational neglect law, it's for ages 5 through 13. So I think that's an important distinction. So when she said truancy, I was like, part of that is understanding and knowing who investigates what. But to your question, in terms of like a safety check, we do have a unit within our agency, which is called CFSA Engage and Connect, that if there are students found to be chronically absent, or what is chronic absenteeism, and we can't locate them and we don't know what's going on, we do send people out to do safety checks. And oftentimes what's happened is that they may have moved out of jurisdiction, or they may have moved to a different resident, and they may actually may have enrolled at a different school. So there are all types of factors that go into play. But to your question, we do have a unit that actually will go out to verify whether that.
And how is that information being shared back with the school? So let's say a student has more than 10 absences, OSC, or however that process works, is flagging this student, you all go out to do your investigation. Is that data making it back to the school? And if so, how long does that process take?
Yes, so anytime that we receive like those referrals, and for instance, if we find that it's not ed neglect, we do let that reporter know at the school to say, well, it's not really educational neglect. This child may have been here, or they may have moved out of jurisdiction, because that's the only way we can safely close out that referral, knowing where the child is and to ensure that we've resolved it. So
and how long does that process take? So let's say a student is flagged in October. We only have a finite amount of months. By what time would the school on average expect to hear back from you all?
To be quite transparent, that really will, that varies, because each family circumstance is different. And sometimes we could locate the child very quickly, and other times we have to take other measures through our diligent search unit to actually contact other relatives to see, have they heard from this child, or do they know where the parent is, or we check the emergency contact is at the school. So it really varies in terms of how long it may take.
Can you give some parameter? Is it like varies in weeks? Is it a 2 or 3 month process? Could it take up to a year? Like what, can you give a range of what the average investigation period looks like?
So I want to, well, let me say this. When it's gotten to that stage, it actually hasn't resulted in an investigation. So it's not even assigned to an investigative social worker. It's actually, and this is part of the prevention piece, we have a triage unit and an engage and connect because we want to try to connect them with services first. And so if we find that we can't, and if we can't locate the child, then that's when it may result in an investigation. But on average, it's probably like a week or 2, just depending.
Got it. So in 2 weeks, hypothetically speaking, let's say you can't find this student, this high school student that goes to X school. They've already been flagged for missing more than 10 days. It's, let's say, a month and you can't find them. Then what happens?
Then we will actually have a child protective services investigator to now start the clock of an investigation, because we would have thought we made all efforts from our engage and connect unit to try to prevent or try to find and try to link. And so then that's when, you know, unfortunately we'll do an investigation.
And last thing here, and at the end of that process is when a school should expect to hear back, or are you checking in periodically while you're doing all these other steps?
At the point of the CFSA Engage and Connect, we will let the school know whether we've been successful in locating the child and the status of the child. We'll let them know that. And sometimes we don't have to do the investigation because we would have resolved it at that point.
And that connects to something else that Tammy Lewis was talking about, response times. And so maybe, yes, we would like that process to go faster, but what I'm hearing you say is this case by case basis, you know, it depends on the nature of the case, how fast you might be able to go, but it also could be valuable for schools to even just know what are the parameters of the process.
And actually we have a meeting, I believe, in the next week or 2. She reached out last week, so we should be able to kind of work out some of those things and provide whatever assistance to the charter schools we can.
Awesome. I want to lift up very concerning testimony by Commissioner Scott, a Ward 8 resident. One of the things that really stood out to me was MBI, which I'm assuming is a service provider, provided prescription without actually seeing the young man in question. Can you just speak to, you know, maybe not the specifics of the case, but what oversight or accountability does the agency have for those type of partners?
Well, we have oversight because we contract with them. If we find that, I want to be very careful not to talk too much individually about the case, but let me just say this. I'm aware of that particular case. My role is to reach out to the management at MBI, one, to find out how much, you know, just to make sure that we have all the facts, because we want to make sure. And I told her, look, I'm a Black man, so trust me, I don't want to see kids overly medicated. And if it's true that psychiatrist prescribed without seeing, that is wrong. It's wrong. And we'll have to figure out what the recourse of that is.
I would request, let me ask this, is a meeting scheduled for you to investigate that?
Yes, we are still investigating, and I'm just saying that because this particular case, to be quite honest, has a lot of complexities to it. And so, and I'll just tell you how I work. I want the facts. And what that means is, what is it that we did or what we did not do? And I can tell you right now, as I told Ms. Seegers, and I think, who else was it? Ms. Scott, I acknowledge the lack of communication that the agency did not do. I said it in that meeting.
Thank you for that.
But I think what people also need to understand, the type of leader I am too, is that we all play a part in it. And so my goal is to ensure that the grandson gets what he needs. So I'm committed to working with you and working with her in doing that.
No, I really appreciate that. I made a commitment and I volunteered Chairwoman Lewis George as well. So we are going to follow up with Commissioner Scott, Ms. Seegers, as a request, can you follow up with us, or
Absolutely.
me at least, about that very specific point that is alarming, that vendor MBI prescribed medication without actually seeing the young person, whatever the outcome of the investigation is.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I want to switch gears to some of the academics, and I know I'm not going to have time here, so I'm going to actually hold off to my next round of questions, and I'll yield back my next 40 seconds.
Yeah, let me follow up on one thing in your few seconds. MBI was also mentioned by one of the young people, and she sort of indicated that she didn't think that they were a good, I think it was Destiny, when we were asking sort of, how did you feel about, therapy services? And she also said she didn't think MBI was good for therapy services when she testified. So I do think there just needs to be a closer look into MBI as a vendor contractor as a whole. And as you already said to Councilman Parker, I do think that's something we want to just have some follow up on, just evaluation of their services based on not only the situation that we spoke about, but also our youth indicated that they didn't think that they were a good service provider.
Agreed.
I want to now I want to ask you, we heard today from witnesses about the significant financial stress families experience because SSI benefits are considered when calculating the close relative caregiver program payments. Why is SSI taken into account, and what needs to be done to ensure the program payments are not affected by SSI benefits?
Thank you for that question. And I just want to say this real quick for an answer, because I sometimes, to be quite honest, don't like how things are characterized. It's you're saying CFSA. This program was set up way before CFSA came into place. So when you're talking about the elements of which helps determine eligibility, that's in district law. That's not something that CFSA came up with. That's something that we follow. Now, it finally got to where they talked to what their recommendation really is. And what their recommendation is not to consider SSI benefits. And that's because what we have to determine is all household income. That is what has to be considered based on what's in the law. So if their recommendation is not to consider that, part of, to me, what the council is to do is to recommend amending that to where it's not considered as part of eligibility for that program.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate the feedback, and that's something that we will have to look into. In cases where a child is not removed until after 6 or more hotline calls, why in general is a child not removed earlier? We heard testimony from witnesses about some child fatalities and the family having previous calls to CFSA.
So this is a very difficult topic. And I want to say this, and this is going to be very challenging for people to hear. There's not ever going to be a time to where we're not going to have a child fatality. I think it's terrible, but it's going to happen. I think in terms of the misunderstanding of what others think, at least what I'm hearing, is as if the calls mean that we should remove, and by removing, that will prevent a death from occurring or fatality from occurring. And what they don't realize is that depending on the nature of the call, the allegation that's being suspected, it may have nothing to do as to the cause of why a child may have died. Now, is it a factor in terms of the number of calls that may come in? Sure. But then you have to do a really thorough assessment in a child fatality review committee, which is what you do. And then I heard testimony from some organization earlier that talked about no recommendations. We have recommendations. Recommendations are that there needs to be more sharing of information so that you can. And then I think Marie Cohen even talked about it takes long. Well, it takes long to get this information out because we can't put out information unless we know cause and manner of death. And that does not come from CFSA, that comes from OCME. So, and I think just people may not understand the process, but it would behoove us to put out information until we actually know the cause and manner of death, which is the how and what happened, to determine if it could have been preventable by us or by any other agency at CFSA.
Okay. Let me ask you this as a follow-up. We heard testimony about the data and annual review reports and the different information from the medical examiner and your internal data and the child fatality review. What information is included and excluded from the annual report?
So in terms of what's included, generally, demographic information, which we'll talk about gender, race, ethnicity, age. Again, it talks about manner and cause of death. It will also discuss whether or not and how long the child or the family was involved with CFSA, whether it's in the past 4 or 5 years. It'll talk about the number of previous reports of alleged abuse and neglect, and it will provide some details related to the circumstance of the death. Now, what's excluded in the report, which has to do with a lot of really family-specific information. And this is, I know what advocates are wanting, so I'm just gonna be very direct. I know what advocates want. When a child dies in the district, and let's say it becomes very public, you begin to have the press start really digging. And what they want to find out is the identity of who it is. Not knowing that the family does not want to be identified because of the trauma that comes with that, which is why we are bound by certain levels of confidentiality, which you know, you've worked in juvenile justice. So it's not for a lack of us not wanting to provide that. We can't provide certain information. Now I'll say this, if Marie Cohen and others have a recommendation on, because to me, they make all of these assertions, what is it you want to know? Because everybody keeps saying they don't tell us enough information. Tell me exactly what you want to know, and then we can have a discussion there. But to continue to come to these forums and say, you're not telling us enough, does not help. So I will urge them and challenge them, send me something in writing as to what they want to know that's not already being disclosed in those reports.
Okay. I hear you. And we can do some follow-up in that regards. I want to start, let's just start with this. Let's talk about this informal family planning arrangements, IFPA. You state in question 71 that the diversion process of investigations is no longer in effect and was replaced with an informal planning arrangement, IFPA. Walk me through this process, because we heard some testimony about this and the many issues associated with what looks like diversion. So how is a family connected to the IFPA process?
Great question, and I'm going to repeat this for the past 3 years. We don't do diversion anymore. Ken Carolines knows it, but they're going to keep saying it anyway. How this works is a family will come to our attention. And I'm going to actually give you examples of what it is, because sometimes, and I really thank Councilman Parker for asking questions around data and information, because if they had it, we would have it, and they don't have it. So they're making assertions that are quite inflammatory. So an IFPA is a family comes to our attention. The social worker is assigned this referral.
Okay.
They will assess through a safety assessment whether the child is safe or not before we even can get to an informal family planning arrangement conversation. The social worker, which I remind people is a clinically licensed individual, has to rule out safety, meaning that this child can be safe in the community and this child can be safe with an identified relative of which the parent identifies. As an example, we had a mother who was arrested for a physical altercation. She was then put in jail. We were contacted. We reached out to the mother. The mother had said, oh, I have a sister of which I would like the child to go with. Now, why in the world do we think a child needs to come into foster care because a mother was locked up? Another example, a parent was in the hospital on life support. We reached out to other family members. The other family members, yes, do live in New York. They were like, the children can come to New York. We facilitated that. Because a parent is on life support, why does a child need to come into foster care? A father who had custody of his child came to the district from Wisconsin. He had severe mental health concerns. Well, it ended up a call to our hotline. Our hotline began to engage him and began to engage family. Guess who we found? The mother who lives in Wisconsin. The mother said, can you bring my child back to Wisconsin? We took the child back to Wisconsin. These are the examples of where you engage family to prevent a child from coming into foster care, but ruling out in the safety element of it. I do believe, however, the advocates are confusing that, as I have said, with safety planning. There are two different, distinct things that we do.
Okay, so in those situations, even in those situations, sort of, I know once you place them with an alternative to the parent, what supports are in place? What, if any, follow-up is done? And like, you may give them to the sister or mother or something else, or someone else. Are there any supports in place once that takes place, or what, or any follow-up, follow-up that comes?
Yes, and Chairwoman Lewis George, if I could, this is just for me, it's semantics. We don't use the word place because the word place is more of the formal if we remove a child.
Okay.
We facilitate, the arrangement of where the child goes. To your question in terms of what we offer, and I would have our advocates again, read the policy and the form, which I have right here. In section 4, it shows all of the services offered, because I also heard about legal representation. Hopefully they know that we contract with neighborhood legal services for relatives who would need legal assistance, and that's also here marked on the form. Crisis intervention, transportation support, vouchers, legal support, grandparent caregivers, close relatives, kinship emergency funds, referrals to the collaborative success centers, and other. We provide and offer services for these relatives when they decide this is what they want to do. So I just wanted to continue to make sure that, we set the record straight on that. But I know that.
So basically, in all instances of informal family planning arrangements, the parent has given consent for the informal planning arrangement for the other person. Is that what I'm getting at?
The parent not only gives consent, they sign it. And if they do not sign it, then there's not going to be an IFPA. We have to have the parent to sign and consent. If it's not, then we won't even go that route.
And then how are they informed of sort of their legal rights? And so that there's not a situation where grandma is given during the IFPA process, and then they end up in a contentious sort of back and forth custody battle with whoever was given sort of this informal family planning arrangement.
So this is the part where I know there's going to be a lot of disagreement. There is no legal conversation because we are not legally taking custodial rights to this child. The parent's rights are still intact. The parent came to our attention so that they can make a plan. We are not having any legal discussion with a parent. Now, what we have done, as I've just said, if they have legal questions, we refer them to neighborhood legal services who we contract with, who can provide the type of legal support that they want. Because I never want it to be said, as I've heard, our workers are being coercive or threatening. And that was
the conversation. They were
saying
doing this under duress.
Right. And so that's been in someone's written testimony. And I've always asked, if you find that, tell me. And to this day, ain't nobody told me a thing. And so I take offense to that, because until you can provide the data, as Councilman Parker said, then quit making those assertions. We put in place a lot of parameters to ensure that our social workers do not get involved in a legal discussion because they are not an attorney. We have neighborhood legal services to do that.
Okay, I'm going to follow up here. I'm over a little bit over time, so Councilmember Parker, you're up.
I want to just share back what I think I'm hearing and sensing, and I appreciate your passion for this work. It seems as though there may be a philosophical impasse between, let's say, between the agency's direction and others or advocates, where some are saying, why are we not
Bringing them into
including
foster care.
the pipeline for separation. And you're saying we're trying to do everything we can to keep families together because data research tells us that's what's best for the child. Is that fair?
That's very fair. The research shows the trauma that comes with separating a child from the parent. So why in the world we want to be trigger happy about separating a child from a parent when there are efforts that we can do in the beginning to try to do that? And as I said, we're not going to stop removing kids.
And what I'm also hearing you say, I'm just lifting up what I am sensing and hearing from you. What I'm also hearing you say is that there is a racial component to this, is because the number of referrals that you're getting are heightened, disproportionately higher for Black and Brown, and I think mainly Black children, that we're calling on them being separated from their family units. And as a response, you're saying we need to be thinking about more preventative measures and how we're supporting, I think the term earlier used was this whole child model, versus separating the child from their family. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So again, I wanted to lift that up for those that may be watching and may not be understanding the technicality of some terms and phrases, but that there is really this question around what is the best approach, all in the effort to keep children safe, where the agency's direction is how do we keep children safe in their family unit, where others may be advocating for more accountability. With that, there was one thing that was mentioned, and I think it was Marla Spindle, and she was talking about the difference between the family planning arrangement versus safety planning arrangements. And I think you touched on this with Chairwoman Lewis George, but can you just educate me around the difference between those two and why children are going to one versus the other?
Sure. Let me start with the safety planning because I haven't talked about that actually. A safety plan can be in effect when a family is going through a child protective services investigation, or it could be when a family is receiving in-home services and they have an assigned social worker. What may happen is that there could be an immediate concern that the social worker may assess. And when they assess it, what they are saying is that, okay, can we put something in place sooner rather than later to prevent the child from coming into foster care? And so by policy, the safety plan is meant to be short-term in our policy, 30 days. However, it does have an opportunity for it to be extended, just depending. Within that 30 days, what will happen is the social worker will meet with the parent to discuss what the concern is. And here is what you need to do to resolve it within this time frame. We will also bring together an at-risk family team meeting of other family members to help support the parent. Now, there are two things that can happen. Let's say the family or the parent is able to meet the components of that safety plan. Well, that's great. That means we can prevent that child from coming into foster care. I think what people also may not understand is what happens if the parent is not compliant. What we will do then is to say, as I heard Marie Cohen say, she wants to see more community papering in the courts to require services. We will try that. And guess what? Sometimes parents may not comply to the required order from the court. That's then when you have discussion to where that child is no longer safe, and then the agency has to separate that child from the parent. What I'm trying to explain is that there are levels to this to where, yes, we want to make every effort possible to try to prevent that, but we will never, at least we will not ever do that trying to just say, oh, we want to keep, we just want to do this because we don't want kids to come to foster care. I don't care about that. If the child needs to come to foster care, the social workers know what to do. They know how to remove that child. But when you're talking about informal family planning arrangement, that is different, as I've described in those instances. A parent may need to go through inpatient treatment. Well, when that parent goes through inpatient treatment, they basically just want to arrange for their child to be with a relative without that child having to come into foster care. We facilitate that, but they don't have any contact or involvement with us after that point because the family made that decision and the parents' rights are still intact and not terminated. Those are two different things. You can't do a safety plan on a family. Here's the difference. We can't have a safety plan on a family we're not formally involved with.
Gotcha. That is helpful. More to follow up on there. I do want to just spend some time and get to the academic stuff in here. Academic wise, in terms of outcomes, it was astonishing. Just one, the low academic performance of young people within CFSA. But I hate to say it, it also mirrors the trends that we're seeing across the city, where the low proficiency rates, lower math rates than literacy, and it's mirrored there. Connected to that, I had questions around the mobility of students between schools. Can you just speak to the challenges you're seeing and how a young person is moving from school to school? I know you broke it down for the different types of family placements. What are some of the challenges the agency is seeing with students having a consistent learning environment?
Well, I mean that's really the emphasis of it. So if by chance a youth has to change placement for whatever reason, just depending on the proximity they are within the school that they attend, that may require them to have to be enrolled in a different school. And when that happens, of course, as you know, trying to be in a different, academic environment, not knowing your peers, I mean, that creates a whole level of additional trauma to the child to where, they're not able to thrive as well as they should. And that's just by the very nature of sometimes how that may happen.
Yes. I guess what I was getting at is, to me, it seemed like a high rate of students switching schools in the middle of the year. And are there any patterns that you're seeing why that might be the case based on the numbers that I'm reviewing in your pre-hearing responses?
Yeah, and again, I think this is an account too, again, around case by case. I mean, it may happen where you may see a spike in the kind of same time frame, but what we call, if there's a disruption in a foster home, those happen, at any point in time, at any point in given day. When that happens, we have to move very quickly in terms of one, identifying an appropriate placement. But again, depending on where that is, they may not be able to stay in that school. But I think the other part, which is what I should have said, is we do provide transportation support and services if that's needed.
Yeah, I'm getting to the transportation because I have questions about that. But before, a lot of young people within CFSA receive tutoring services. There's been a decline. Part of that is because of the drying up of ARPA funds. The contract with Best Kids LLC notably was ended. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, that's because DCPS and the school system have adopted the high impact tutoring program. It is an evidence-based program, and I know that they are gradually onboarding that, but part of my job was for those kids who were at the time currently needing tutorial services, that we refer them to that particular program at that school so that they could receive that assistance.
That may or may not be happening, right?
No, actually,
and I know it's not a fair question to you because you are not over DCPS, but I guess the better question for you is, how are you managing or tracking how students are faring in the DCPS support program?
Yes, and I was going to say that what I do know about the children in foster care specifically that needed tutoring services, we have linked them to other services. So I wanted to say that first because I know that. While I also know that.
But I guess what I'm getting at is, how are you managing, or your social workers are managing how said student is doing in the program? Is there a progress report? Are there check-ins with the parents? Yeah.
So as you heard, actually, one of the former foster youth, we actually have educational specialists, and that's separate and apart from having an assigned social worker. So that educational specialist really is focused in on the academic progress of the youth or any youth that's in foster care. So they will.
And those specialists, and those specialists are checking in with the school directly, or are they going through the family, the family to support?
It's both. So it's like a team. Yeah, it's actually both.
Got it.
Although they
that
may
is
have an assigned social worker, they also have an assigned educational specialist.
okay. One other quick question. I see Chairwoman Lewis George is looking down. I'm gonna sneak in another question. I noticed that you are providing transportation support on average. I forget what it was, 100, let's say roughly 100 days. That my rough math, that is not a full school year. Can you just speak to the gap between the financial support for transportation and the length of a school year, and how can we close that gap?
Well, what you may see in the gap is more so that there are youth that may, or students, let me say students, that may need transportation services to a point. So for instance, if they move to another school, they actually may be able to take the school transportation versus ours. We make sure that first we exhaust what the school system can do. And then for those that the school system can't sufficiently supply, we then provide transportation support. So just because we start out with one student, they may not need it for the entire year. At least.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we shouldn't have a circumstance where a student is, let's say in March, and the stipend is running out for their transportation support. Is that?
There's no stipend for transportation. It's just it's a service. We actually contract with a service provider to provide it. So what I will say is that
let me ask this very clearly. Do we guarantee that a student that needs transportation support will receive that transportation support for the entire school year?
100%.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Lewis George.
No problem. Derek, I want to wrap up this informal family planning section here, informal planning arrangement section here. How many children were referred to go through the IFPA process?
In FY22, there were 4, and in our current fiscal year, we've had none.
Oh, okay. And of those 4 children, how many of them, I guess, came back to the attention of the agency via sort of a call to the hotline?
So none of those kids had a hotline call post the IFPA.
Okay. All right. I want to go to grandparent caregiver program, GCP, and close relative caregiver program. We heard testimony about the process of applying is burdensome because forms are not available online. And I heard this issue last week during our DDS oversight hearing as well from people. How can we make this process easier for caregivers? Because I think it's difficult to have multiple appointments for background checks or fingerprinting and also keep a job and take care of children. Could you sort of discuss, I guess, the process for both? And I know you state in your responses that the average length of time between when an applicant submits it and completes a subsidy application and issues the card is 15 days. However, it appears it's a lot longer due to the application, fingerprinting process, and lack of follow-up from the agency is what we're hearing, and that it's taking over 3 months according to some advocates. So could you just speak to that?
Sure. I want to be very clear, and this is kind of still the misunderstanding. What you may have is someone who they are referring to the program submit an application. Well, submit an application, our staff has to review all of the documentation, verify, etc. I'm just going to say it, go through a review period. It may be that we have to reach back out to get more information. What happens is at the point of them submitting an application, they get confused. They believe that that's day 1. We have to first review to make sure that it is a complete application. Once we get all of that information, we determine eligibility. At the point of eligibility, and so I know you're not asking this question, but on average, it takes at least 30 days to make that determination. Right? When they are determined eligible, that is day 1 where the clock starts, but you would have already had 30 days for that review. And so that point is at the point of when you can now start saying, how long will it take for me to receive my subsidy? And depending on the date, just to be quite honest, let's say it's a day before the bank submits, you have to wait an additional 30 to 45 days because it would have been out of cycle. The other cards would have already been sent out. That's the whole misunderstanding of how to count. It's not when you submit it, because we have to review it to make sure it's complete and has all the information, because even when you submit it and have all the information, as you just heard, you may not even qualify. So then we have to call you and say, you didn't qualify, and so therefore you are denied. But if you do qualify, we'll say you're eligible, and then we will move forward. Now, how can we make this easier? We now have a kinship navigator, not basic website, which was there. We have a very robust website.
Okay.
That people can, they can apply online. As a matter of fact, since December the 7th,
Okay.
we've had 3,600 hits on that website. And we've thus far been able to process 117 applications. Now, what we have to do now, I think I read in somebody's testimony where they talked about, well, we can't, download the fingerprinting and background check. And guess what? You're not going to be able to, because the only way you're going to do that is once you are deemed eligible. So once you're eligible, we schedule the fingerprinting. So it's just a matter of understanding the process. Why would you download a fingerprinting before you even know if you're eligible or going to be denied? It wouldn't make sense to put that on the website. So after you are deemed eligible is when we will schedule for the fingerprinting and those other pieces that need to happen.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that since December, there's been an update to the online process, that it should be making it now easier to go through the process.
May I? And I'm always going to be trying to be transparent. Even with the technical advancements, I will say this, for people who may not be as savvy, this process itself could also be challenging. So we haven't stopped still taking the paper form, but we do have a lot more younger grandparents that have found this to be easier, and they are uploading documents so that we can verify. So I just want to make sure that I'm being totally transparent about, for someone that may not be as technically savvy, they would find this still challenging. But here's the other point. Even now through the online portal, once you submit an application, you are immediately assigned to a worker that will actually follow up to help you through the process. So we're hoping that through this, it will be helpful, but I'm always going to say, anytime you start something different, there are going to be challenges, but I will always say, if there are, please let our office know so that we can work through those.
Okay. I appreciate that. And let's continue to get feedback because we want to make the process as easy as possible as far as getting as many individuals as we can who want to do that and who want to step up and support. I got to ask, given the significant benefits of voluntary placement agreements as outlined in your written responses, why are there not more children who were subjects of such agreements in fiscal year 2022 or fiscal year 23?
So the voluntary placement agreement, just to let everyone know, is by which when there may be I would say in our experience, a youth who's really in need of services. So it's almost difficult to explain. So for instance, a parent will come to our attention because of abuse and neglect, and that's something they've done. Our experience has been they've come to our attention because the parent has said, I've done all I can do, but I need help. Based on the law, a voluntary placement agreement is only, I want to repeat, is only active for 90 days, okay? And what that means is the child is considered to come into foster care for that short-term period to help the parent bridge over getting them services. So as an experience, I've done this since I've been, in this position, to where we've gotten the child the services. We've worked with the private insurance of the parent to ensure that happens within the 90 days, because after the 90 days is up, it's basically now the parent working with the provider through their private insurance. And that's just to ensure that the child gets their support and services. But it also means that we don't even penalize or substantiate the parent. That's the other piece of it. So it doesn't fit every single criteria. And could it be used more? It's used more when the circumstances align with being able to ensure that kids can get their services in that 90-day period. Because here's the other part. If the kids do not get the services or get that connection in 90 days, it has to go through the regular route. And that's when the parent is substantiated based on the law. So that's why you have to really be careful of how it's used.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So that's
Gotcha. Okay, I want to talk about some of our older youth who are in foster care or about to age out. I noticed you stated in your response that CFSA doesn't track the number of youth that are homeless within a year. And I guess I believe that that's a number that should be tracked in order to see what needs to be done and set up before our youth ages out. So why isn't that something that is tracked? And sort of explain to me sort of what is before someone sort of ages out, what are we doing, like housing, educational, financial literacy, and job placement wise? We heard some great stories, but I just want to hear that from some of the youth who spoke today. But what does that process look like before they can, be sort of aged out of the system?
Right. So we have what we call youth transition planning meetings, and those meetings start at age 15. And that looks at actually what you just mentioned, looking at housing, looking at financial literacy, education, do they have a lifelong connection, things of that nature. So in those meetings, we began talking to youth, all of the things that they need to look at before they emancipate, to make sure that if by chance they exit or emancipate from our system, these things are in place. If we're talking about housing, it goes back to what I said earlier. If there's a need for housing, we have a housing review committee that looks at how do we use what resources we have in place that's appropriate for that youth circumstance. And let me just use that as an example, because what you may hear some advocates say, oh, give them a voucher. Well, I'm just gonna be quite honest. And as you actually heard the young lady talk about, you don't give a youth a voucher when you know that they're gonna have to pay market rent when they emancipate and they can't sustain that. That is not an appropriate resource for youth, which you have to have that criteria in order to have that particular resource, right? So she knows that, and that's what she said, well, I'm trying to get a job, right? So that's not the right resource for certain youth. But we also look at other particular resources, whether it's a rapid housing voucher or whether it's a FUP voucher that could pay for that up until for, I think, a couple of years, but even that expires. So what I'm saying is that we look at a number of ways and supports that has to meet their individual need. And so, at least to my knowledge, and I could be wrong, and I will definitely check, I haven't seen to where we've had youth exit without a housing plan. And what that means is it may not be an apartment, it could be them living with a relative upon emancipation. So there are different ways to look at that. Now, you mentioned after they emancipate, we have an aftercare program to where it is voluntary. They have to, voluntarily want those services. They receive a small monthly stipend, and that's, I think, up until age 23. So they can still receive support, and even if they leave and then want to come back, they still can do it then. But I think the question is in terms of tracking. We can't track a youth that's not involved with our agency. And I think that's the part where everybody may not fully understand. If they don't have an assigned social worker and they're not legally we're not the legal custodian, we can't really follow and track them after the fact. The only way we can track those if they by chance volunteer and want to be volunteering to the aftercare program. But after that, there's no legal recourse for us to be able to follow and track those youth unless they are part of our aftercare program.
Okay, I know I'm gonna let Councilmember Parker go for his, I think this should be like the last round, Councilmember Parker.
Yes. And thank you for sticking with us, Director. I know it is, the night is drawing on. I want to pick up on where you just left off. That aftercare program, is that open to all youth that emancipate from CFSA?
Yes.
And what are the requirements? So why wouldn't someone emancipating sign up to receive a stipend and additional support?
Well, because they may already have a housing plan at the time of emancipation. They may have already have alternative plans. So they may not need to be a part of that particular program. We have youth that fully engage, and as you've heard, they do very well, and they don't need aftercare services. Those services.
So while it's open to everyone, it's only only those that are in need of housing or some other type of direct support are eligible?
It's not necessarily only for those in need. Again, it is a voluntary program, but normally those that are in need are the ones that usually apply to be a part of the aftercare program. So for instance, and I keep saying this, for some of those older youth now that do very well, they don't need it because they already have all the.
I get that, but I just don't believe in the concept of leaving money on the table. So is it a matter of they don't, like, are people saying, I'm doing well, I know you will support me, but I'm not going to take it? Or is it a matter of they don't know about it?
And I use the
I'm
word,
not sure
I use the word small stipend. And when I mean small, it's small. So I don't want people thinking like it's
Can you give a sense of what that stipend amount is?
Is it like how much? About $100? It's like transportation stipend. It may be $100, but let me get back to you on exactly.
Just $100 total.
Yes, it could. I think so. But I want to confirm how much the actual amount is.
Got it. Yeah, if you could follow up, that would be helpful. Now, if you're talking about $100 in transportation support, I might understand why somebody may not take you up on that.
Correct.
So yeah, that information would be helpful. Two things I want to just pick up on page 26. If I'm reading this right, the current number of investigations by ward, and this just goes back to what we were talking about earlier, the disparities in investigations and cases that are backlogged. And as one might expect, we see higher investigation numbers in Ward 5, 7, and 8, with the highest numbers in Ward 8. I actually want to know about the backlog numbers. What might cause a case to be backlogged, and why are we seeing such high rates of backlog in Wards 7 and 8 in particular?
So there are a number of reasons why a case may be in backlog, and we actually use the term exceeding because it may go beyond the investigative time frame. It could be a case to where we're still waiting on information either from MPD to where we're doing a joint investigation. It could be that we're waiting on information from the hospital. If you've heard that we're not going to close a particular investigation without having that documentation so that we can make an informed decision. It could be that the social worker needs more time to complete their investigation and close it safely. Those are cases that end up what we call an exceeding bucket. And what that means is that it ends up there, but we still have investigations coming in. And so when you start looking at that, adds up. And the other bit of transparency is it's this high now because we do have a large number of vacancies in child protective services.
And I do understand that. So I'm just trying to think about some of the testimony that we heard that cases are being closed out, or in this case, I'm assuming the investigation is drawing out over an extended period of time. What type of support care are young people being provided while that case is backlogged or exceeding the traditional investigation time?
Yes, and let me say one thing too, Councilmember Parker. I want to say this very clearly. I have told my investigators, you will not close an investigation unless it's closed safely. So I'm gonna be very clear. So I'm just gonna tell you right now, our backlog can be 200 and I wouldn't care because I don't want to close that investigation unless we know the child is safe. So I want to say that first. Now, to your question in terms of support, we have family support workers who help to support our social workers. And what that means is they may be the ones to access medical records. They may be the ones to access records from the school to help support our social workers. But that also leads to what I mentioned before. We want to try to work with the board to actually have bachelor's level licensed social workers so they can provide an additional level of support that can take on other elements to do that.
So I'm coming to that next, and that was going to be my next line of questioning actually around social workers. So, and I'm hearing you pretty clearly, and you are not alone. I've heard others say we have a shortage of social workers, and we know that there is a racial disparity even there, that if you look at the numbers of who is being licensed as a social worker here in the district and across the country, there are disproportionately far fewer Black candidates actually passing the assessment. What you're talking about, and I've heard from other advocates in the housing space, is why don't we utilize folk who have graduated with a degree in social work, that maybe they are not providing the high levels of care for our neediest cases, but they could do some low-level entry work to help ease the backlog that we have in our workforce pipeline. Can you just speak more to, on the CFSA side, how you envision what you're proposing here, that someone with a social work degree could aid in accelerating some of these investigations that you have listed here?
Thank you, Councilmember. Actually, I can send you the whole memo because I'm actually ready to press go on that. But in order to press go, I will need the approval of the social work board. To be quite honest, we can't do that work without their approval. But to your point, we have to the memo shown how many positions I would need to convert in order to make that a reality. And we've also parsed out exactly what they would be able to do short of having those more complex, intensive cases.
So give me an example. I have a social work degree. I have not yet passed the test, or maybe, yeah, I have not yet passed the test. What might I be able to do if I were allowed to by the board?
Let's say for CPS, we could have a BSW go out and actually start some of the interviewing and do some of the assessment. And they very well could then come back and discuss that with an MSW, depending on how people feel comfortable who's doing what. But we have FSWs that can do the same thing. It's just a matter of what level of approval. So they can.
For those critics, and for those critics that I can already hear saying we're lowering the bar for our young people that need the greatest amount of care, your response would be what?
My response is that we provide a very rigorous training for any of our social workers before they are sent out into the field. So basically, anything, and I will say this, the same training that our MSWs will go through are the same training that we would have a BSW go to. The only difference is the degree level. They're going to have the same training.
Yeah, no, I will say, one, please send me that memo. I don't know if you were joking about
No,
you're
I'm
ready to hit.
Not joking.
Okay, well, if you could please share that memo with us. I am very sympathetic to this because I think there are ways that we could responsibly address our social worker backlog and the racial disparities that have long existed and who is passing that social work assessment and exam. So thank you for that. I have a minute left. I'm gonna yield back my time and give you the last words. If there's anything you would like to say to those that may be watching. And after that, Chairwoman Lewis George, I'm gonna turn it back over to you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Honestly, this is what I want to say. This work is not easy. And I say that because I stand on the shoulders of our social workers who do this day in, day out. And I'll be honest, it's not because I'm what I call battle tested. Social workers that watch this sometimes get discouraged and they get scared when they hear, some of the not so pleasing stories of families or children's experience in foster care. What I can say is that there are some times we get it right, and there are many times we get it wrong. And the reason why I'm saying that is because when you're working with children and families, there's always this level of subjectivity. It's not black and white. If I could make it black and white, I would, but it's not, because every family circumstance is different. What you can hold me to is I'm going to make sure that I hold myself and this agency accountable. I understand the hard work that's ahead, and I understand some of the concerns, but I'm always welcome to anyone that wants to come to the table to have that discussion. And I want to be clear about this for others that don't, that really have a lot to say. And for those that do, you have not invited me to your table, but you've invited, I've invited you to mine. So again, my hand has always been extended, but I would very much like for your hand to also extend. And I understand we're not always going to agree. And I don't even go into a meeting saying we're going to come out agreeing, but the exchange of ideas is what can help make this system better than what it is.
No, I really appreciate that, Director. And the last thing I would say is I would hope that we could raise the tone and tenor of the conversation and assume best intent. And I think if we start there, that everybody wants what's best for our young people in and out of the system, we might be able to have more productive conversations. And so thank you for all that you are doing and what you just offered in your testimony. Thank you, Chairwoman Lewis-George.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, for hanging in there and for your support and today and hanging in there. You might as well stay for the last round. You already in it. We can leave this building together. Okay, Director, want to ask a few questions. I know when a screening allegation results in investigation but does not result in a removal or court involvement, the family may be referred to the local collaborative for services. And we heard from some of the collaboratives today, or to the CFSA in-home administrators for services and support. How does CFSA sort of track the families referred to the collaboratives, and sort of what does that process look like if after the collaborative works with the family, they come back and say they believe there needs to be involvement?
So many of the families that we refer to the collaboratives, of course, it could be two things. One, it could be a family where we are still involved, we just need a particular service.
Okay.
Or it could be a family to where we're no longer involved and we refer them to the collaborative for ongoing support.
Okay.
Through their contracts, we have different performance metrics. And what we will show is that, you know, depending on the fiscal year, we will do kind of some data to show out of the number of families that have been involved with the collaboratives, what number and what percentage of them have come back to the attention of CFSA. And I can get you those numbers, so I don't want to say it wrong, but what we have seen is that once they get that level of support, they're least likely to come back to our attention. Yeah.
Okay, great. And you know, we have collaborative in our ward. I know we have collaboratives throughout the city. Interested to hear sort of, I mean, do we need to expand and have more collaboratives sort of as a part of keeping families sort of not within the system, but helping them so that they can get on their own feet?
I know my collaborative partners are watching. This is what I will say.
Okay.
I believe the collaboratives we have are amazing and phenomenal. What I will say and advocate for them, and I've told them this, so it won't be news, in terms of the level of financial commitment CFSA has made, I think it's considerable. Our collaborative contracts, and it's public record, is within the total of $12 million. But they do so much more. And I believe that the district will have to figure out how to provide additional support that they are seeking. That's what I'll say.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you on that. And I think they would agree with that statement as well. I want to ask you about, we heard from our Office of the Ombudsperson for Children way earlier today. And CFSA recently signed an MOU with the Office of Ombudsperson for Children. Can you provide an update on the CFSA's internal ombudsman's duties being transferred to the new Office of the Ombudsperson for Children?
Yes, so I know that Ms. Cawthorn talked about that the website and their online portal came live on the 6th, and we actually transitioned all of the ombudsperson's activities as of February the 9th. So right now, all of those activities have been transitioned. We have had internal meetings as a whole and all staff to talk about the office, how it was established, what they will do, how her office will interact and engage with our social workers if need be, if they're trying to reach them. And by chance, if we still receive complaints, I have a point of contact within the agency that will refer those to the Office of the Ombudsperson.
Okay. That's good to hear. And I hope you all will continue to work together in that capacity, which it sounds like from both testimonies is happening. When looking at capacity, your responses indicated that the help hotline received 430 calls in fiscal year 2022, but only had one FTE, which was a little concerning. I mean, to the one person. What are some of the responsibilities when answering the helpline? Is that person also responsible for referrals and follow-up?
So I think, with that question, I believe that helpline may be that kinship helpline where there may be individuals calling in for assistance.
Right.
That individual does a number of things. They help to coordinate yearly activities for kinship families, whole family enrichment activities, helping to establish other partnerships for like support groups, and may help process some referrals. I think what's missing in that is that we have actually a team. So this is not.
Okay, because I was really worried. I saw one person and I was like, okay, it's a team.
I think the way that the question was is that
Okay.
this is dedicated to that purpose, but we have a team that actually rotates who and how many.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, now that makes more sense. It seems.
Yeah, there's no way we could do that.
I was gonna say, there's the retention problem right there. But that
Absolutely.
Got it. Okay. I want to ask, how does CFSA system of intervention collaborate with their child abuse community-based child prevention program network, the CBCAP, the father-child attachment, FCA, for example, I know is not allowed to support families with open CFS cases, but advocates find that they could still be a sort of resource support asset to families to help them remain intact, even once cases are closed. So how can the CBCAP teams be looped in to support families who are working to reunify or need more support to make sure they avoid opening another case if CFSA decides that child is safe to remain with the family?
Yes, so the CBCAP, and I'm not gonna say it's complex, but that's actually kind of a federal piece in terms of there's a match between what the feds provide and what locally funds we do. And what we have CBCAP grantees, and they do different things. So some provide what we call parent education support programs that are evidence-based because they have to be based on that particular law. And to your question, how can they be of assistance? They actually do provide a lot of support to those families that may not even come to the attention of CFSA, because that's actually what the funds are geared toward, working with those families further upstream before they come involved with us. So usually they are dealing with families they are dealing with families we're not involved with. So it'll be more so those families at risk of becoming involved.
Okay, got it. Okay. That makes sense. Now that I'm looking, I want to ask about, we had a situation come up involving sort of a situation where I think ICE was involved, and they said ICE might be called with CFSA, and I guess it was an instance where they didn't have housing, and family was likely to be displaced. What do you all immediately investigate? And what we passed law, but I don't know if it was referenced to you all. You all don't at all, CFSA doesn't at all call or comply or implicate ICE in any way.
Absolutely. Absolutely not.
Okay. Because we just wanted to be clear, because we had someone say, oh, we're scared to call support, and we don't know if CFSA is going to also report this to ICE. So just wanted to be clear on the record that CFSA doesn't interact or call or speak with ICE.
No.
Okay, great. That is great to hear. Let me ask you this. I know we are in the process of thinking about rethinking sort of, eligibility and things around social workers and other ways. Are there any things as the council we're entering budget season, we're working on a few things. Are there any other incentives that need to be considered, especially given the vacancies within this agency, to be able to retain and attract more, not only social workers, but investigators as well?
Sure. And this is where I believe we work very well with our Labor Management and Partnership Committee. There's ideas around providing a sign-on bonus, to where if they are provided a bonus that they give at least 2 years of service to the agency. That's a consideration. There's a consideration that a number of social workers come to the field with some student loan debt, and maybe a portion or percentage of that could be paid. There could also be a referral bonus if you refer someone to the agency and they spend time at the agency, what their referral bonus could be. And then there, at least from our exit data, it's showing that We haven't really had the issue around pay. It's been more around flexibility that President Enoch talked about. Because if you really do a study across the country, Washington, D.C. is probably up in the top 1, 2, or 3 that pay social workers pretty high versus a lot of other states. So we haven't seen pay as being an issue, but I can guarantee you, if you ask a social worker, should they be paid more? They're gonna say yeah.
They're gonna say yes, that's right. Anybody you ask, should they be paid more, gonna say yes.
Right.
But yes, very much so. Now, speaking of quality of social workers, because that came up throughout testimony today, and some people felt like the quality of the work that social workers were doing and sort of relating and the consistency there. What quality assurances do you all have within your agency? Training, one of suggestions was training or otherwise to keep the quality of our social workers at a place that they can serve our families and young people.
Well, we have a very robust child welfare training academy that provides training every month. So, and not only that, social workers actually are required to complete a number of annual hours to maintain their license. And we also offer where social workers can receive training outside of the agency. And I think the other piece of that, because I did want to say this, that as strenuous as the work is, we have a lot of wellness supports for social workers as well. We have secondary traumatic stress groups. We have the meeting-free Wednesday. So there are a number of things, but we have a very, very robust training academy that social workers have access to.
Okay. And that I think that's something that is important. And we hear certain stories where people say, my social worker wasn't consistent or wasn't there. I'm hoping that there's sort of within your process some way to, whether, I don't want to say disciplinary way, but a way where we have a check and balance. We don't have anybody doing the work that could be, and I guess, giving further harm or trauma in that process.
Absolutely. I totally agree.
Okay. All right. I think, Director, 1 second, make sure. I think it is 8:32 p.m. And I think we can go ahead and conclude. Thank you for your time and your service. And I look forward to working with you and your team to improve outcomes for our families and children.
Thank you as well. And thank you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you.
Thank you.